I feel like I shouldn't be here. I feel like I should just have Panda and Lens run my stream for me tonight, and I should just take a back seat. I should just take a back seat. Just let them run amok in the studio here today, and really make a mess of things. You know? Really. Do you see this? Do you guys see this? Jimbo ain't even live. My guy, give me some time. I need to eat dinner. I know it was 9. What? It was 8:58 when you said that. I didn't even have time to get on. And then when you said that, I got anxiety. And that's why I was 5 minutes late. That's why I started at 9:05 instead of the prescribed 9 p.m. It's because of Panda. Fucked me up. Destroyed my entire schedule. She played with my ADHD. Do it, you won't? I would. Dude, you think I won't just let these two, like, run my stream for me? So I can have a night of a break? That'd be amazing. That sounds amazing. Howdy, Jimbo. How are you tonight? I'm doing pretty good. We are gonna go over your, things. We're gonna go over your portfolio reviews, or rather portfolios. We're gonna review your portfolios. 4 of them, to be exact. We're gonna do 4 portfolio reviews today. And you know, they're a little bit less today than there are gonna be in the following 2 streams, which are gonna be a handful of 10 and then 13. It's gonna be a little bit more later on, but it's understandable given the relative, I guess, the relative obscurity of these professions. And that is to say, art as product and merchandising and branding. That stuff is very particular and very niche, and I think that most people don't even know what that is, and it's understandable. Which is why when we have our guests on, I'm gonna have them explain to you what they do, and then maybe you'll be a little more interested and inclined to maybe add on a review for them afterwards. But you know, ADHD's nuts. I think Soja got hacked, guys. I think Lady Soja got hacked. I might have to unmod Lady Soja because they might actively destroy my account. What happened to you? Lady Soja. Dude, people have been asking about you, Soja. They're like, where's Soja? Where did she go? Monka S. And I never reached out to you to ask you if it was okay for me to talk about. You know, like I don't want to. You know, I don't want to say anything. But you know, the milk? What are you talking about? I went to get milk. Okay. You have to change your name to Daddy Soja now. Or Father Soja. By the way, Mockbox, thanks for gifting a tier 1 to Pichu and Stephen Preston. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Mockbox. You're a real one. No, not Daddy. At least you came back. Holy fuck, Pixie. No trauma dumping, alright? I thought we went over trauma dumping back in 2021. Huh? I thought we left that into the dust. Pixie, what happened? At least you came back. By the way, Pixie, I thought you were going to submit your portfolio. What happened to that? Darth Soja, the final boss? Father Soja? But yeah, we're going to have some people on tonight. They're actually waiting in a VC that is unbeknownst to you. You guys can't see this private VC. But they are waiting very patiently. This is a positive dump. Is it, though? It implies something much darker that has happened before. I thought I was going to be at a wedding, but I don't understand time. Jimbo making guests wait? Yeah, I mean, like, if you think about every talk show ever, the guests are waiting in the back. I don't know what you expected. Oh, by the way, the crazy guy's he's kind of yelling again out the window, so it's a little distracting. But anyways, Yeah, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Since we have a relatively, I'm guessing we're gonna have a relatively short amount of crit time. I'm going to pivot to either playing games or doing some other art afterwards. We'll see. We might just co-work, and I've always wanted to do a co-working stream with my with my buddies, and maybe we'll just sit around and I don't know, maybe Lens will just play Tears of the Kingdom while I do work, and then Panda will, I don't know, her two brain cells will kind of do a little teacup ride in her head, and she'll ramble. Maybe that'll happen. This would have been the day I was aiming for, though. Sad. Damn. Pixie, if you have like a website, you can literally just throw that on. I'm just saying. I mean, then again, I already put the cutoff. So, Brandy Sandre, thank you for the 27 months. Oi. Brandy, has it been that long? 27 months? I've been here for 27 months? Get me out. Get me the fuck out. That's just the average Discord call? Yeah, I know. That's why. What if I just streamed the average Discord call for you? People who can't get into an average Discord call by any other means. One person is drawing, the other is singing, and one is gaming. Yeah, one of them is singing, but like they pretend like they muted their mic. They're like, "Oh, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go cut my nails real quick. Be right back." And then they never mute, but you hear them singing from all the way in the restroom, about 10 feet away from where their PC is. And then they're just singing, and it's like, oh, okay, well, we can all hear you. You only have average call, weak. What is in the shower? Sing Determination from Undertale? I don't know what Determination is. I've never played Undertale. I've never consumed a lick of content from Undertale. So, one is listening silently. There's always that silent person who's in observation of everything, and out of nowhere, they'll bring up some crazy shit. We have a guy like that. He's called Otto. His name is Automatic Spirit. I didn't want to, like, I had to say it. I had to say it. By the way, Otto also streams. Otto is the quiet guy in the call that will just come out with a fucking banger out of nowhere. Damn, Jimbo, he escaped Megalovania. I'm literally stimming, so I'm excited for the stream. I want to learn. You're stimming? What does stimming mean? Like, what is stimming? That sounds like a performative drug, like Stim Pack from StarCraft, which is, I'm sure, a pretty boomer reference at this point. Time to play Undertale on stream then? People have been telling me to play every game under the sun, dude. The guests can wait. Yeah, they've been waiting. Panda has been waiting for at least almost 48 minutes now. At least. Damn, Jimbo, Jimbo, your Undertale prints were so sick, though. What? What are you talking about? Oh my god, Jams, you got happy stims too? What is what? What are stims? I've been edging all day, so I'm so ready for the stream. Stimming is where you make repetitive movements. I waggle my wrists. Oh, it happens with lots of... Oh, I see. No website. Jumbo, you should play Minesweeper. I hate Minesweeper. I'm not very good at it. You know why? It's because I'm not very lucky. I know what you're talking about, though, with the stimming. Because I actually, I watched a video about, speech patterns with people with autism, and it was very, very interesting. It actually opened my eyes up to a lot. It's not luck, it's numbers. Dude, it's numbers all the way until it's luck. Alright? No, you don't understand, people. Okay, if you're like going luck omega lol, it's because you don't actually know Minesweeper. You've actually not played competitive Minesweeper, alright? If you're laughing. Because when it comes to the last two blocks sometimes, and you'll know what I mean if you actually played the fucking game. Alright? It's a flip of the coin. Alright? And at that flip of the coin, I always lose because I have terrible luck. And that's what I mean by luck. I don't mean that I just click around and expect myself to win at every random click. Alright? That's not how that works. I know I've played Minesweeper. I'm older than you. Alright? Fuck off, all right? If you're gonna call me old, you can't also tell me that I don't know how to play Minesweeper. Fuck you. Kidding me? Kidding me? Competitive Minesweeper? Yeah. Yeah. We used to play Minesweeper on newspaper. All right? Get out of here. Minesweeper is a skill game up until the last click. Exactly. Exactly. No, I think it's all numbers. Dude, if you're gonna say this game is all numbers, literally every game is made of numbers then. Because of the programming. It's all numbers. When you roll in Elden Ring, you're rolling a set distance away from their hitbox, which is also a set number. Everything is just numbers, dude. Just like real life. I haven't played Minesweeper, but I played one similar Voltorb flip game in Pokemon. It always came down to luck. Voltorb flip game. Do you think Voltorbs find that offensive? Maybe you're old in the wrong way, though? What do you mean, old in the wrong way? Elaborate, please. Newspaper? Jim is passionate? The fuck is Minekeeper? Get this person out of my sight. The fuck is Minekeeper? I don't know what Minekeeper is, because I'm losing mine. Alright? Can't keep my mind off. I can't keep my mind on my body. I'm losing it. Jimbo on Atari Breakout? I'm just a number. Why does chat sound like Elmo? That sounded like Elmo to you? Everybody says that sounds like Morty. Elmo is a first. It's a number game where you try not to explode. What kind of newspaper prints Minesweeper, and why don't I have it? If I made Minesweeper prints, would you guys buy it? Dude, what if you made a Minesweeper scratcher? Yo! Minesweeper scratchers? Why has nobody done that yet? That's an amazing merch idea, which actually brings us back full circle to our guests. I'll ask them that question too. Why hasn't somebody made Minesweeper scratchers? Because I would totally buy some. Do you think Superlens and Panda will talk about things to include for convention applications? Probably. By the way, if you guys have any questions, they would be more than happy to answer you as well. Seeing as how if it doesn't affect their own business, you know? Maybe you grew up wrong and are an anomaly when it comes to being old. You can't just like make me have an existential crisis live on stream, Sketchfinder. You can't ask me questions like that. Jibble has an old as fuck left pinky toe. Yeah, it's the first thing that came out of, it's the first thing of me to be birthed. Was my left pinky toe. So yes, it's older than the rest of my body. Old people are good at Minesweeper gods, but you are the By the way, you're not spelling anomaly right. That A should be after the M. I heard Mickey Mouse. Yeah, you could do a Mickey. I guess I could be Mickey. I think Mickey Mouse is a little higher than that, though. Minesweeper all about Mads? Oh, God. I just went off about this. It is a thing, I think. I think that Minesweeper websites nowadays have it so the luck is no longer a thing, because whenever I play it, I never really lose when it comes to the end. Or maybe you're just lucky. Wow, how nice. Can you explain how the review process will go, if that's alright? Yeah, sure. That's actually a good question. So the review process is going to go something like this, okay? We're going to bring up a certain portfolio from a person who has requested this particular day to get their portfolio reviewed. I'm going to pull it up. I'm also going to share that portfolio with my two guests as I scroll along. They can ask me to stop whenever to look at stuff, and you know, we're going to keep an open conversation about that. You guys can keep the questions coming in chat if you guys have any. And I would really like for the person whose portfolio that we're reviewing to be here, just again to keep an open conversation about things, so we can simulate how a critique would work in the most optimal way, which is to, you know, again, have a back and forth, and that way, I think that's the best way to have a critique, is to not just be one-sided about it. I also would like to understand where you're coming from and how you would like to present your stuff as well. So sometimes if that doesn't get across in your portfolio, at least I could you know, I could inquire about where you're going with something so I could better understand what your vision was. Does that make sense? I've always been a huge advocate of having the person whose work is being critiqued to be on stream, just so that it helps much more. English is my second language. I have an excuse. English is also my second language. You don't have an excuse. I see. You said there is a limit in terms of portfolios you'll be reviewing. Yes, so there are 4 portfolios that we will be reviewing today. Just based on the people that were interested in having their portfolios reviewed today, according to the guests that we have on tonight. So that is that's gonna be 4 of them. And, you know, we might add on a few more if you guys are interested. If anybody wants to submit their portfolios afterwards so that they can get their stuff looked at as well, maybe we'll look into doing that. If not, then it's okay too. Cake Moji, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I've seen you, Cake Moji. I've seen you over at Panda Stream. Welcome on by. I see, and you said there's a limit in terms of... Oh, I read that. English is my first language, doesn't mean I'm good at it. Should we save the questions? Should we save the questions, or are you taking them? Oh, save the questions for when we actually have the work on and also our guests on. That way we can get like more bang for the buck of your questions. Are we gonna go in the name order you said to us, or no? What do you mean? Are we gonna go in the name order you said to us? Yes, we're gonna go in the name order. Yeah, so Peach, you are gonna be first. Okay, but you're old. You've had more time. Yeah, but your brain is rippling with youth and more neurons. My myelin sheaths are dissipating as we speak. You understand? I can't believe I still remember the term myelin sheaths from biology. Holy shit. Maybe I am a genius. Maybe you're right. Maybe I have had more time to digest all this. I'm right, you're wrong. Holy fuck, dude. Please spell correctly. Stretchy young brains. Thea, thank you for the 11 months. Really appreciate you. Thank you. You're 1 month away. You're 1 month away. I may need a dip early, to be honest. It's going to be in the wee hours of before the sun is up. It's all good, Lady Soja. Thanks for letting me know. But yeah, as long as you guys have some nice answers to the questions I asked you in the prompt, you know, we can probably work off of that. It's just always better to have people on. But if you can't make it, that's okay too. If you need to get out of here, if you need I don't know. I mean, it is a Sunday. People have work tomorrow. I get it, you know, which is also why I might cut the stream early. After the reviews, of course. How long has it been, by the way? Has it been 30 minutes? It's been 23 minutes. But yeah, I might jump in about 7 minutes. I'm gonna let people file in a little bit more, and while we're doing that, what do you guys think about drink predictions? What do you think about drink predictions? Let's get some drink predictions out. I'm also gonna make Panda guess what drink I have. All right, so today, for today, do we have winter melon tea? Okay. Number 2, top fruit tea. Number 3, ube coffee. Ube coffee? Ube coffee. Number 4, water. What is it? What is the drink of the day? What is the flavor of the night? Jimbeanus? Dummy brain? I technically didn't spell anything wrong. No, you still spelled it wrong. If that wasn't your intended word, then yes, you spelled it wrong. They're unpredictable. I'm thinking some not coffee. Apple juice final answer. It's not one of the predictions, but good guess. You would have lost your money though. Water, we wish it was water. What were the options again? You'll see. It's up at the top. Jum? What is jum? Can you describe ube? Ube is like taro. Like, let me look it up. Ube is taro, right? Ube versus taro. Learn the difference. Hang on, I gotta figure it out. The difference between ube and taro is a general question as both foods get mixed up because they're primarily brownish bark. That's not why I mix them up. It's because they're both purple. What are you talking about? Primarily brownish bark. Shut the fuck up. However, they look distinctly different from the inside. Ube has a vibrant royal purple hue, whereas taro has a light-colored inside speckled with dots. Taro, in my mind, alright, whenever I think about it as a flavor, it's always purple. I know that the inside of taro looks light-colored, like a light lavender, like primarily white, speckled with little red dots. I get that. But when it comes to flavor things, taro is always represented as purple. Taro is delicious. I know. Taro is great. Wait, I bet it's spinal fluid. I always put a little dash of spinal fluid within whatever I'm drinking, so. What does ube taste like? Taro. Isn't ube more sweeter than taro? Let me look. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. Taste. They say that taro has a more nutty flavor. People, rise, or else you're not getting any taro or ube from me. You will not be fed unless you rise against Raven von Vladimir and their merry band of troublemakers. Shields up and hold. Raven, thank you so much for coming by, and people from Raven's channel. Hi, my name is Ayo Jimbo Miyuki. Thank you for the follow. I am going over portfolios today. Not just anybody's portfolio submissions are cut off, unfortunately. But we will be going over 4 portfolios from our community tonight. By me and our guests as well, Superlens and Panda, who are both in the convention, and you know, kind of they're their own businesses. They're in the convention space. You know, they table at events and they sell their stuff and they make a living out of it, and it's amazing. It's really cool. And we're gonna have them on, and they're gonna also help us review 4 portfolios from the community tonight. Mockbox, thank you for gifting a tier 1 to Pumpkin Unicorn. I didn't even know Pumpkin was here. What the fuck? Hey Pumpkin, how's it going? But yeah, Raven, welcome. And if there's anything that you wanted to share with us, please go ahead and throw it at us now in the form of a link in chat. If the rest of you want to share anything, and that goes for all of chat, don't throw it in the chat, please. Come by the Discord and throw it in Crayon Corner instead. We'd love to see it there. Give us 10 more minutes. We're having a private date. I'm gonna go in there right now, Panda. I'm going in there right now. Mockbox, thank you for gifting a tier 1 to Panda, by the way. Panda, you guys better be fucking ready. Philo2TG, thank you for the follow. Welcome. By the way, if you guys are artists, I would love to see what you guys have been working on, / I don't know what you guys do. So yeah, come by come by the Discord, share your stuff in Crayon Corner, say hi. Where's my birthday present to Lady Soja? By the way, I got in the mail what Lady Soja has been wanting to send me this whole time. It was a birthday present from Lady Soja. Came in the form of a box. It actually did fit in my PO box, and I finished going through it, and I've taken all the necessary pictures. I just need to share them with you. A lot of nice, heartfelt comments in the form of goblin blessings. All right, you'll know what I mean when I post it tomorrow. Okay, I'm gonna post what I got from Lady Soja tomorrow. It all came in a nice wooden box, and I was trying to make it as presentable as possible, which is why it took me so long to present it. But yes, it was for my birthday all the way back in April. And yeah, it's amazing. It was truly heartwarming. Show us the stuff you promised. I will. I mean, I guess if I should share, it should be this. All right, I'll pull it up. Hang on, give me a second. Give me a second. I gotta put this in the right channels. Spotify can take it down. All right, put this right here. This is Raven von Bloodmere's beacons page. All right, take a look at this. All right, they've got a TikTok, they've got their Twitch, their Discord server, cheap games, instant gaming. What is that? What does that mean? There's merch. You know, let's look at the merch. I hope there's no NSFW stuff in here, like a naked anime girl with big anime titties on a shirt. I hope that that's not what I'm gonna see. A wooden box. Yeah, I know. What you gonna use the box for? Because you got to keep the box. Well, I'm gonna keep all the stuff that came in the box inside the box. Is that is that enough for you? Wait, don't stop. Don't do it. It's a trap. Okay. All right. Anyways, thank you, Vladimir, for coming by. I really appreciate you coming in and bringing your people here. I'm joking. I don't know what you mean now. You've gaslit me too many times. I'm now lit by gas. I don't know what's real anymore. Okay? Your coin flipped one too many times. Do it at your own risk then. You know what? I'm just gonna tell other people to go visit that link. How about that? Alright, so people, go visit Raven's link. Alright, it has links to all their socials, their merch, and some other cool stuff, I'm guessing. But yeah, Raven, thank you again so much for coming by. Really appreciate you. It's also my birthday, and I had way too much cake bearer back me to throw up. Holy fuck. Happy birthday, Raven. Yeah, and have fun excising your bowels? I don't... yeah. I'm good with that. It's a nice birthday gift. Birthday twins, Raven and Krim. But yeah, thanks for coming by. Hang on, what do we got here? We're at 32 minutes. You know, I think we're gonna go and jump in now. I don't want to keep people waiting for too long. It is 9:37 p.m. on my side, and I'm guessing that some people are gonna want to what do you call it? I'm guessing people are gonna want to go to sleep soon. I got some DMs that I gotta look at right now. By the way, you know what I fucking hate? Something that really grinds my gears that happened this week is the Discord update where when you at someone, it just shows the first letter of their name and then ellipses. What the fuck is that? Discord? Discord? Hello? Hey, Discord. Have you ever considered that I might have more than one friend whose name starts with B? Have you, or maybe even, do you understand that you've now made me cognitively aware of the fact that my name starts with an E, and that really bothers me? Because when most people think Ayo Jimbo, they think J. But now that I look at my name and it's E, ellipses, it gave me an identity crisis. I don't know who I am anymore. Fuck you, Discord. You kidding me? That's streamer mode. I might fall back asleep and wake up again anyways. You always do that, Yessie. Boomer Pepe laugh. Bro, I hate the streamer mode now. Yeah, look, I'm a streamer. Okay? In case any of you missed that. So I use streamer mode. Okay? Is that so hard to understand? E? Don't fucking do this. Don't call me, don't do that. Don't E me. Okay? That's not possible. I only ever had 26 friends with unique first initials at all times. That is some psycho shit. That is like Zodiac killer shit. Like if you find you find a person that you really vibe with, you know, I don't know, you meet them for the first time at a party, you're like, you know what, you're really cool. What's your name? Oh, my name's Tim. Thank you. Nope, fuck off. I already know Terry. And you just turn around and you you never look back. And Tim was just in awe. A single tear rolls down his cheek because he thought he really made a connection there. E Honda main confirmed. Ayo Jimbo Honda. If only if Honda sponsors me. Jimbo, how do you feel about Discord taking away numbers and changing to unique usernames? So if anybody wants, they could steal AO Jimbo before you could have AO Jimbo. Well, I'm lucky because nobody spells AO like that anymore. Nobody spells AO with EYYO. Okay, people always go AYO. So I am very unpopular. I'm probably the most cringe person you know. Nobody spells AO the way I spell AO. And I don't think anybody has ever thought of it because I never have trouble getting that username anywhere. Because I'm a fucking genius. Heck, Tim, to be honest, should have been named something better. AO Jimbo. Yeah, it's really hard for BE. Still have vacancy open for V, and after Vance and I stopped talking to each other? Damn. With a name like Vance, they ought to be like 74 years old. I don't know anybody whose name is Vance. I just have the idea to chat though, so in terms of unique usernames, I think that having a I think having the numbers was probably more for internet savvy people. Like for example, like if you have ever played Valorant, those, or like even like if you've ever played any Blizzard game, right? They'll give you like a hashtag numbers, like 4 numbers maybe at the end. Attached to your name. And that's always been the standard procedure for me. So it's not something that I thought was particularly out of place or anything, but I could see how if you were a baboomer or, I don't know, like not very internet savvy or not a gamer, it could be kind of a new thing to you. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it has its merit, but also I don't like it because now, again, like kind of like you said, like people can commandeer an entire name and other people can't use that name either. I like the system where you can name yourself literally anything and your defining ID is something else entirely, you know? Which is with the numbers. That way you don't have to, I don't know, you're not like ousted out of your name. Sigma Yojimbo. You're different? I am different. Oh, sideways M. Someone in chat steal AO Jimbo before Jimbo could have it? What do you mean? I have it already. I already updated, Pichu. You fucking anarchist. XXX underscore 3Y. Dude, you know what? You're not wrong, Blueberry Jams. The way that you've spelled out that name right there is very close to one of my alts to one of my alts from Riot accounts, all right? So back the fuck off, okay? Don't add me. Don't add me. Don't even fuck around, all right? Cox gun, you kidding me? You're getting dangerously close to the truth. Back off. I'm stealing your hard drives. A Heart Jimbo. Alright, people. You guys want to get into it before my guests leave? You guys want to get into it before my guests leave? Let me check my Discord real quick. Oh, wait, hang on. Blueberry Jam. Here. God, dude, you could have just told me here. I owe Blueberry Jams a subscription from a previous prompt. So here we are, okay? I'm gifting right now. Here you go, Blueberry. Congrats. And I'm gonna write redeemed in your DM. Redeemed. From E. AO Jimbo Megalol. Thank you very much. You're welcome. All right, you guys ready for some portfolio reviews, people? You guys ready for our guests to take over my stream? By the way, the first thing I'm gonna ask Panda when I get in there is what drink does she think I got today? Can we get some hype? We talked about hype last stream, right? You guys understand what hype is now? Can you hype me up? Can you hype me up? Can you hype Panda up? Can you hype Lens up. Come on, like, give them a good place to land their bodies in the digital space. Let's go. I am vibrating with excitement and caffeine. Drum roll. Yeah, let's get a drum roll. Can we get some names, like, just say woo? I'm really pushing all the introverted people in my chat to expend their social meters. Woo, name. Woo, insert name. Can you do that much at least? Wait, I should have a clap soundtrack, huh, for whenever they say something right, or hang on, let me look this up first. This is actually very important. How did I mistype YouTube twice? Clap sound effect. Applause. Wait, applause. Not clap. Applause sound effect. There we go. You guys ready? I'm gonna DM them real quick. Ask them if they're ready. I'm coming in. Y'all ready? Intense clapping. What? Why am I... Dude, I need to take the frickin'... I need to take the hotkeys off of this thing. You guys didn't even redeem that. Jibbo switch real quick. Mute Lens stream when you come in. Lens made a PowerPoint. What the... Oh, what? I'm coming in. And here are your guests, Pandailee and Superlens. Wait, hang on, I muted her, but I think I should unmute her.
Yo, hype me up.
You guys can't hear the sound effect. You can't hear the applause right now, but I'm playing applause. It was right after you said hype me up too, so you're welcome.
Yo, hype me up. Hype me up, bro. Like
she said.
Like, hype me up, bro. Like,
I'm hyping you up. Wait, I
can't hear your claps.
Hype.
Okay, Jimbo, there's a very important public service announcement I have to tell you.
Okay, hang on. Let me turn the music down. It's a little louder. Okay. Shoot.
Okay, so personally, I have this condition where I must obtain boba, and I have a boba delivery upon the way.
You motherfucker.
So I will be getting up. You took too long. I will be getting up to retrieve my boba at some point, and I will not say anything. Thank you.
You better have it airdropped right to the front of your lawn, alright?
I'm just gonna zoom so fast.
Hang on,
it's
also,
my condition.
Where are your frickin' Fugi Tech things? I gotta turn those on.
Where'd you put it?
Oh, Oh. I got it. There.
Well.
Well.
My head's cropped.
Not anymore. Jeez, you gotta chill.
Oh, wait,
Hang on. Let me
you gotta
chill.
chill.
No, dude, you gotta chill. You're ordering boba. I have a stream going on here. You're rude. You're messing up the show.
This is my Sunday night, man. It's my condition.
It's my Sunday night too. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry first.
It's my condition.
Condition D's. Wow, Jimbo didn't even sponsor the boba. Look.
We're stuck in the basement, guys. Please help us.
Shh. Do you want dinner or not?
That's
right. That's what I thought.
10 years.
While he's bullying Panda, cancel Jimbo right now. I can't believe it. What? Whose side are you guys on? I shouldn't have even asked that. Dinner is boba rip. Panda doesn't get dinner. Panda doesn't eat really, or sleep.
Jimbo doesn't sleep. No.
Haven't even given them dinner yet. Terrible hose. You can't call them that. You mean host. Anyway, you guys want to do your little intros? You guys, like, not I always forget that not everybody knows the people that I know. It's like a weird narcissist thing.
No,
That
I'm just
happens.
famous. It's okay, I understand. It's not
Yeah,
like that.
I kind of assume that most people know you, but you know, not everybody does.
I'm very humble, you know? I know that I seem very famous, but yeah, it's okay.
No, I get it.
Yeah, you don't have to explain yourself.
Why is there a poll saying whose side are you on? And there's one person who voted for me. I'm gonna vote for myself.
Oh, you have one Andy? That's crazy.
I've got 2 now.
Okay, well, anyways, Len's also made a whole PowerPoint. She carried the whole group project, but I slapped my name on there, so it's our group project. Thank you.
Because I think we were thinking like maybe it might be better to explain the process before we do portfolio reviews. I think that way people could understand the things that we, you know, like our bullet points for the people's portfolio, you know.
I think that's completely valid. I think that that is going above and beyond as well. So I'm glad that you guys put something together.
Yes.
But yeah, if you guys want to introduce yourselves, Panda, if you need to get up whenever, just go. It's fine, I guess.
I wanna go to.
Remember to take the hall pass.
Stream my screen, please.
Stream your screen? Hang on, give me a second. How do I do? Oh, I have to capture your screen.
I do.
God fucking damn it. Alright, let me pop this out. And I have a whole thing for this. Hang on. Wait. Holy shit, wait. I have to turn this off. I gotta turn. Panda, if you don't shut up right now, you're not getting boba, alright? Hang on, you're making me look really bad. There, hang on, let me put that there, and then I can stream whatever this is.
Yo, this is my stream. Look at all these 14 Andys that I have.
I mean, if I did tell them that you might take over the stream at some point and just run it. So if you guys are not,
I'm a little bit of a girl boss gatekeep. Gaslight.
Sure. Wait, that's not what I wanted to. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. This is what we want to see. All right, so this is a little presentation that Panda and Lens wanted to give you guys. So if you could give them your undivided attention, that would be amazing. Let me know if this is to your liking, Lens. If this is the right. I think this is the right.
Perfect.
This is right. Okay, good.
Yes.
All right. Cool. Yeah. So we can start with some intros. I'm gonna mute myself, and I'll come back in when you guys are seemingly done.
Okay. Yes, we made a whole school project. So today, Panda and I, we're both artists. I think many of you guys know us as like convention artists specifically, where that's probably where you guys might have met us. So yeah, that's the topic, but we're just getting into a little bit background first. Panda, you could go first in case Boba Run comes up.
I don't know what to say other than I make a lot of merch. I like a lot of weeds. I like weeds. I love weeds. I'm a weeb, and so I make a lot of like weeb stuff for my weeb people. Oh, but yeah. So when I really started, my origin story, my villain backstory is that I actually started off with making like freebies, because I used to attend like concerts and stuff, and then I got invited to a lot of like local events, which were like really scuff, and I don't know if a lot of you guys know about it, but it's like K-pop cup sleeve events where a lot of like it's like held by fans, and then there's like people who set up like really scuff setups. It was great, and then we moved on to conventions. Yeah. Is that okay, Mom?
Yes. I think for me, I think most of us here, like I think Hannah and I talked about how we first kind of started doing art before we went to turn to business. But I think prior to that, I only did convention as like Like I did it once a year at like my university because I started doing tabling when there was this event that was like, we're doing an artist alley, call for artists, free table. And then I was like, oh, yo, bet, okay. And then I signed up for it and I sold some of my first few art there. I did Overwatch fan art back then. My table was so scuffed. I actually put it on like poster boards and stuff. It was really bad. Like I laid my prints flat but that was my first convention I ever did. But after that, I kind of just did it on the side passively because after college, I had a corporate job. I actually worked in the same company as Jimbo. So I worked in the industry. And then before I kind of realized I wanted to do my own thing. So a little bit after COVID, I started doing convention full time. So this is where we are. This is where Panda and I kind of... We're basically like coworkers at this point. Because we just see each other at every convention. But I think a lot of people are under the impression like, oh, you just sign up for a table and then you sell. But there's a lot that goes into it, and I think that's something we're gonna talk about a bit more today. So here's some things we will talk about. We're gonna talk about branding, like how to kind of get your name out there, like what is the marketing part of it, because that's where you're gonna find your customer. If people don't know who you are, nobody's gonna buy your stuff. It's just as straightforward and simple as that. And you don't need to be like famous, like social media famous or anything for people to buy your stuff. Like there's a lot of people that have like very little following and could literally make a living still. We're gonna talk about some of the design like aspects, some of the little pro tips that Panda and I have to ourselves as to what makes a product like, what makes people want this product, and how do we kind of achieve that. And we're gonna teach you guys how to source, where to get things made, and where to find these sources. And then we're gonna tell you where to sell your stuff after you make your merch. So it's a pretty straightforward presentation, I would say. So hopefully you guys can learn a few things here and there. This is something that Panda and I have learned over the years. Like we didn't just like Google this and find all the answers, because I think a lot of people are under pressure like, oh, well, you could just Google it, but what do you even Google, you know? So this is something that we all learned throughout the years, and we're here to share you guys our trade secrets, basically. So yes.
Back.
Welcome back. Branding. I think Panda has a few things to say about branding. So
I think I booked it. I booked it to grab the drink. There's like a few things that I want to say about branding. I think it's really important. I think your name and your image, like your profile picture or something like that, can really carry your mood to across to other people. So similar to like how you do art, right? If you want something to present more edgy, you would do more angular shaped stuff like triangles, hard edges. Whereas if you want something soft, you would do like airbrushes, right? It's the same thing with your name. Sorry. Yo, you don't understand. I booked it through like 2 flights of stairs. But yeah, you want to like do that. And also like personally, for me, I really like to think names that have 2 syllables to 4 syllables are perfect. So like for example, Superlens, Pandailee, Ayo, Jimbo. So that's like 4. You're just barely making it, my bro. But
more syllables, the
but,
better.
Like, capitalization, words like that. So there's also like personally, I fucking hate. Wait, can I curse?
yeah.
Dude, are you fucking kidding me?
Okay, I'm presenting professional, man. Why are you? I personally think like stuff like underscores kind of distasteful, unless it's a very certain thing. I think like getting a unique name, not interfering with a lot of popular ones. Double O's, double U's, double E's, depending on what it is. If you have more than 3 letters of those are really bad. You want something that's easy to quick remember, and it's something that rolls off your mind really easily. Personally, I went with my name, and I get a lot of bonuses for it because it has Panda in it. To me, that kind of branding would come off a little tacky sometimes, but luckily it also worked in my favor, where when people see pandas, they'll think of me, because I'm just so famous and cool. But anyways, yeah, I think like your image and branding, that kind of stuff is like really important. So it's like things to consider. You also want to think about like, you know, what you want to do in the end goal, how you want to present yourself. You don't want to go through like a major rebrand in the middle of like building up your platform, and everything in between. Like you want to think about what you're going to be doing, and how you present yourself. And so I've always like, again, my history was that I started with like K-pop stuff and like cup sleeve events, and a lot of people put like things like pins in their name, or like K-pop blank or whatever, and that kind of stuff like limits you in the future. Like if you're gonna expand as an artist and a creator, you don't want those kind of things to weigh you down, right? And to limit your branding and such, because again, like with words that you've like grown up with as well, like things will present to you in a certain way depending on your experience with those kind of words, right? So but yeah,
Yeah.
lunch.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, I definitely agree. Like it, at the end of the day, also depends what kind of artist you are. If you're someone that's, I think a lot of times a pattern I see in the way how artists want to brand themselves is that if they want to do a more professional kind of vibe, usually they do like art of or something art. Usually art is in their name somehow. But while that could be fine if you want to work in an industry, if you want to branch it off as your own business with your own personal branding, it could be a little bit hard to market yourself because people are kind of under pressure. This is like more of an industry thing versus your own personal business. So something to kind of keep in mind, consider. If you're like, I don't really know how to name myself, I think some of the easiest way, as Pan was saying, 3-syllable letters, syllable names are always the best, rolls off the tongue really easily. I think a lot of famous influencer that you guys may have known, like online, probably has 3-syllable. If not 3-syllable, they usually have like a word in front of their name or behind their name. And it could be honestly anything from different language, could be adjectives or whatnot, but usually having something to support whatever your name is usually helps. It helps with memorability, like people could remember who you are a bit better. So this isn't just for art in general, this could go for like business in general. So yeah, okay. So, and just remember what kind of demographic are you going for? Like, are you going for people who are, if you make cute art and you want people who are into cute art to buy that kind of stuff, think about the kind of names you do. Like, most people like to do, like, if I'm going down to the most basic, you think like usually pink is in their name, kawaii is in their name, something chan is in their name, so just things to consider if what you're selling, what your branding is. So I think that before you make any merch, usually trying to figure out who you are, because your name is going to represent who you are as an artist and as a business. So think carefully on that, because this is really important, because when you start making merch, in a lot of art, people usually watermark their name. So that's where your name's going to come. Very important. It's not like, okay, I'm going to make art now.
Do you think it's too late for me to rebrand to Jimbo-chan so I can get the 3-syllable buff as well?
I mean, depends
Honestly,
how many prints you have in stock.
Jimbo, you've gone too far. I don't know what maybe it can be Jimbo-chi? Like,
Jimbo-chi!
I think Jimbo-chi is doable, but like, Jimbo-chan, you're too far now. It's doomed.
What about Kun?
No.
Oh.
Oh.
Man. But yeah, that's something to consider, because like I make enamel pens, and so does Panda, and if you look back, one way for us to watermark our pins, which this is something we're gonna get into later, but like our back snap is actually our names on the back, so that's like us watermarking our merch in a way. So yeah, very important, figure out your name before you do merch, because I have a friend who wants to change their name, but their original name is already on everything else, so it's gonna take probably a year worth of recovery to change all her stock name, like her branding name. So yeah, figure out your name first before you want to do anything else. And then we're gonna talk about merch design. Panda, shape language. Off you go.
This is what you get for not working on the project. No index cards presentation.
Well, I think I talked about it like a bit earlier. You know, like shape language can really define. It's the same as like composition. That's just like a art thing overall in general. I also think like the merch that you make can also pertain to that kind of stuff. So like for example, like charms, they tend to be very round and stuff. So they might come off for a cuter demographic, cuter art stuff. Whereas like prints is like more hard edged. I already like talked about it like lightly earlier. So I think that's just a subjective based on your own taste. So everyone should just figure out what fits their aesthetic. So like for example, Jimbo has like really good aesthetic on like Dark Souls themes, like all your stream alerts, all the stuff, all your prints are also like that. They're all your language is there. Not necessarily just shape, colors, theme, aesthetic, all that stuff pertains into your branding. And even your guy also pertains to it, your little Jimbo guy.
The Bosky.
Your little black and white, like you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Well, anyways, yeah, I think like choosing the mediums for your art can also affect the art itself, like composition-wise and stuff. Like, let's say if Jimbo had done his prints in like a character of your print in a charm style, it wouldn't really hit as hard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're
know
talking
what I'm saying,
about. It's like
boss?
readability, right? Like it'll
Readability.
it'll lack a certain expectation of what that merch is supposed to be in presentation. It like sizing and stuff like that really matters as well. So keeping that in consideration. Like for example, I won't just print like an entire print into a small charm because it just would not have the same effect.
It just doesn't
translate. Yeah, exactly. Kind of have to like see it from the consumer's point of view, right? Like what do they want to leave with, and what are they looking to get, right? Because getting a print is very different from getting a pin or a charm or even apparel, right? So it really depends on how you feel like your demographic will, and I want to put emphasis on demographic too, because different demographics will look for different things in the merchandise. So,
I definitely agree.
Yeah. I think like for example with the Elden Ring people, like because they like things that are a little bit more antiquated and stuff like that, they're more likely, I feel, to buy prints because they feel like they're buying a piece of art that they can hang up on their wall. And you see pieces of art in the game, on the walls and stuff like that in the castles. So it is it's like almost meta in the way that it presents itself, where it's self-aware and it's referential, right? Whereas like stuff like Valorant or stuff like that, like little things like little charms, little pins, they kind of help with the aesthetic of like the gun buddies in the game. So like stuff like that like helps the language of the IP and what they're consuming, as long as there's like a thorough line and kind of like a connection. I think that actually helps boost the advantage of whatever you're trying to sell.
Yeah, I agree. I also want to say practical art is one of my favorite things to buy. I think for the general public, practical art is like one of the best. So like, for example, like mugs or like bags, things that are usable, but you can display your art on it is always very nice. Phone covers, stuff like that, anything like that, I think is always like a safe option. Think about like how your art, don't just think about how your art gets onto the table to get sold, but where it would be going after.
That's a really good point, honestly.
Super good point. Yeah, actually, I had a question from Tete. Is it possible to have multiple themes? You were saying we were talking about themes, and this is when you were talking about how my stuff was all like Dark Souls-ish, and I can also say how like Superlens brands other stuff using like, color. And then for Panda, you as well, you have a certain color theme and a certain style that you like to, a certain font that you use across most of your stuff, so that like when people see it, they know that it's you, right? So I guess the question here is like, is it possible to have multiple themes?
I think so. I think I personally would be the perfect example to kind of say that, because like I think a lot of people, because I sell enamel pins and I sell prints, For those I've seen my stuff, I think a lot of people will recognize my pin as being really cute. They're like, oh my god, this is really cute. It's so small, it's so dainty. I love the chibi style. And then usually when they come to my booth or shop, they look up and they see my prints, and I'm selling lewd prints. You know, how do I merge it? Is I usually use like a color palette. Is the colors I use, and even though it's completely different style, I think it's important to kind of like find what is there like one common factor in all this. Is it your color? Is it your line work? Because you could have like similar line work in like, you know, chibi versus doing something a little bit more realistic. Like there's different ways to kind of like tie that together. You just need to find that happy medium. I think the most easiest way would be colors, honestly. I think you'll find that certain artists have a common color that they use. Like I personally use a lot of like how do you say, I think like saturated colors. So I think people see that common factor in both my illustration and in my pins. I think for Jimbo, he if you guys ever seen what he sells like prints, like illustrated prints that's like really dark and heavy, but like if you look at his pins,
they've never seen
different.
that stuff. They've never seen that stuff. I don't show them in my artwork ever. So it's actually kind of a secret.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so I think like his common factor is that he uses black a lot. Now obviously not a true black, but that's like a really common thing you see. So if you want to like a more simple, straightforward solution,
thank you for the sub. Really appreciate it.
But you know, we're kind of gonna go right into like what is the right medium for your art. So right now, it's something that kind of touched upon earlier. Is like depending what kind of art you do, it really matters like what kind of medium supports that art. How do you make it stand out more?
And they're here to talk to us about
some examples. If you like drawing like really cutesy chibi things, because chibis in itself are small, you would want to go for a certain medium that's small, like charms, stickers, enamel pins, like something small and dainty. I think that's something that's the most suitable form for bringing that art in its physical aspect. If you're like the type to do like very painterly illustration stuff, some mediums you could look into, it would be like you know, prints, a desk mat, art books, postcard. Like that's a more direct way. So yeah, I think it really something to think about. Like how do you want to bring your art to life, and in what way? That is something you want to think. Because if you want to do like a really illustrated painted landscape, and you're like, I want to make this into a sticker, like sure, you could do that, but how can you make it like? How do you make this into an art form of itself, aside from what's being drawn on the piece of like file or paper, you know? File management. Panda has a lot to say about this.
Oh, file management. I am girl boss. So girl boss. I typically handle like some group orders for friends and bulk orders. So a lot of my files have to be very clean. Not only in like the folder management, but also like layers management or like in the actual file itself. You want to make sure that you have at least the standard one, I believe, is 300 dpi. I personally like to use 350 dpi for everything, just to give me like a leeway of space. And then also make sure, you know, when you start what kind of artwork you're doing, you have like kind of a clear goal. Having a clear goal is always going to be helpful for you, so that you know your intentions and what you intend to do. So let's say, for example, you want to do a big print, right? You would want like if you're gonna print like 11 by 17, you probably want to print do it on a canvas, maybe.
How's it going?
I would say like
currently
12 by 18.
Portfolio review right now. We're going over some
and make sure you know you have bleed around it, frame the composition well, and then make sure
pay attention.
It depends on each merchandise, right? Like what type of merch you're making. Each merchandise has a particular way of being produced, so you have to consider a lot of things like that. If you want to make things like apparel or like pins too, there's very certain colors that you can print from. Even like prints is also limiting colors. Like Jimbo is also like, you know, had problems with like getting the print to look exactly the way that he wanted it with his colors and intention, because digital would never look like, it would not always look like physical, right? And then there's also like different types of forms of files. So The power of knowledge. I think that's what it's called, or something. I don't remember what it's called, but not all producers, manufacturer producers, have the same access that artists do. So, like personally, I use Clip, and anyone who uses Clip knows that all the files save in a Clip file, but nothing else accesses Clip files besides Clip Studio, and not everybody has Clip Studio. I think PSD is a more friendly file type, and then there's also some menus who only take like Illustrator files, and some take like PDFs only. Like for prints, sometimes they take PDFs only and not PNGs or like JPEGs. It just really depends. You make sure you research beforehand, and this kind of thing it builds up over experience and stuff. Like even nowadays, I still like have to talk to menus a lot and like work with things with them, and then work around them to make the merch happen. But yeah. Do you want to add on this ones?
So one more thing, going off of research. Research, by the way, is very key, guys. You'll come to understand that you're basically only spending 10% of the time making art, and the whole 90% is doing stuff like this, like negotiating with your menu, like trying to get the files correct, getting it organized, talking with other people, negotiating, signing up for concerts. There's a whole like list of things. Like at the end of the day, this is still business. Going off of business, one thing you guys need to consider is what kind of art you're making, because if you're doing original art, there should be no problem. But if you're doing fan art, you're kind of treading into a whole new territory. So before you guys, because okay, there's a reason why you guys do more fan art than original art, because when you do original art, there's no pre-existing like fans. Yeah, fan base for it. Okay, so that's why it's really hard to sell original art. That's why when you go to conventions, you don't see a lot of original art because it's hard to sell. When you sell fan art, like, if you sell Demon Slayer, a lot of people will be like, I love Demon Slayer, I've watched Demon Slayer, like, I would love to get merch of it, versus your original series or original character, But before we jump into doing, like, fan art, before you're like, you know what, I'm gonna make a fan art of this and that, make sure you guys do your research and look at their copyright infringement like FAQ. Like for example, MiHoYo, the company of Genshin Impact, they clearly state that they're very flexible. Like you guys could do fan art and they'll encourage it. But if you make like up to a certain point, I believe like I don't remember the number, but like then you have to kind of like talk with them, negotiate with them. Riot, they are pretty lenient on like fan art. It's just that you guys can't use it for like funding purposes, So make sure you guys do your research, because here's a big one. If you do any Crunchyroll, they're very anal about that, and they will take down your stuff if they see it. So yeah, just make sure, do your research, which IP is okay to make fan art of, because assuming you're doing it, you're trying to profit, right? So make sure that they're okay with it, because just because everybody does it doesn't mean people are not going to get in trouble for it, So if you're going to do that, do your research, tread lightly, figure out which one's okay and which one's not okay to do, and we're going to move forward from that. Let's see. I think we can move on to the next one. Oh, production. Alright, guys. Where to get your stuff made? I think this is our favorite one. So we're gonna kind of go into sharing a few of our menus. We're gonna talk about like where to source it, how to find the right one, what is the difference between sourcing it locally and doing it overseas, and the pros and cons of it, okay? And what to expect. So there's a big one that I personally use a lot. I personally use Alibaba. I'm actually gonna share my screen for this one. Change window.
By the way, Pichu said that this PowerPoint is adorable. But at the same time, I'm also very, very impressed with how quickly you were able to put all this together within the limited amount of time that you had.
The 10 minutes for our private date.
We just brainstormed really hard and just whipped it up.
Yeah, but also the presentation is amazing.
Thank you. So for those who don't know or never heard of Alibaba, this is actually where most of the artists source their things. What I mean by source is where to get their things made. But one thing to consider is that Alibaba is an overseas production. But we're gonna go into that about like sourcing locally and overseas. We're just gonna focus on what Alibaba is about. Alibaba is basically where the magic happens. Where you bring your art to life. You can make a lot of things. You can make charms, enamel pins, apparels, all that. So we could go, for example, a lot of people will be like, cool, I go to Alibaba, what now? So usually you could just type in anything. You'd be like, what do I want to, make? You could even do like enamel pins. We'll just start from there. I think a lot of people are curious about that. There's enamel pins. You can make cups, apparels, anything, honestly, wherever your creativity takes you. So you type in enamel pins, and you see this like range, like, oh, it's 10 cents to 30 cents a piece. Okay, what now? You kind of scroll. To be honest, there's no right or wrong answer to how you find your menu, and this is the part that's gonna take the longest. Okay, it's the negotiating and talking with the person behind each of these clickable links. So you could kind of see how reliable it is by kind of looking at the rating. You're just gonna have to do your own research on it. But basically, you're gonna look, maybe something catches your eye, and you click on them. Look at the title, see if it's something that matches. You're like, 7-year, okay. Looks like there's 90 reviews, 5-star, solid. Let's try contacting them. So you usually click on them, and then it's gonna tell you all about it. Usually, the thing with Alibaba is that there is a high order quantity, because the thing with enamel pin production, and this doesn't go for everything. You can make jet tags, you can make like a whole bunch of other stuff, but the thing is, when you do overseas, it's a bit expensive to ship. Maybe I should go into like locally sourcing and overseas. Okay, so regarding to sourcing things locally, because you're like, I'm in the States, like I should just like source it like nearby me. Yes, you could do that, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. But it's a little bit more expensive, because at the end of the day, like Alibaba, these are like factory. You're working with factories basically. Whereas a lot of the people that source their stuff locally, you're working with other business owners. So there's pros and cons. The con of working, I guess not bad side, but the cons of like sourcing things locally is that it could get kind of expensive. But I would recommend it if you want to do like small batches, like, because for example, if you want to make a t-shirt and then you're like, well, I only want to try out one. I want to see what it looks like. I don't want to order like 100 like through Alibaba. Like that would be a good place for you to start, because you want to see how it turns out before you want to dip into doing a little bit more wholesale on your end, So, but for Alibaba, the thing is like you could get it so much cheaper. Maybe if you want to print because I personally done my research when I made my windbreakers. Like for example, trying to source it locally cost me like almost like, I don't think like $30. $30 for one jacket, $40 or something. Depending what you want, because there's different printing process, so it's a lot more expensive. But I do save on shipping costs, so all I have to do is just make the drive to pick it up. But if I source on Alibaba, I would probably get quotes like maybe like, I don't know, 15, 20. It really depends. At the end of the day, it's where you find. Everybody's going to offer you a different price range, and this is where the most of your time is going to come in, is shopping for the right price. That being said, shipping costs, because usually these are pretty heavy, your shipping cost is going to probably be a couple hundred. They're not scamming you. I thought I was getting scammed at first when they're like, your shipping cost is like $400, $500, $600. I'm like, you're kidding. That's so expensive. But that's just how it is. It's really expensive, especially if you're shipping by plane, which you'll get within like 3 to 7 days after production. But if you ship it by ship, that's gonna take probably a month, which would be a lot cheaper, but the wait time's gonna be a lot longer. So pros and cons to all these, turnaround's a little different with all that. But going back to Alibaba, so what you're gonna do after you kind of pick the one that you like, you're like, enamel pins, cool, I want this, I'm gonna try and reach out. You're gonna click contact supplier, and then we'll have to sign in, but it's gonna bring you up to a chat box, and then you're gonna be like, hi, I'm interested in getting like 100 enamel pins made. Can I get a quote for that? They're like, sure, can you show us your design? and then you show them your design, like what you want. Like it could be like a sketch. Usually how I set up my file is that I'll do my enamel pin design and then my Pantone colors next to it. How many pieces I want, what kind of metal I want, what kind of clutch I want. Do I want a backstab? It's just what I was like referencing about like the watermarking your enamel pins in a way. So there's a lot of extra cost depending what you want. Like if you want glitter, extra cost. If you want like pearlescent stuff, extra cost. If you want a bigger pin, extra cost. So everything's extra cost in a case. So you have to be very. The more descriptive you are about what you want in your like product, the better it is. And then from there, they could give you a quote, and see if that's something you're happy with. If you're like, I don't know, I'm gonna keep shopping around. That's when you're gonna have to keep looking, So again, this is where it takes the longest, is just shopping for the right menu. But again, each unit piece is gonna be a lot cheaper because you're ordering bulk, but shipping is gonna be really expensive. So that's where you could get stuff made. Another one that I would say Panda has the most experience would be Volgrace. I don't know, Panda, do you want to share a screen for Volgrace and navigate them to that?
You could just pull up Volgrace.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, people, we actually had a few questions, so you don't mind pausing for just a second.
Okay.
We had a question from Pixie. Do you know if there is much issue with lewd art with manufacturers?
I don't think so. Okay.
I don't think so either. Like whenever I print stuff, like people are like, "Whoa, booba." No, we don't like your kind around here, and they just kind of reject me. I can't imagine them.
Here, you guys could actually make Dakimakura pillows, right? Is that what it's called?
Oh, be careful.
Pillows. Oh wait, yeah, you're right.
What are you trying to do, Pat? What are you doing? I was about to say Panda out of habit.
Whoa. Okay, well I forgot. I totally forgot. We're off stream. But as you can see, you can make lewd pillows, okay, through Alibaba. You can make lewd pillows, so this should be no problem. Okay, but I'm not gonna lie. I tried making like lewd merch before, and I did find that when I try to source them locally, they're a little. I don't know. Like, I think people are a little more sensitive to this kind of thing. When I try to source it locally, they're like, "Oh, I'm not very comfortable with that." But when I do it through Alibaba, they're like, "Okay, it's just business for them." Yeah, exactly. So it depends. I never had an issue with Alibaba, but if you want to do it locally, you might find that you might get a little judged, and they might even straight up reject your art. But yeah, I think everybody
depends on what it is too.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really dependent. It's really hard to say, but I mean, if there's lewd merch out there, they're bound. They're made, so you have a chance. You could shoot your shot, honey.
Yeah, you guys could make your booba mouse pads through Alibaba too. So there's no line drawn to these kind of things, honestly.
Yeah, I think on that note too, another thing I wanted to say is, out of all the other disciplines that we have for the portfolio reviews, I think that this one is probably the hardest to get everything together, because it's all like self-made business, right? Pretty much. But also, I think the entry is pretty low. There's like no barrier to entry. The barrier to entry is information. That's it.
Yes.
Like, you have to do research. You have to do like, make comparisons, like price point comparisons between which is going to be better for you timing wise, and also financially incentive, right? Like what's going to be cheaper for you, and whatever is deliverable and quality wise, like all that stuff is information. And I think like this is all going to be based on your own work and your own knowledge, rather than connections in the traditional sense, where you're trying to make connections to get a certain job, or maybe even have attain the skill level that you know that a certain industry is looking for. This isn't really the same game. It's a different game altogether. It's like you can pretty much do whatever you want, but you have to get into this flow of manufacturing and understanding the cycle. So that's something that I wanted to point out, because it's very different than a lot of the overarching ideas of what it's like to be an artist that makes their own living, right?
Yeah. It's really hard. This is like where you take on your own reins to become the CEO.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other ones is that you're drawing art for other people. Obviously, it's really hard to say, but you have a way to do it.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, Cynics and Cynics' people, hello,
Talk
how's it
about
going?
things then?
We are currently doing some portfolio reviews, but we're actually pre-portfolio
Okay, I'm sorry.
reviews. We're actually going over the production process of merchandising and art as products. So prints, pins, charms, apparel, you name it. And Superlens and Panda here, which by the way, can we get a shout out for them? They are my guests, and they are currently going over, the production cycle before we even do our reviews. We actually have 4 reviews after this to do. So if you want to stick around by, please do. Cynics, thank you once again for rating. I know you're kind of a dump and run kind of a person. I still haven't built that mech, by the way. I'm still waiting for the perfect opportune time to do it. But miss you, buddy. PP reviews pre-portfolio. Jesus. Yes, we're doing PP reviews. Yes. But yes, it's good to see you, Cynics. And yeah, we're gonna be getting back to our little presentation here that I actually didn't even know they had for me. They were, I didn't expect a whole presentation. I thought we were gonna go straight into portfolio reviews, and here we are with them divulging the secrets of the entire business on this stream. So thank Superlens and Panda for being here. It's all good. Take your time with the mech. do gotta run. All right, Cynics, have a good one. Have a good night, and thank you again for coming by. All right, guys.
Hey.
Hi.
How about we talk about Vogris really quick, and then go into portfolio reviewing, and then bounce back, and then we can expand and have questions answered.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
What you said, Pixie Powder Puff, we're definitely gonna go over that. Yeah, so we'll talk about this.
Yeah.
I have a table display later.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Panda, just if you want, you can tell me where to click and I'll follow.
Okay, yeah.
Or scroll.
So this is Vogris. Actually, Vogris is on Alibaba, but because they work so much with like, especially overseas people, they made a website, and this is like a very user-friendly website, which user-friendly is my favorite word ever. Like, you guys should always be user-friendly. Always think about your demographic, right? That's probably why Vogris is so successful. But they do also reach out into like a lot of different types of merch types. So if you want to start somewhere, Vogris is always very friendly for beginners. Not only that, but there's also things to consider as well when you go on like Alibaba, is that most of the people are from Asia. So there's gonna be a little bit of a language barrier sometimes, depending on like which menus you reach out to. Vogris is typically like very English friendly. They're also very quick to reply. They have like dedicated teams who are like meant to be replying to your emails and handling your orders. So it's like, it's kind of like if you have like Staples versus like a local place where you get like goods like a compared, but Vogris offers a lot of things. So like, for example, on the top you can see, if you scroll through it, there's like custom keychains, custom stickers, washi tape, standees. They also have like tote bags. They have little like pouch bags, like a lot of things. You can, if you're planning to make merch, I recommend just browsing Vogris. You don't have to check out. You can just browse and see what kind of merch you can make, because I think like one of the biggest things about making merch is that you should know and research and like walk down artist alley, go online, look shopping and stuff, see what everybody else is doing, right? Because if they're doing something must be going right. Feel free to research into all those kind of things. There's like so many things you can make, things that you're not even aware of. But yeah, Vogris super friendly. I think that's all I really have to say for it. It's really something you should just research yourself and look over it.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's like Panda said, it's a great way to brainstorm what you want to make. Like washi tapes, acrylic standees, like that's something that never occurred to me that I could do with my art. Like if you guys, I know a bunch of you guys love character design here, so imagine having acrylic standee of your OC character. Think about how cool that would be, And also, like, if you want to reach out to Alibaba, but you don't even know what to say about what you want, Vograce is great because they literally have a template of what you need. Like, you could be like, oh, double-sided, same design. I want a double-sided acrylic stand. You know, I want one side epoxy, the other side glitter. You know, So there's like a whole template of what you need to tell your menu. So this translates very well if you want to take it to Alibaba also. Like keychains, you know, there's so many ways to make a keychain that I didn't even know myself. Like whether you want it double-sided or one side, you know, do you want glitter, do you want holographic on it, how big you want your charms, and over here there's like a whole key of like what kind of like asp you want, you know, you gotta choose from that. How many quantity, you know, this tells you literally everything. So honestly, Vograce is probably the most beginner friendly regarding to sourcing your things overseas before you want to jump to Alibaba. But otherwise, like, you know, everything has its pros and cons. At the end of the day, you still need to do your research. Even though we're kind of giving you all the like the tips and tricks, you still need to figure out what is right for you. What may work for other people may not work for you too. Yeah, so there's a whole bunch here.
There's also like things to consider. Like Lens and I have been doing this for years. You're bound to fail at some point. There's like no way you're gonna get 100% on everything. Like life is not 100%, right? Lens and I, when we first started, we like struggled a lot with like menus. I've switched menus multiple times from like my enamel pins. I only found one like last year, and I've been doing like tabling for years, right? I only found one last year that I was actually satisfied with. Well, at least till now still. It's a fail and learn process kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I do want to give a tip if you do start doing merch, is that don't go too crazy.
Start small.
Take it. Yeah, start small. Take it slow. I still have fucking prints from like 2019, bro. Like, and I feel bad throwing it away too. So I'm like, my old art, you know, like art is like wine. It's gonna age very well. So like, you can take it slow. You don't have to go crazy. You don't have to go bulk. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do that. Like, yeah, take it slow, and it's a learning process.
Wait, art is like wine? Like you mean
like fine wine? It ages well.
You sure about that? I think my art ages like milk, dude. Like
like crusty and like
yeah,
you can
like
store
I
it for
don't
later, and like
yeah, it smells
but, like,
really bad. The older
Jimbo,
it is,
like the mold makes it special, and it makes it taste different.
The unique kind of smell,
like blue cheese.
Yeah, like ellipse. You know, it's like very special and different.
Like what?
Ellipse.
What is? Oh.
Oh.
Continue.
Boomer.
But yeah, something to like when I first started, because I only made prints back then. The person that I used to go to make prints, I didn't realize how much of a ripoff it was, but he charged me basically like $5 a print, and then I sold it for like $20, and then I had to pay him to like drop off the delivery fee. Yeah, so we all start from somewhere, and I think that's why, like, you know, we call this trade secrets, because we've been doing it for so many years. You know, like everybody goes through it differently, and this is why we kind of go into why we don't share menus. Let me change my window real quick.
Information is like so important. Information is game changing, especially in like making merch, and especially like if you're doing con stuff, because information is literally the game, because trends come and go. You have to keep up. It's like that's the game for business, right? It's like knowing and having the info. Yeah.
One more thing to add to this is that if you guys do overseas, expect it to be like a month to 2 months before you receive your product, because usually like for example, I think a lot of pins will take like 1 to 1.5 months depending on the complexity of the design. Even after they finish it, the thing is like they have to like confirm with you to see if your file is right and all that. Actually, here, Jim, I'll take care of the raid real quick.
Hold!
I'm getting off the boat!
Schwa, thank you so much for coming by. People from Schwa's channel, hi, my name is Ao Jumba, and currently we are doing, or rather about to do, portfolio reviews. We have an intro presentation that was unexpected from Panda and Superlens here, who are very devout in their craft of art as merchandise and as product and branding. So that's what they're here to talk to us about tonight, and how we're going to be looking through the lens of these portfolios. That's basically what we're doing tonight. Shaw, if there's anything that you wanted to share with us, please put a link in the chat. I will not pull it up today because, you know, it's just too much work, but everybody else can check it out. Yeah. Without any further ado, you guys can move on. Thank you for pausing.
So, yes. Yeah, for those that are coming in, I'm Superlens, and then Pandailee. We're both doing this presentation here. But we've kind of talked about quite a few things. Like we talked about like our branding, how to brand yourself as an artist, how to design for to prepare for merch making, and then where to source or where to get things made. So we're almost reaching to the end of that. So one thing to consider going off of like sourcing your things overseas is that it takes a while. You're looking at probably 1 to 2 months potentially, depending how many like a quantity and the quality, like how complex is their design, what do you expect of it? Because sometimes, you know, like people make enamel pins and they want like a certain gimmick to it. Like for those that don't know, like I make magnet pins for some of my Elden Ring pins I do, and that was a more complex design, so it took extra long to make. But it's not just production time, it's for them to confirm with their files, you know, going back and forth, because they usually they have to set up the file and they have to get your approval before they even go in production, and that takes some time. And then after that, the production time takes a while, and then usually you're expecting like a week to get it shipped. So this is where you have to really plan ahead, especially if you're doing conventions. So keep that in mind. Whereas doing it locally, it'll be faster and you don't have to pay for shipping. But again, pros and cons to each, so you just have to figure out what works best for you. And then we're gonna go. Huh? Go ahead.
You should also be aware that most of these people are from Asia, so depending on where you are, your active time may be different from their active time. I usually work during the night, and I'm usually talking to my menu during the night. But if you're not active during that time, you know, you're gonna be going back and forth really late.
Yep. Sometimes even just asking for a quote, you might find that might take like a few days, and it's not like a immediate response, and that's okay. That's again, you'll find that 10% of the time you're actually drawing, but like the other part of the 9%, it's like doing stuff like this, you know, trying to find your menu and all that. We're gonna go into why we don't share menus before we go into portfolio review, before we loop back to this, but there's a reason why people don't share their manufacturer, because I'm sure some of you guys may have come up to some artists and be like, where'd you get this made? And to be quite honest, I myself don't really like being approached about that question, because first of all, I think as we said before, a lot of research. Like Panda and I have been doing this for years. Again, we went through so many trial and errors to get to where we are. You know, if we could simply ask somebody where to get them made, you know, maybe those times that, you know, those money could have gone to a better place, you know. But people don't want to share for many reasons, one of them being that. Another reason why is because if there has been like cases where an artist will share their, like, for example, where they get their enamel pins made, and they'll be like, where'd you get it made? And they share it to like 5 other people. And then imagine if each of those 5 people have 1,000 pins to make each. All of a sudden, you know, their factory's backed up and the quality goes down and they can't make their deadlines. This is a very common occurrence for a lot of artists, and, you know, a lot of artists kind of learn from that, and that is why they don't want to share, because like I think Vogue Grace was kind of one of them, to be honest. But I think they hired more staff to kind of manage it a bit more efficiently. But there has been a case before, like for example, Vogue Grace. Everybody knew about Vogue Grace, but Vogue Grace was kind of small, and then, you know, quality went down. The turnaround time wasn't met, you know. So I think specifically when it comes to like Alibaba, especially because it's so expensive to get it shipped, especially with like enamel pins or whatever you're making. Like if the quality isn't good, you basically just wasted money, because now you have a bunch of B-grade pins that's not up to par, and you're like, how can I sell these? This isn't the right color. This isn't this, you know. But yeah, you have anything to add to that, Panda?
No, yeah, I agree with everything on that. I think I think personally people don't approach me about that kind of stuff so much anyways. I have like I've been told I have a lot of intimidating aura, so people don't really ask me that. But you know, like personally, I do have some friends that I talk to about menus. And I always want to like make sure that they know because value information is like extremely valuable. Like I always make sure like I tell them that I'm super grateful and I'm more than happy to trade back or like at some point I also would like to like pay them in some way or like give them referrals with their menu and stuff. That kind of stuff is like invaluable. Honestly, no price.
Yeah, but if you guys ever ask someone for that, choose your word a bit carefully. I think a lot of artists are very sensitive to that, because it could come off as a little bit of an insult. It's kind of like it might show that you didn't do your research, and I think a lot of artists will not find that question very pleasing. But most and foremost, it's just the fact that like we're all doing our best, and please don't take it personally when someone doesn't want to give you their menu, because this person done their own research. They probably put thousands of dollars into working through trial and error with certain menus, like
it also depends, I think. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I think it also depends on who you ask and what you're asking about, and how you frame a question as well. Like, for example, like what you were saying about like, oh, where do you get this done? Like, that is such a general question, and it kind of shows someone's inexperience and like maybe not having gone through the trials and tribulations that you have. But if they're asking about something super particular, sometimes it comes off the right way. Like, it feels like, oh, maybe they are really just asking about this particular niche thing that is actually, in your experience, really difficult to find an answer for. So you want to help that person because now you have a mutual understanding. They're using terms and vernacular that you are familiar with, and you're both like kind of, it makes it so that you both know that you're in the space, right? And that this person is really just looking for this one particular thing to really drive the vehicle of their business. And like in that case, it feels a lot more you feel a lot more inclined to help this person because they've been trying to help themselves already. So that is definitely an exception, right?
Yeah, like usually if people come up to me, if they go like, how do you get this made, or where do you get this made, it's like, I don't know. I don't really want to answer that because it just kind of comes off as you really not doing your research. Because I respect people who've done their research and they're seeking to better improve themselves. Not so much as people who just kind of nonchalantly come and ask, and it's like, yo, Google could probably answer that, Like you said, Jimbo, like if it's like a person who kind of shows that they've done their research, they're using, it's a very specific question that only they have done it themselves, that they understand, that I'm more than happy to like answer and help them out. I think like I had someone who go like, oh, so like how do you get this so that it's like I forgot what they asked, but it's kind of like, how do you get it so that I have like these like marks that I try cleaning off, how do I make it so that it's clean, or like very, very specific question to show that they've dabbled in it themselves, and not so much as they're just coming in, honing in, on what I know about my trade secrets and all that. I mean, it's not really a secret at the end of the day. There's a lot of research, but I think that we're more inclined to help people who've, gone through their own trial and errors too, I would say.
Yeah, it's kind of, just think about it as like when you're in school and then some guy just comes up and is like, what'd you get for number 3? And you can copy your homework right now.
Yeah.
Or like someone who's like, so how did you approach the problem for number 3? And then like, what answer did you get? Because I want to check with you like my answer. Something, it's all just social etiquette. It's really hard to say.
Yeah, Patty, you would know, right? With this whole project, with this whole presentation, you just kind of came in and lashed yourself.
So
put your name on it.
You have to just
while
really
Lens did all the work.
Like, think about like when you do, and they're on to me.
Oh.
But yeah, you know what? Okay, so are you guys finished with? Oh, what the heck happened?
We have one more slide, but we're gonna bounce into that. We're gonna talk about shops and table display and all that, but I think portfolio reviews should be the right time because I know it's getting kind of late.
I think so as well.
Yeah, so we should do portfolio review.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so before we do that, real quick, I want you to share. You guys still didn't introduce yourselves, by the way. I asked for an introduction over an hour ago.
I thought we did.
I mean, the kind of introduction that I wanted was for you guys to show your shop. Is that okay? You guys want to show your shops
is that the
real quick?
introduction you
No.
want?
Yeah, I want you guys to show your shop just because it's a good like. Not, I'm not trying to
Frame of
just.
reference.
It's not because I want to promote my friends or anything. It's yeah, it's a frame of reference, right? Like because we as
You don't wanna
professionals in
promote
the
me, bro?
space. No.
Hype me up, man.
Who want to hype you
Alright,
up?
you're
Jeez,
cheerleaders.
you?
Go on. Show
Yeah,
our
no.
shops.
No, you show it. You already have it. You already have it.
okay.
Yeah, just pull it up. Pull it up. Pull up your shop.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna hype
Hype her
Panda
up. Hype her up.
I'll hype Panda. I'm gonna hype
Hype
Panda
her
up.
up.
Alright. Hang on.
Yeah.
Change that.
Yeah, people, if you guys don't already know, this is Pandailee. Do you prefer Pandailee or Pandailee?
You know? Well, anyways.
Pandai?
Dude, honestly, I don't know. People just call me whatever the fuck you want, dude.
I'm
I'll
just
be
gonna
honest.
call you that. This is Panda. You see your name right there in the title. This is Superlens.
That's crazy.
To the right of Panda. And they are artists who create product. They create merchandise and are in the convention space. They table at conventions and sell their stuff and make a living that way. They are people that I very much trust to be giving this presentation / review because they are very experienced in this space. So,
Help me.
Alright,
this is
so
Panda's
is Panda.
website.
I'm gonna hype her up. Okay, guys, this is Pandailee. She does a lot of. She's just in a lot of fandom, as she most commonly says. So you could kind of see a lot. I think what makes her shop stand out is the fact that we could immediately see what kind of product she's selling here. We see that there's enamel pins, charms, everything's in your face, which is nice because let's be real, humans, we're all lazy by nature. Okay, we have 3-second attention span. If we don't understand what we're seeing, we move on. But what we see here is that like it's all in her face. She's already got us figured out for you guys, so it's really nice to see. It's really quick to browse. We could see that she has pre-orders, so we see that she has an ongoing project going on right now. All products, and then shop by fandom, where she actually lists out what kind of genre of things you like. You see games, you see the Valorant, K-pop VTuber. It's literally on your face. It cannot get any more simple than that. Yeah, pins, stickers, charms. Actually really smart, because I think that a lot of people sometimes they'd be like, oh, I'm looking for VTuber, but like I don't really know where to go from there. Like it's literally all listed out. It cannot get any more self-explanatory than that. And I think one thing, this is where we go back to branding, guys, where we talk about colors. If you guys go to her shop, you see white, black, and blue. That's the color we're seeing right now. That's a branding that's being established on its own right now. Because if you guys could see like the graphic designs, for example, on these enamel pins that she does, we see blue, white, black. It's all there. Again, that's another way to solidify what your branding is. Product type. So she really kind of like dumbs it down for her customers. Basically, it cannot like you could shop by IP or
UI
you could
is
shop
so
by.
important.
I agree.
Yeah.
You can see what kind of like product you're looking for. Everything's literally in your face, which is really important. You got enamel pins, different IPs, and then obviously like most shop, having it about me is kind of important because it's a chance to show who you are as an artist aside from your art. I know there's a whole thing like let the art speak for itself, but no. Sometimes it's about who the artist is. Like I think people are a little bit more inclined to. This is part of marketing also. People are a little bit more inclined to like buy things from artists where they want to support the artist's journey, So there's like a little part to kind of showcase who you are. It could be anything about your history, your art style, or what kind of, things you sell, what kind of artist you are. That's something you could put in there. Panda's not the only artist with a shop. You guys could definitely look at other artists for research. Remember, guys, research is key. Plagiarizing is not, but you could take, learn to, take reference, what you like about their website and how to like grow from there. Obviously, you cannot forget a contact page. Very important. Otherwise, how's your customer gonna reach out to you if something happens? And then we have for Instagram. We're gonna go into like social media and online shop a little bit more, but right now we're just giving a quick introduction. And then Panda has super cute things. As you can see, we can see her merch. We can see some of the art she does. I can't click without logging in. We can see that she does like a bit of commission. you know, your social media is a place where you can show more of who you are as an artist, and are we just in love with Panda's art?
Also, social media is really good because, like my shop, the more you post on social media, the more often it is, the more you reestablish your name in people's face. Because the feed is like natural, right? So, the more you put it in there, it's free market space basically.
We got a little bit more. We've got her shop commission, which event she's attending. Again, we're gonna go a bit more into online shop, you know, conventions and all that after the portfolio review. But this is just a little intro. That's just me hyping up Panda for now.
All right, now yourself.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hype yourself. Hype yourself.
I don't know how to hype myself.
I'm on my way. I'm a simp.
All right, Panda's got it.
Hey, here, hold on.
Oh, you're gonna have to, oh,
No, it's fine. Trust me.
pull it up. Hurry up.
Okay.
Hurry.
Oh fuck! Wait, no! Don't look!
Wait, what is
she
this?
changed her name. She changed her name.
Uh,
Oh god, hold on. It's because you put Superlens shop. Listen. Oh my god! Don't look at me! Don't look at me! Oh, hold on. Okay. Wait. Dude.
Panda, you're getting a C for this.
Dude.
Didn't participate in the presentation. Didn't do jack shit. Like you couldn't prove you couldn't do your proofs.
Dude.
Don't know the Pythagorean theorem. Transitive property. Quadratic formula. It's all gone.
I'm sick of your shit.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, they didn't see it, thank god.
No, yeah, I didn't pull it up because I'm smarter than that.
Okay, so one thing about Lens, immediately when you go to anything of Lenses is that she already established a brand of her pink, purple, blue gradient. Even her OC is like that, right? This is the Superlens OC. Everything is within the ease of access. I think that's the most important is that,
wait, I think that's my portfolio website.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not mine. Wait, Rob! Honey!
Wait.
Hey.
You can't just like exit out. You're going straight to Twitter. Okay.
So like the pink and blue still translates because that's part of the branding and
Yeah, there you go.
Motherfucker, dude.
You guys talk.
You went to Twitter. We could have seen anything. It could have. Whoa!
I'm just hyping it up, man. I'm gonna click on all of them. Doesn't even matter.
What?
Anyways, this is Lens's Instagram. I think Lens has pretty good I think out of all of us probably has one of the best social presence because not only Lens does this thing where personally it doesn't work for me, but Lens also presents themselves in them as a person, as a human, as an artist, and that they are a small business, right? Your story is very impactful on people. Like it makes you feel connected. It makes connections. People are based off of like connections, you know. So Lens does this really well on her Instagram, alongside with all her art too, right? Let's see, and then here's your shop. Let's go.
Wait, before you go there, can we?
You want boss?
Can we go look at the random giveaway? Yeah, I fucking do it.
I need to announce the winner still for Carlos.
Okay.
I gotta name all the people.
Carlos. Can you
Can you
name
describe what this is? Can you tell the viewers out there and make can you hype this guy up?
Okay, so I didn't have a name for him, but I've chosen a few names I like. One of the name that stood to me particular was called Carlos, which means free man in Spanish. So I'm like, that's what I'm gonna name him. Anyway, so I'm calling him Carlos. So basically, Carlos is just this random doodle because I was trying to show my sister how to use Procreate because she wanted to do art because she thought that maybe this is something she might want to dabble in. So I was trying to show her how Procreate worked, and I drew Carlos out of nowhere, and then I showed it to Panda and Jimbo, and they thought it was hilarious, and that I should just, for every few orders, just randomly, I drop Carlos into an order, and if somebody gets it, it's gonna be like a lucky charm, basically. It's a lucky enamel pin. So it's limited quantity, and I'm giving these out for free. After that, no more.
And you said they're gonna
anyway.
be like really small, right? They're gonna be like small,
Yeah, they're gonna
super
be
small
tiny,
things.
tiny.
I can't wait to get my hands on a Carlos.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna eat it.
So I'm gonna name it Carlos. I don't know. Everybody had a lot of cute name suggestions, but somebody just put Carlos, and I'm like, I don't know why it's so perfect. It's such a simple and straightforward name. There's nothing more perfect than this. Anyway.
Can I present to you that you name it Carlos, Trina, Bauhan, Frankie, Scribbles, Spleef, Jeff Stick, Tratrice, these monkeys?
Anyway.
Like, make it really long.
Anyway.
I suggested
Carlos
Grinkle,
be like a
alright?
shiny Pokemon.
Grinkle, Crankle.
Grinkle. I'm saving that name for something else for sure.
Alright. Okay. Well, anyways, let's go back to
continue
here. And then you guys see, like, Lens has, like, I think having, like, a little logo is always really nice. You can use it for all your representation and making... It's kind of like, you know, if you place it everywhere, you Pavlov them into remembering you. And then you assert your dominance. Okay? So, the color scheme and then, like, having a little logo. Lens already has... I think this picture is fantastic, where it shows, like, a taste of everything. Lens also has, like, a really good formula to like, her chibis. It's consistent against the thing. I think, like, just like art, there is a good amount of consistency slash like accents that is important, that makes things interesting, right? Like when you look across a piece, you don't want it to be too static. You want it to have like variations. That's why there's like line weight, all that stuff, right? I think Lens does a really good job with these. And then she also has like these like her banger ones, super big on the screen right here. And then each one as you go down, there are multiple photos. Me with my shitty ass attention span, I love when the photos do this. You know? Yeah, stuff like that. And then there's also like a lot more to tell you about. I think when Lens had it on this one, she has her banger windbreakers. These are important. You want to make sure that your hard-hitting guys are always in the front, right?
Yeah,
They didn't...
I just swapped it out recently, but yes, I agree.
You lied!
I recently
me!
It's still in the shop, but I just replaced it with something more new, that's all.
Can't believe this. But anyways, yeah, and then I think like keeping your stuff simple and clean, especially on cards, is really important because like you gotta think about when people are browsing cards. Usually I'm browsing it like typically I browse it when I'm on Twitch, right? I'll click into it and I'll be like, oh, what's this, what's that? And I'll click into a bunch of things. But if it's like too convoluted, it's just overwhelming. As with like almost anything that you're presented with, if like someone's Twitter is like full of memes, it's just too overwhelming. There's like nothing I could see straight to the point. I have like tiny attention span. I need it straight to me quick and fast, right? Which is perfect, which is like these icons are perfect. They just take you straight to all the stuff that you need to see, all the important stuff, right? Yeah.
Cool.
Anyways, go next. Cool.
Good intros.
Full
good
review
intros.
time.
All right, we'll do the reviews. Let me go ahead and pull those up for you. I actually have had them pulled up for the last 2 hours, but
That's crazy.
yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? Kind of like I had things lined up.
It's not like we held you
it's-
hostage for 2 hours.
It's kind of like
Or
it's
one
my.
and a half.
It's almost like it's my stream or something. And I'm supposed to run
It's
it.
crazy.
It's kind of crazy, just a little crazy. But let me go ahead and share this with you guys as well. Give me a second while I do that. So that way we can all talk about the same thing, right? Am I already streaming it? I wasn't. That for now.
I mean, you could just open up your own
Oh, here we go.
preview
Yeah,
and
I got
stream this
it.
motherfucker.
I got it.
Oh.
All right. There we go.
Boomer.
Okay, so we're gonna start with the portfolio reviews now. This one is Pichu's. Pichu is in chat at the moment, I'm pretty sure. And I put Pichu here because I feel like stylistically, Pichu was okay with any day, but I put her here because I think stylistically, I think it could speak more to the way that you guys do your art over the other guests.
They're telling you to refresh it. I think Pichu has.
Yeah, I
something
reloaded it.
refreshed
I
too.
did refresh
Yeah.
the page. I refreshed it multiple times.
Right now.
Refresh it again.
I did it again.
Madge.
Is that better? What?
Oh, yo, I got that too!
What the fuck?
Yo, they're hacking into us, you know.
Are you a Tumblr employee? Are you trying to get me to sign up here?
She says
This isn't right.
Do you want us to
try it
maybe
again.
go to do maybe somebody else's portfolio first? So
And then
Yeah,
Pichu give
you
us
know
the
what?
new
Yeah,
link.
if you could somehow figure this out first, Pichu, and then I can. Yeah, and maybe you can upload to another
we'll
site.
revisit your
Oh, this is also important. If you use social media, you have to be careful because
Make sure, yeah, you know what? This is a really good
you have to
teaching
be ease of
moment.
access.
Don't
Yeah,
don't have this. Like if there's a site that makes you have to sign up for something for you to actually see your work, that's another.
dodged.
That this is a huge filter.
Yep.
And it just happened right now live on stream. So, yeah. That's definitely
Always
something
make
to be
sure
learned.
to. Yeah.
You also have to think about like when you're doing portfolios. So remember like your goal, right? These people are reviewing like a lot of stuff. I'm not gonna be spending like 20 minutes to really invest in you, unless you have something that catches my eye. So like be quick, make it ease of access.
Make it
you know,
yeah.
that kind of
That's also
stuff.
why having your own website has an advantage as well, because you don't have to run into all that stuff. Even I think ArtStation has stuff like this sometimes. I think so. Just be careful with this. So we'll move on to the next one for now, Pichu. But we'll come back to yours. All right. Just send us a new link. Put it in Saturday submissions. I'll still count it even though it's after the cutoff, if possible. Have a good one, Tay. And yeah, we'll go next to Lily Bunby.
Yes, we'll come back to yours report, PG. Don't worry.
Okay, so
yeah,
this is Lily Bunby's homepage here.
Cute.
What do you guys think about? What do you think about the homepage? So when we're critiquing, we're not just critiquing the art. I think that you know, especially for this day, we're also creating. We're also critiquing and like reviewing the website in general because of ease of access, you know, branding and all that stuff. Like it's all built into the website, and it's also something to be considered. So I think like, you know, when we consider and we're looking at these portfolios for today, you know, looking at the website, the branding is also going to be important. So go for it.
Okay, so one thing I want to ask first is that are we, because there's different kind of portfolio review. Are we reviewing them as like, you know, like corporate, like hiring them for like for hire, or are we reviewing them as like if they're applying to conventions and stuff like that, or how are we reviewing this?
The latter more so, and also as merchandising and product.
Okay.
Like so that's
I guess also like as consumers, I think
as consumers, and also like thinking about like branding and all that stuff. So basically, being your own business, and you can also crit the art as well. I'm not holding you back from that either. So I know that Lens, you have professional industry experience, and Panda, you also have a really keen eye for graphic design. So like stuff like that, like. Yeah, that's the only compliment you're getting from me entire lifetime. Anyways, yeah, you can always comment on any of that stuff too. So feel free to just go off and like don't feel like you need to hold back in those ways. Yeah, like, but you know, also don't like be an asshole.
Me?
Yeah, you. I'm looking at you. Actually, both of you.
We're bantering too much. You're supposed to be professional.
I think this is really cute. I love how you're following a color palette. I think it makes it really easy to read. You know, I see like I mean, my screen could be different. I'm guessing that's like a very dark blue black kind of thing. Goes well with orange, white, very straightforward. I like how everything you labeled it: home, art, about, commission, shop, and your social media. I think this is like a really perfect example of what I would like to see, not just as a consumer, but if you were applying to conventions, I'd be like, cool. So far, it looks easy to navigate. I'm down to like keep going, you know, and review more.
So I was already like looking through your site a lot prior, but personally, if I was reviewing this kind of stuff as like a person going through a lot of portfolios, I don't like having to scroll too much. I like when everything is like on the page. I do like that you have the branding for that front page, but personally, when you click into like art, you're gonna have to scroll down, which is just too much work in general. If I have to review, like, imagine if I was AX, I had to review 1,000 applications. It's not that big of a deal, but the more easy it is to see your stuff and quick and impact that you can make, it's really important. It's the same thing like when you set up a convention table, right? It's like immediately, if you don't catch my attention, I'm walking away. You only have 2 seconds, like. But yeah, I do again like I also really like the color scheme too. Go on, Lens. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. So I guess a solid tip. This goes out to all across the board, not just if you're trying to get to the industry or trying to get conventions or whatnot. Post your best work, not how many work you could show. So if you're choosing 5 to show right here, right now, Lily, make sure it's your best work. Aside from that, I think that honestly, you might just be a little better off putting this in a separate page and not put it as one, because for me it was not instinctual to scroll down, so some people might miss out on that. I think less is more in this case, so you might want to shift that over to your art page instead, because that's where we're gonna go there anyway.
Oh, this
but
is the art
just...
page.
Oh, did you click there?
Yeah,
oh,
I
okay,
clicked
okay.
there.
I thought this was like part of the homepage for a
No,
second.
this is the art
So
page,
I was
yeah.
like, okay, this is good then.
Yeah. Something I think I would say about this page is like, I think Panda's right in that, like, you know, scrolling is
Yeah.
you know, pretty, it's not hard, but it's like, you know, again, when you have like thousands of applications to go through, like, you kind of have to put yourself into the mindset of somebody who has to go through these things, and the easier that you make it for them, the better experience they're going to have with it, and the better you kind of guide their experience to be a positive one, right?
Yep.
So I think one really easy thing is if you could somehow minimize this banner up here.
Yep.
And maybe shrink it up so that it's just these socials and maybe your name, and it's just like up here, and then all of this stuff is popped up to the top, and immediately once we click on art, we see your work, and then maybe the next line could be cut off, right? That also leads them into wanting to scroll rather than like all this being complete up here and then like, oh, you know.
Yeah, I would have
So-
loved to see your art right off the bat when Jimbo clicked art. Like, for me, I didn't even realize you had to scroll down because the banner was so big. Because I thought your banner was the page itself. I didn't realize that was like, you know, part of it. So yeah, definitely. If you
Stuff like that seems really inconsequential, right off the bat, because it's like, who wouldn't scroll down, you know? But it's little things like that that kind of like will be deciding factors, weirdly.
It is. It's also like curse of knowledge, you know, like it seems, because we're on the internet all the time, it seems like this kind of thing is like very natural for us. But sometimes, like, you know, AX may not necessarily, you don't know, like the world is not like formulated that way, where they might just hire a normie and then just be like, which one do you like? Pick the ones that you like, because it might be easier for them. So they'll just have someone that doesn't like necessarily use technology, or they're not really into art, and then they're scrolling to this kind of thing. You have to be like very extremely general friendly. You don't know who's gonna be looking at it, right? So
graphic design.
Graphic design is really important.
You're curating like a space, so make sure it's something that's, whatever you do with your page, make sure it feels instinctual to the other. I think it's great that you're letting us review it, because I was about to go into like, you know, always have someone take a look, double check, you know.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's great that you're even doing this portfolio review. I think before, like, I would like to keep everything to myself, because I was like, you know, I'm probably writing this, you know, I got it under my belt. But I do realize how important it is to have like other people review your work and make sure, like, because whatever makes sense to you may not make sense to other people. So again, it's great that you're doing this.
Before we move on from the art section, is there anything that you want to say about the art itself?
I do like the variation. So like the top one has like showcase of like lighting and stuff. So when I looked at this, if you were to make a shot from this, I expect prints. Just prints. That's all I expect. All I see is like, you know, little pinups, mainly character types. Looking at this, I see that it's mainly, I would say it's like fan art. For sure I know the top two, the top middle one and the bottom one is like fan art, so I'm expecting a lot more fan art stuff rather than like original stuff. Maybe like the bottom right indicates a little more original, but yeah, looking at all this, I see only prints. I see that you're only probably selling prints. I don't know if that's your intention, but that's what it's giving off to me. I also like how they're evenly spaced, and that they have like little drop shadows and stuff. It really helps me read it easier, kind of stuff. Yeah, so if I was looking at this, I would think you either sell prints or you do portrait commissions, and that's it. I don't see anything else that I would take away from your site.
Okay. Lens?
So I think that with the pieces you're choosing, I think I personally would like to see, if we're gonna get into the more technical aspect, I think I would like to see a little more consistency of what you like to draw. Because I see you doing fan arts of many different things, from what I see, but I'd like to see something a little bit more consistent. What I can mean is that, like for example, top left, you have very dramatic lighting. You know, you can see it from how it's lit from like top down. So I kind of expect to see like maybe similar dramatic lighting, because you have strong lighting in that one, and then on the bottom right, it's I don't really see much values or lighting going on. So or like for example, the Chainsaw Man fan art you did, like I see a little bit more graphic design. So I would have loved to see a little bit more, like a bit more framing, but I'm not really seeing framing in the other pieces. So I know that you're trying to demonstrate different styles, but I think as someone's reviewing it, I want to see a little more consistency, because consistency is what makes is how you make style. You know, it's how you also brand yourself. So yeah, so I would say whatever you enjoy doing, maybe do a bit more of that. Obviously strive for constant improvement, but because right now I think there's a lot of variety of different things that you're drawing here, even though, you know, you are the same artist, obviously, but like, yeah, just a little more consistency, I would say. I think that could help solidify who you are as an artist. Because if I were to commission you, I wouldn't really know what I would expect this one. Because I think, for example, like if I were to commission Jimbo, I would expect something like painterly, you know. If I commission Panda, I would expect something a little bit like more anime style, you know. So, but if I commission you, I'm not sure if I would commission you for like, you know what I mean? Like what kind of
The
genre?
graphic.
Yeah, I don't
the
know
graphic,
what
the
genre.
dramatic lighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I think a little more consistency could help in that.
I think that just comes with time too. Like,
yeah,
just
definitely.
when you create more, that it's not that you have to force a style. It's just that like, the more work you make, the more the more easy it is for us to derive a style as consumers. You know,
Yes.
it's really just the volume of work over you know, the quality. Because I think quality wise is actually some pretty good work. I think like, you know, the lighting is actually pretty nice. There's definitely a way that Lily uses her lines, and a certain way that she draws her faces. You know, I can see that consistency amongst, you know, a pile of portfolios, I would say.
Right.
So I think it really comes to volume and like creating more work. And I think one thing that I really desperately wish some of these portfolios could do is, right now I can't click on any of these. And
I
you know what I'm talking
would
about?
have loved to enlarge these.
Yeah, I would love to see them bigger, because when I'm a person trying to commission you for art, or like just trying to look at your prints, obviously don't put your biggest res, you know, max res, but you know, I would love to see these bigger so that I can actually like, you know, see all the little things that you're putting in here, look at the line work, and like allow people to admire your work, you know.
Yes.
Don't take that opportunity away from you. That's one thing that I would say, just that's more regarding the website and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm going to move on to the next page. So we're going to about now.
Oh wait, does Lily have anything that they want to ask?
Oh yeah, Lily, do you want anything? You want to ask anything? I was going to say that for later. You can ask her
sorry.
now, too. It's all good. It's all good. It is your stream, right? So.
Yeah, it's my stream.
We can look at the about me while she formulates a question, maybe.
Okay. Yeah. While Lily's thinking about the questions, we can go and maybe even answer some of our own. So, anybody want to read this? No, right? I can read it.
Yeah, you can read it.
Welcome.
Oh my god. Oh, Lily?
My name is Lily. Lily Bunme. I'm a young freelance digital illustrator looking to learn and improve my art every day. Some of my hobbies are playing video games, watching anime, following K-pop, and much more. I also very much enjoy streaming on Twitch. Come by and say hello anytime. Future plans. Currently, I'm in school and developing my skills during my free time. I'm looking forward to start my own brand as an artist and sell my creations. Socials, menu, made with card.
I think for the I love it. I think it's like sweet. I think it gives me a very someone who's like young and passionate about learning. So I get that vibe from her already. I think one thing you could add is that where it says I also very much enjoy streaming on Twitch. I would love for you to like maybe explain what you stream on Twitch. So you could be like I enjoy streaming my art process on Twitch, or it'd be like I enjoy streaming games and hang out with my chat, or you could be like I enjoy tell me what you're streaming and that about me also. I think as someone's reading, because if I don't know you personally, or like most people who's coming by your profile that don't know you personally, yes, I could click on the Twitch link to like take a look, but you gotta sell me on the fact as to why I should click on your Twitch link right there. I want to know what you're doing before I do that. Again, 3-second attention span.
All right, I'm throwing a link towards you guys in the DM. That is the submission post. Yeah, and basically I had some questions that I had lined up for them to answer so that we can get a better idea of what they're striving for.
Okay.
So here, Lily says the style I'm attempting to achieve is a realist/anime style. This ranges from artists such as Zumi, Raiko, Aninos, and Guwei's. Other influences are Jimbo, I don't know who the fuck that is, Cheesewu, Coke's illustration, Bochen, and Sophism. So I know like half of those people, but I can see already what kind of style she means. And the career path is to run a self-employed business selling her own creations, or to be employed by Riot. Areas that they feel like they need to improve are form and flow. Their strength is rendering, and another strength they have is observation. So I think like rendering and stuff like that I think is pretty good. I think like
notice it, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah,
Like
I think
in the
rendering is
hands
pretty
and the
good.
face.
Yeah, especially with that first like the red sleeves and red hair. Yeah, I think that was really good. With today having many different joys and wonders, there are a lot of distractions as well. As an artist, what are some ways you keep yourself focused and motivated to start and finish your work? How do you avoid the draining action of scrolling on social media to get work done?
Well,
Yeah, that's a doozy.
Okay, well,
Anybody wanna take that one?
I'm gonna be real with you, Lily. We're all humans. We all get distracted, so there's really no saving from that kind of curse.
Yeah.
We're all doomed in this day and age.
Yeah.
One thing you could get out of it is that you're taking inspiration, in its own way. Sometimes people look at some funny videos and they're like, that's fucking funny. I want to make a webcomic about that. Or something would be like, oh my god, that dog is so funny. It reminds me of my own pets. Maybe I'll do a drawing of my pets and make a charm of them doing that, So I know it might seem like a distraction. Most likely it probably is, but you can make the most out of it. Yeah, utilize it, make the most out of it, use it as a source of inspiration, or if not, let your mind rest. Mindless scrolling could be a way for you to rest your mind. Mental health is very important also, so we're all guilty of doing that. We're all still guilty. I think even as much as we do that, I think we still have to force ourselves to work, but I still get distracted personally.
Yeah, I think like personally for me a driving force is I think that's really like a personal thing. So I really like when people enjoy the same things that I do. So I'm constantly making merch of things that I can present to other people so I can relate to them. So like I have like a lot of niche stuff that I like. So I like well, I think Blue Exorcist is not that niche, but I really like making Blue Exorcist stuff because it's a very like fun series to me, and so I feel more motivated to make it. And then when I see people at cons and they recognize it, and then we get excited and we talk about it, like it makes me want to make stuff for it. I think you just need to find motivation on your own and what like really motivates you, like what makes you happy, what makes you want to do stuff. I think this is something that is like very problematic in people, is that, and why people like tend to have like a lot of career changes or like kind of like midlife crisis, is that their job does not become their passion, because passion is something that you cannot like get so easily. Personally, that's what I think. So you just gotta find something that actually like makes you happy and passionate, feels you.
Damn.
Preach, queen.
Do you guys not feel that way? I feel like that's like super. That's why I'm doing art and stuff. Like I could be a famous CEO, pop star, Instagram model, blah blah blah. But I chose art because I like art.
I chose. I'm doing this so I can make money, make my mom proud, because art is not a career choice according to Asian parents.
Bro.
Yeah,
That's a whole-
spite has a lot to do with it, honestly.
Oh
Spite,
god, spite! Oh, that shit.
dude, spite is a great
Like-
motivator, actually.
I
You-
just want to prove to
You
my
want to
mom I
stop
can make a living.
scrolling? Get angry.
Oh,
Dude.
prove it to my family. Arts, we could make a living doing art.
And honestly, like, I feel like, I think we're pretty successful doing that already.
Oh yeah.
I feel
Obviously,
very
you-
blessed. I'm so lucky.
Yeah, you guys have like pretty good businesses. I have like my work. I remember when I first got my
Ugh.
job. Yeah, I know, but like I remember when I first got my job. I was like, in your face, mom, you know, and she's like kind of crying tears of joy. I'm like, yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, I felt that when I told my mom, help me proxy for a table. I need your help as a helper. And she helped me, and then she's like, wow, understand. You actually put so much work into it. No wonder you don't see me every single day. I'm like, yeah, Mom, I can only see you like once a week, dudes, because this takes so much work. But she understands now. So
I love how-
it's a hobby.
I love how our decibels like all went higher when Jimbo said spite. We're all like, oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
holy shit.
Well, I'm trying to find the
Oh,
Easter egg on Lily's homepage. which
I was trying
is-
to find it too. I could not find it.
I what do I do here?
You scroll down.
Oh wait, hang on.
Huh?
No? What? What do you mean scroll down?
Go to
There's no
art.
scrolling down.
Click art. Click art. Click art.
What? No.
Scroll
What?
down. I don't know. She said that when you were on this page.
No. She sells on the homepage. No.
It's on the
Is it on the
homepage. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the homepage.
Dude,
Click on the
pay
home.
attention. Holy shit.
What?
Oh my God, Jimbo.
See,
gonna
it says
laugh,
right
though.
here. It says right here.
No, we're gonna
1109. Lily said there's an Easter egg on my homepage. She
That's
said
not
that.
fair. You have the power to check chat.
It's so hard to find Jim. She had us find it last night. Dude, we're gonna be here for 20 years. Dude, we've already been here for 3 hours.
Oh shit.
2 hours and 20 minutes. It's
Oh.
on the homepage. Yeah, above the About tab. Thank you. Are you sure about that? Wait, what is it? You're lying. Wait, oh, it's on the homepage above.
Let me inspect this.
There's no way. Hang on, do I?
I'm gonna inspect this. Hacking into the mainframe.
Under the About tab? What, made with card? Oh. Oh, come on. We have to fucking go through this now, I guess. Wait, this is DMCA. I can't do this.
Thing
Motherfucker.
over it.
Oh, I went back to Pichu's. I got so angry.
You're definitely your children. Jimbo's gobbles.
Fucking kidding me. We're gonna skip the rest of this.
Well, anyways, good night, guys. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Thank you. All right. We're gonna raid
Later,
Panda.
nerds. Wha-
All right, let's go to commissions. Commissions coming soon. Shop coming soon. So there's not too much here, but
Oh, by the way, maybe choose a different font for that.
yeah, something I wanted to talk about is font. You kind of have like 3 different fonts. You have this one, which is the Lily Bunme font, and then you have this one right here, which has serifs, and then you have this font down here, which is kind of like this one, but without the kerning. So just make sure that when you're using fonts, you're using them with intention and not just throwing them haphazardly. Like you didn't need to put this. I actually feel like you can keep this font if this is what you want for your main font. You could you can just keep it to that. I would also kind of suggest a stronger font. I'm not gonna lie. This one in particular, sure. Having no serifs is more modern. Just make sure that when you present the font, it's not. How do I say this? Make sure that it presents your name well, because every name has a certain like spacing to it, depending on the letters, and certain fonts that look good on certain names do not look good on others. Like, you just make sure that like this is maybe. I feel like it's a little far away in terms of between each letter. Like the kerning is a little bit too far. I think if it was a little bit more together, and this is more of a graphic design thing, so Panda, if you wanted to chime in at any point, like
I'm looking at your page, and it doesn't take. I don't take anything away from it. It's just I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I like go on streams or whatever, and I look at names. They don't speak to me, and I don't remember them. Although I do remember their art. It's not stylized. It's not art, like there's no branding to it. Your font is very generic. So I don't feel any like personal attachment to it. So like, for example, for mine, I have like kind of like a couriers. I don't know what the fuck this called. It's like or whatever.
It's like a typewriter font. Almost.
Yeah, a typewriter-ish font. I think a lot of people associate with that. I use that like around everywhere, and then as well as like when you use fonts and sizing, you want to keep things that are cohesive the same, and then have like accents. It's the same thing with art, right? Is that you have like consistency across the piece, and then you accent things that you want to be important. It's very like essay type things, like when you do outlines, when you do indents, those kind of things like help portray the whole thing. It's you gotta step back, look at the whole picture kind of thing. Because this all looks very same and consistent to me.
Yeah.
I kind of want to point out something. As I'm kind of going through your pages, your social is already at the top, and then you have social on the bottom. Like if I click on your about me, it's literally right there. I say just take out that. It's a little redundant. Because your social's already over there, and and your menu, I know it brings you back to the top.
What is back to the top for me?
Oh, I think on certain pages bring you back to top, but like the thing is, you don't need that because your page is already really short. So unless you have like a really, really, really long page, also I think when people think of menu, it usually goes on the top. You might want to maybe rephrase it to like back to the top or something. Otherwise, it just like. It got bugged and got put to the bottom instead. But yeah, because your page is so short, it doesn't require much scrolling. You don't need to like re-put your socials. You don't need to put the menu on the bottom, the menu button. Everything's already up there in your face. You already gave that luxury to the people that's viewing your stuff. You don't need to put it again.
Yeah, it's definitely not a bad idea to put a back to top, but also again like the rephrasing the menu back to. Or rephrasing it to back to top is probably
right.
Socials are a little redundant because we see them at the top already. And also, when I click this menu, it actually takes me to about. So if I go to shop here, it takes me to about. If I go to commissions, it takes me to about. So it doesn't actually take me back to the top, but it takes me back to about. So that
if you click on R, it takes you back to the top. So
really?
That it's like functioning
so stuff
in
like this.
ways.
Yeah. So you want to maybe fix that a little bit, instead of
or just. I'd say you should just take it out completely.
Yeah, or you could just take it out. I think that.
Yeah. There's a footer option in card. It should be consistent across. I think you're not using the footer. Yeah.
I don't have a card, so I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, what you have on the top is already fine. You don't need that on the bottom. Yeah.
But overall, I think this is a pretty good start. Like I think in terms of like, your initial like try is like it's pretty good. I think that choice of like colors and all that, like it really fits with the hair here, right? I think if you're gonna have a name like Lily Bunmi, like really incorporate the Bunmi part of it, because I think like that gives me a visual, right?
That'd be so cute.
Yeah. That gives me a visual. So like if there's a way to like somehow incorporate that into your brand, like that would instantly make the connection. Okay, that's Lily, and this is her Bunmi, or like this is like how Lily is a Bunmi. You know what I'm talking about? So something
it gives,
like that
personality. If
gives you personality, and I think it it multiplies the effectiveness.
Reiterates.
Yeah, exactly. Reiterates it. Like in poster, I guess in the movie poster industry, we call this see say. So like whatever you see is also what it says. So for example, like Thor, Love and Thunder, right? And then you see Thor, you see his love, and you see thunder. And then that like strengthens everything. So like it creates a connection between what you're seeing and what is being said, and immediately now it's been said twice in your head, just in one glance. So that's very effective. So if you have something Bunmi related, and then we can also relate to the fact that okay, then that's Lily as well. So it becomes much more effective that way. But yeah, I think with that said, this is where we end the portfolio review, unless Lily Bunmi has some more questions. But while Lily's doing that, I want you guys to answer a question for me. And actually, Lens,
Huh?
You have to abstain from answering because you already know you saw what drink I had.
Oh.
Okay, so you can't say anything. But Panda,
Okay.
Panda, get back here. What drink do you think I have today? Is it? Hang on, let me give you some options. Okay. Winter melon tea, number 1. Number 2, top fruit tea. Number 3, ube coffee. Number 4, water.
Okay, I don't know. The way you said water, man, it has to be water. What is it?
We're gonna end stream. I can't believe you,
Never
Panda.
water. No, I have to. I have to.
I can't believe you.
She was different. The way you said water, it was different. I had to believe it.
It's never water, Panda. It's never
Believe
water. You're never
it!
here for the predictions.
Believe it. No,
fake fan.
I know you're Pavloving us into believing it's never water.
No, it's.
But
Actually, water is the core base of all drinks, and so water is actually in every.
You are just like
And so
every
actually-
other
I-
chatter that
actually,
comes here for the
it's
first time.
every-
Actually, everything is water.
Actually, everything is water. So actually, you're wrong, and that.
You're being very unprofessional right now.
okay, so anyways, it's gonna be ube coffee.
2 for 4. Okay, what are you gonna guess next? It's not Umigami. What's next? What do you think it is? Winter melon or top fruit?
Winter melon.
You
Oh
are
my God.
such a loser. It's it's top fruit.
No, I didn't.
Pay it out.
Jimbo, I can't win
Shut
every
up.
time.
Shut up.
Jimbo, I can't win every time.
No,
I know.
you are so bad at this.
I'm so good.
Did you predict?
Sounds like you
Did
keep
you
girl
put-
boss.
Do you put points in this?
No, I'm not one of your chatters. The fuck?
You literally chatted
Nuh-uh.
earlier.
I'm not here to fucking lose money. Fucking hello? All of them are
Anyways.
scams.
They are. I actually drink water every day and I just say random shit.
Random shit. Wait, actually, I wanted to answer something from Lily's thing earlier.
Yeah, what was it?
I like to, so you know how you keep scrolling? I actually like to scroll on Pinterest, and I have like extreme like organizational stuff in my head going on. So like I usually just put them into boards and organize everything, and it's really good for reference later. So you can utilize it like that.
What was the question from Lily?
The question was how do you stop yourself from scrolling?
I see.
Yeah, and so Pinterest actually does that really well, where they freaking like it's like odd squares, and so you want to keep scrolling, right? Because they're all like shaped differently. So I usually like to go on Pinterest, and it's kind of like studying, and so I just like save things into different things. So like, I have a lot of different disciplines, so I like to do like merch. I like to do like art. That's actually how I found the idea for the Valo thing too. Is that I was looking through my merch ideas I had saved in the past. Yeah, so it's good to organize that kind of stuff. Like, oh, like I like this rendering, or I like this kind of style, like this lines, things that I wanna categorize for me to look back later to inspire me. Pinterest is good for me to when I feel like feel a little lost. Pinterest is always nice, and it's also utilizing my scrolling and actually putting it in my favor. Recommend it. It's good. It's also good on mobile. So before you go to sleep, you can study a little, and then when you sleep, you dream about it.
Damn, dude, you're trying to tap into their dream life as well? Holy fuck.
Real life. Actually, CG told me about that a long time ago.
Huh?
Because I have Pinterest on my computer, and then he says that he scrolls Pinterest before he goes to sleep. I actually like using Pinterest on the phone too.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I stopped using
Yeah.
Pinterest a little while back because it kept feeding me the same things.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I think
yeah. It does do that.
It's better now because like after you take a little break, then the algorithm kind of refreshes itself and you get better stuff. But I find myself having little cycles with Pinterest where it's like, oh shit, like I'll go
I agree.
through it. I'll go through it and then like I'll stop another 2 weeks later and then I'll come back to it another 2 weeks later. Like it's weird.
Yeah. No, but I am there's a way to fix that system a little bit. But personally, because I browse at a lot of things, so sometimes I'll browse a bunch of merch stuff and it'll shoot a bunch of merch stuff, and then like when I'm researching something in particular, I'll be looking at poses, and then it'll start feeding me poses again. So I just save everything into the categories, and then when I need to go and look at them, I will go look at them for later. And then also when you make the boards, if you have like one or two in there, and then they can find it like somewhat like consistent style, you go into those and you start scrolling from there, and then they will start feeding you those kind of things. So it's good to have different boards.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
sharing Pinterest boards between artists is almost like as personal as sharing Spotify playlists.
Yo, I feel so
You feel
exposed
that?
when I share
Yeah.
my Pinterest board. Yeah,
Like,
I
no,
have a
no,
lot of
dude, you
people who
showed
actually
me
look
yours.
at mine.
Remember that one time? You're like, dude, it's all just girls. Smile. And I was like,
It's all just girls vector art and then like these really cute
Oh.
merch things.
so
But
funny.
yeah.
Anyways, yeah, that's gonna be it for Lily's portfolio review. Amazing.
Thank you for sharing,
Cheers.
Lily.
Clap, 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 people, clap.
Clap, 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 clap.
Hype them up, hype them up,
Clap them up.
hype them up.
I even have an applause sound effect because I'm a streamer.
Yeah, I hear it. Oh, that's crazy.
It goes on for 25 seconds. Kind of long, actually. I don't like it. Should get a new
Wait a
one.
minute. That clap is sus.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
This clap sucks.
Whoa! I said sus.
No, I said sucks.
Jimbo.
Okay, well, we're gonna go and show Pichu's Instagram now.
Okay.
Let me go and pull that up as well. But
We talk
before
so
that,
much.
we do. But it's good. It's fine. This is what they want. Anyways, hang on. You guys are gonna have to talk amongst yourselves while I go and use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Can I come?
Yeah, I want to use the restroom too.
We're all
You guys want to all? You guys want to all go?
Come on, wait, Jimbo, can I?
No, dude. I'm sorry, but I'm too high in rank. I'm too high in
Wait,
rank.
Jimbo.
We can't.
Jimbo.
We can't.
No, wait, no, here, you
I'm
can
too
put
high
this
in
on your
rank.
screen. Jimbo!
I'm too over leveled. It doesn't work out. Like I'll just be. It'll be really boring for
in your
me.
games. Can you put that on your screen? Oh,
No.
we go.
No. What about we race? All right, 3, 2, 1.
Hey guys, I lied about going to pee. This is my stream now. Don't tell them. Hey, don't say my name, don't say my name, don't say shit. Chill out, guys, shut the fuck up. Okay, guys, do notes. Can you guys do notes? Here, do notes. Do a Yoji notes. Yoji note. They will never know. Wait, can you guys do A, B, C, D? Like each one take a turn. Be like A, and then B, and then C. I believe in you guys. Guys. A, okay. B. I. No! Bottomless! Okay. No, Citra!
I'm back.
You guys are off.
Hello? Huh? Is there? Am I first? Why are people alphabetizing? What's going on? Also, Chromie the homie, thank you for the follow 10 minutes ago. Mango Square, 1 hour ago. I think you came in with Schwa's raid. We also have Comoxium from Cynics' raid. Thank you for all the people that raided me today. Sinsosier, thank you for the follow as well. I saw you coming in as well, Sin, saying that you were thinking that Pinterest was amazing. I saw that. Yeah, Pinterest is pretty good. I used to use Pinterest a lot more while I was in college for like projects and stuff like that, but now it's just it's all puref now, I think. I just rip my things off of Google. Yeah, why is everybody... We also have a manual breathing sequence from Lily Bud Me. By the way, hopefully you got what you wanted out of this portfolio review session, Lily. Especially with our guests here that you're already familiar with. Pinterest is amazing for inspiration on everything. Yeah, I agree. Everything visual. I don't know why, but like very often I would just end up with like cyberpunk like a lot of tech wear. I end up in techwear land on Pinterest way too often. This is comedy, peak comedy. I love techwear. Yeah, I actually need some nice techwear pants. I've got some really good techwear jackets already. Maybe some techwear shirts as well, but I don't know. I feel like I like my black shirts as they are now. Did they mute for no reason? Are they pretending that they're still peeing, or what's going on? What is happening?
I'm back. I thought you guys were already like talking about something else. I was just waiting.
Dude, no, I was literally talking to chat.
Oh yeah.
Is Panda back? You're fucking with me. I have the sudden urge to go reorganize my fashion inspiration board now. Spent $90 on a techwear backpack. Oh, I spent like 100 something on like a Kickstarter one. That when I was at the airport, they were like, "This is not airport friendly," because they had so many. Oh my god, I didn't even tell you guys. I didn't even tell them about the knife lens.
Airport.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Clueless? What do you mean clueless? I left my headphones so I can go pee. Okay, so here's what happened, people. All right, so I went to the airport, right? And everybody knows how knife obsessed I am. And they're like, don't bring knives to the airport. Don't leave them in your backpack. We know you, Jimbo. You're an idiot. And I was like, no, I'm not an idiot. I don't take knives with me. And here we are at TSA, and we're getting like our backpacks and shoes and duffel bags scanned. Everybody gets let through, and I can't find my stuff. I can't find my stuff because it has been shifted over into the inspection lane for some reason or other. And first they go into my duffel bag and they begin to dig out everything. And I mean, like, they messed up the entire bag on the inside, obviously, as TSA does. The lady was very nice, by the way. She had like gloves on and everything, and she was like, she was very patient. And at first, I thought this was the only crime, and the crime was to bring body wash with me. And I forgot that body wash, in its very gelatinous state, is still liquid. And that hadn't dawned on me. So already the people that were flying with me, my my travel mates, were already giving me shit for having brought shower gel, essentially, with me. And but it didn't stop there. I wasn't able to get all my stuff back, because then they started going into my backpack. And I was like, what is possibly in there that they could find trouble with? So out takes this lady this pair of black cards. Okay? They're like really thick wallet looking like objects. And I knew immediately. I was like, before she even did anything with them, I said, just throw them away. Just throw them away. And then she takes a little knife outside of this wallet-like object, and let me explain to you why I have this, okay? We had a company party. This was before COVID, okay? This was before COVID. And one of my coworkers who had me for Secret Santa gave me some tactical, weird wallet thing that has a compass on it, some paracord, and this little knuckle knife that I had stowed away into this backpack hoping I'd forget about it, and I did. Because it was the worst Santa gift, it was the worst Secret Santa gift I had ever had the experience of receiving, because it was also, it looked used, okay? There was dirt on the knife. So I wanted to forget about it, but I didn't want to throw it away, so I tucked it deep into my backpack, in one of its many pockets, because again, it is a techwear backpack. And while this lady is going through it, I'm like, what? By the way, this was like 4 years ago, so there's no way I could have remembered that that was in there. And immediately everybody looks at me like I'm a criminal. So that's the story. All about how my life got turned upside down. Ninja cards? Is that what they call them? Jimbo body pillow exposed? Oh my god, used? Yeah, it was used because it was stained. Like there was like dirt on it. There was like watermarks on the knife, so I can tell that it was used. It looked like it'd been used for a little while. So I don't know what to tell you. So that's why I also didn't regret telling them to toss it, because I should have tossed it a long time ago instead of getting in trouble at the airport. Hey. That was a long pee.
There was a little water demon in my toilet. I was punching it.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. That's called a bidet. That's called a bidet, Panda.
Oh! Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I kept punching it. Just kept coming back up. And then it ran and hid.
Yeah, did it do a little lift? It was like a little straw came out and looked at you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think your parents put that in intentionally. It was really expensive.
Mom?
Anyway.
Show him your surgery.
What surgery? What are you talking about?
For the DMs.
Hmm?
You're put on the operation board.
Oh, yeah. Wait, hang on. Where? Oh, here.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Wait, hang on. I gotta be careful with these.
Take a screenshot.
This is so much work.
You suck.
This is too much work. I'll show them later. It's too much work. Let's go back to portfolio reviews for now.
Suck.
But yeah, I beat you, by the way. I told you I was ranked.
No.
In competitive bathroom scene.
No, Jimbo, you don't know. You
I
don't know
do
what
know.
I am.
I know.
I am the
Trust me.
ABC.
What?
Huh?
Okay, yeah, what was that about? Why was everybody saying ABC in chat? What was that?
You'll never find
you
me!
could tell me now, or I could find out on the VOD.
Seems like you gotta scrub through the hours.
Alright, anyways, so this is Pichu's portfolio. The Tumblr didn't work, so we're going through the Instagram instead. You guys can see it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So here we are. I think these are the latest works. I believe on that Tumblr page, I saw these three up at the top. And you know what? We'll go through the first two rows here. Yeah. Because I think this is what was what was shown on the Tumblr as well. Okay, so we don't exactly have a shot for this, and also Pichu was another person that wanted to it was okay with any day, but I really just wanted to bring Pichu in here because I thought that her style was a lot closer to your guys' style than any other people's style that we're going to be on you know, and critiquing. So yeah, I just wanted to bring her here, and this is going to be more of a traditional portfolio review because we don't have to really review the Instagram and how it's formatted. So it's really just going to be about the work instead of a shop or anything like that.
Okay.
And we'll start with the first post, or any of these posts that you want to call out on these, you know, any of these first six.
Mm-hmm.
Lindsay, you want to go first?
I'm looking right now.
Okay. I can go.
Okay.
It's very obvious that you already have like a theme. It matches your name, although it might be a little restricting because it's Pichu. I don't know if you're gonna stray away and do other stuff. It's very obvious that you have one character, original characters that help represent a lot of the art that you're doing. I think like Lens and I dabble in that quite a lot, and Jimbo does too, technically, with your little guy. I think it's nice to have that kind of thing because you can portray things that are iconic with that kind of like theme and aesthetic, which is nice to reiterate because I think like for Jimbo, a lot of people recognize like your guy, especially when you wear his fucking head IRL. It's very obvious, so it's really easy to remember that kind of stuff. It's similar as if like you have an icon and stuff, but I would recommend that you stray away from Pichu because technically the Pichu is Pokemon, right? That is treading into fan art a bit, but I see that the theme is like recurring, which is good. Yeah.
Nintendo's very, very anal, so I said tread carefully, specifically on Nintendo's toe, because we'll like take down stuff pretty fast. Remember, just because you see other people getting away with it doesn't mean it may not happen to you. Yeah, I've seen other artists where I think they had like their username had like I think like a Pokemon name in it, and it caught a whole controversy because Nintendo flagged them down, made them take down their account. But the person was like, "What?" But it's not. It has nothing to do with that, you know. So yeah. So I think, like Panda said, might wanna while we love that you're kind of like you have the ongoing thing going on. You might wanna like think about maybe how you could like maybe turn it around in a different way, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think like if anything, you could still utilize like the yellow, because it matches your character. But you can also perhaps maybe venture into making your own character. There's a lot of like really well-known characters like out there. Like for example, like Molong. I think Molong was originally like just a regular artist creation. There's a lot more of like other ones out there. They use it to represent, and it's built itself as a brand. Tend to default to draw myself like as a one-trick pony, but with the upcoming art fight, I plan to be drawing a lot more OC stuff and original characters. Yeah, I think it's good that you establish like different range. I do see that it's like limited to like mainly yellow your own character right now. I do like the top left piece because it is a little different from the rest of the other ones. But yeah, I think your theme is like already there, although it's a little bit backpacking off of another theme.
I'm with Panda on that. I think the top left one is very charming. The one with the hats and the stars, I love it. It gives me already an idea. Like, it allows me to come up with my own narrative about this character already. I think, personally, I would love to see more of that. Honestly, I see a lot of Pichu stuff like the Among Us and the Pichu fan art on the next. I think if you try to take the direction where you're going with the more recent one, that one's fun because I see a lot of different. So I guess on a technical aspect, I see like a lot of different textures happening. You can see the cloth, the see-through material, the type of fabric, like the stars. We could all tell it's like a different material. That's what makes it more intriguing as a piece because the other ones are kind of flat. I know we could go into this whole conversation about how to make flat things pop in its own way. I think that the other one, your more recent piece, adds a lot of dimension because of the use of different texture. But keep in mind, when I say texture, I don't just mean using different kind of brush. Like there's ways you could evolve from that use of texture without being reliant on the brush. But I really love the direction you're taking with that right now. I think one thing I would really like to see more of personally is I think I would like to see you play with lighting a bit more. Because if we scroll down a little bit, Jimbo, a little bit down.
A little bit more?
Yes, no, this is perfect. Like the one where the Cyberpunk Pichu one, that one's fun. Because we see a little bit of lighting, a little bit of glow that's kind of happening. I think I like to see a little bit more of that because it adds a lot more dimension to your piece. I think one thing, if you want to kind of give it that push, do you think that the pieces that draw me in are the ones with background? The one with just a solid color, I would say I think that the ones that do have background give a stronger impression on your artwork. It gives me a little bit more narrative to the art piece that you're working on. The ones with lighting a little bit more. So I think if we see that more of a push in that direction, that could help like tell me a bit more about what kind of artist you are, because right now I see, as your name that you're following your own branding, they like Pichu, but I think with the direction you're going right now, I think you're gonna go in the right way. Yeah, I would say more original things. Keep do that. Oh, and I think one thing that stands out to me is the art piece that I find the most interesting are the ones where I see your character's hand. You might find that this not only is like relevant to you, but actually to probably a lot of artists. When you see a character's hand, it gives a lot of personality and it gives like narrative. It gives me an idea of what kind of character these are. So I would say try to do more art that shows your character's hand. Because that's what's standing out to me. Like, for example, if Jimbo scrolls out a little bit, we see the art piece of the character getting copied on, you know, I love that, you know, it's because we can see the hand, it gives us an idea of their personality. When we see the Cyberpunk Pichu, we see their hand, you know, we can see that they're kind of like a bubbly, kind of more quirky character. So I would say incorporate more hand into your art. I think that'd be my one tip for you, aside from, you know, maybe, you know, leaning more towards lighting and maybe more background usage with your artwork.
Yeah, I haven't posted much on Insta, so all the latest stuff is stuff from Jimbo prompts, which I realized was usually me. I would definitely be expanding away from that, though. The more I explore making things like fan art or OCs, yeah, that's yeah. Again, like this is another issue with volume, right? It's like creating more of a volume of work and like expanding. Yeah, so I think like as you explore, this is a good. I think it's a good guideline is to, you know, explore outside of what you're comfortable with drawing. I think this. Oh, I keep trying to click it, but it's like I can't since we're on incognito. The witch one, this one right here with the witch hat and like the little stars coming down, that one's really good. I think that it shows a lot of understanding, that a lot of fundamentals are being applied here that I feel like even in 2 posts ago wasn't there. Like there's this understanding of sheer texture and how to implement that. There's a lot more overlap in this costume design, right? We have like, you know, different nice little segments in the costuming, and then also the stars going up in front and behind. There's clear asymmetry of this character in the hair design and the witch hat, so it's, you know, going off one way. There's also one like strip of cloth coming down from the witch hat there, so there's a lot that's being considered here that wasn't being considered you know, just a few posts ago. So I think that this is actually a really good jumping off point from, you know, the rest of your work, and you should strive to do more work in this area here, like what Lens and Panda were saying, just to reiterate. But yeah, I think like for that, or is there anything else that you guys wanted to say, or is there anything that Pichu you wanted to ask our guests here?
I personally think it's actually okay to draw, well, yourself, your OC.
Yeah, I agree too.
Yeah, there's like people out there who are known for the OCs, like Chesu, VTubers. All VTubers are OCs. I think it's totally fine to do it. I mean, technically, my character is also originally based off of me, and it became an OC. It's representing, you know, a theme and everything. So don't feel like you have to disregard all your OC stuff. It's totally okay. Actually, original art is like definitely the way to go, in my opinion, to do longevity, long term, because it's your character, you know.
Exactly. Also, like for again branding purposes as well.
Yeah.
The more you get people exposed and accustomed to your character, the more that it's gonna train them to remember your character when they see something else, or even when they see your character, the familiarity will kind of allow you to. Oh, what happened?
You prick!
What? What did I do?
Every time you see my characters, you always tag me.
It's a good
stuff.
thing. It's a good thing.
Prick.
Whenever I see Glass's character. Dude, especially with Skip and Loafer, alright? I don't know what it is. But 2 of those characters look a lot like 2 of your OCs. To me, just like in vibe. But maybe, you know, I don't know. I've never seen your characters animated either, so. I tend to dabble a lot in fields, or in a lot of fields, so I don't have quite a direction. I do have a lot of hands on stuff like origami, crochet, or live still art. Also things like making games, like between this and last year I've made 2 games, so I'm just really exploring options. That's right, we also have a game that we should look at for from Lily Pichu too, before we move on. So I'm gonna pull this up and play a little bit, because Lily, not Lily Pichu, I'm talking about. Pichu here has created this Pac-Man like, and basically you can control yourself, or rather me, with WASD, and you know, this is something that Panda I think is more inclined for you because well, actually, Lens has also created games before too. So you know, Panda, with coding and stuff like that, this is something that I feel like would pertain to you. Pichu also was another person who spearheaded the dating sim. So yeah, so if you have any advice for somebody who is into aesthetics but also has the skill set to code, you know, anything that you want to mention while I play this game?
It's really hard to say. I feel like a lot of things that I have to say is very subjective because art is subjective, right? And then again, like this is whoa, the guy just hopped over the wall.
I know.
Gobbles are built different.
Yeah, this isn't Pac-Man.
Wait a minute.
Yo, they're camping the last few.
I know, that's why I had to grab the knife.
Yeah, there's like a lot of things that you could do. I don't know which thing you coded this in, as well in limitations, but I think like one thing about Pac-Man, I don't know, it's really hard to say. I don't think I really have the right to say this kind of stuff, but like I noticed that there's like a little bit of a problem of like moving. You should do everything in one pixel block. Like even the gobbles are stuck on the walls a little bit. I think variation in speeds and stuff, and then speed up, because I feel like this game is like very chill right now. It's like no. Wait, one of them just ran off, dude. That guy hates you.
Look at him. Up at the top. He can't get back in.
Scratch did it in 2 days. Oh, okay. It's like a game jam.
Oh! Oh no!
Oh! Sounds just like you. I think it'll also be well, it's really hard to say. 2-day games or different breeds. That'd be cool to have them also chase you.
Yeah, right. Instead of just doing predetermined paths.
Yeah, predetermined paths, and I think it's like RNG. It's like using math, random, math.random. Every like few iterations, yeah. But I mean, like done in 2 days this is a pretty good game. The guy's camping, dude.
Dude, he's camping. He's camping
He's
so hard.
dancing, dude.
Dude,
You think you could jump the wall? Pog.
Wait, what? What now? Do I have to eat them before I go to the next level?
Maybe. Oh, they respawned. Oh. Maybe that's oh, there is right now.
Oh, what? Am I bugged? There's nothing else to eat.
Your life is bugged.
Soft locked? I got soft locked. Anyways. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, is there anything else that we want to do? I think we can move on from Pichu's Instagram and game. Thank you so much for submitting your stuff, Pichu. Really appreciate it. And yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I think like one thing I could say though is like.
Oh, go ahead. While
I do appreciate like Pichu. I can tell Pichu is Pichu. Like as a person.
What? What do you mean?
I feel like they're consistent as a person. Like I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like I can tell like this is something Pichu would do. Or like even like the artwork, this is definitely like a Pichu thing. Which I think is like very important.
I think I know what you mean. There's like a
yeah.
personality that comes through in what Pichu does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like some messages in the Pac-Man thing. We show that as well. Here you go.
They're like little cockroaches.
Dude, my
Look at them.
my computer is chugging.
Fighting for its life.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Close that. Let's close all this other stuff. Save some stuff. Okay. So this is a thread.
You may need to close the game.
Of all the... I might have to, huh?
Yeah, the game might have like scripts running that is not encapsulated, so it might be eating up your...
See, that's why we need a person like you on the stream. So, yeah, these are all... Actually, all of these assets...
Oh, the assets?
Yeah, these are kind of cool. How the
game dev is a lot of work.
You're going to imposter that sus. Can I be the stinky gobble? You can be any gobble you want, Yahoo. Okay. So what did you want me to see here, Pichu? You made it sound so important.
Oh my god, there's a crying gobbo.
Is he gonna crash?
Wait, these were not in the pack.
I think they were all in there. It's just that we didn't see them, right?
I only
Those
saw
images?
the. Oh yeah, maybe.
I think it was just very small. It was hard to see. Up top? Oh, these ones? What? These ones, right? Like the open Jimbo face. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I like that. Anyways, good stuff from Pichu. Next, we're gonna go to... We actually have 2 more, guys. So, we actually have been going into these pretty deeply. I actually expected each of these to only be like 15 minutes. So, if you guys want to... No, please. If you guys want to time yourselves for that, you know, that'll be a good...
We also have to answer like some other questions. I don't know if.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I think
So
Pixie was here too. Yeah.
right. Yeah. So let me go into shift this. Let's change this to. I think it was this one.
Okay, Jimbo, you have to time us because we weren't done
I'll
with
time you
the
guys.
other presentation. Still, we still have to go over that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I didn't know you guys had it. Here's the thing. You guys sprung the presentation on me. It's not something that I planned on to begin with.
You invited us to be speaker. What are we gonna talk about if not a presentation?
Well, I mean, we have been taking a little while on these portfolios, haven't we?
Okay, actually, you told us what we were gonna be doing just earlier today.
Just did our
Like
homework.
3 hours ago.
Yeah.
I read it and then I took a nap and now woke
Like
up.
a professor complaining that his student actually did his homework.
Yeah, well, I wish you guys weren't so good at doing your assignment, okay? How about that? Anyways, this is Lady Soja's portfolio. I'm gonna scroll down here. This is... I know Soja
Oh my
went to
god,
bed.
their name is a play on Lady Soja a little bit.
Right here?
Roma.
Lady Soma.
It is.
Graphic design.
Okay, so we're scrolling. By the way, you guys have the link to this as well in the DM, so if you want to scroll through this by yourself. This is a lot of like world building. So this entire world right here, the Sech Empire, Norquest, Norad, Roland. This is super cool. All of this with Yamato and stuff like that. So it's all like kind of it almost sounds like alternate reality because the way that Soja is using language in this already evokes a certain culture or a certain nationality from these. Which is super cool. Wait, hang on. This is from Rune Factory, right? D&D Homebrew. So maybe I don't know. It's pretty cool though. I like that all of this is being created. I've never personally done a map, but I imagine that it's pretty difficult. Soja's not here, sadly. She said her good nights. Yeah.
I do like the theme across it already. Consistency.
I like it as well.
Yeah.
I really like the layout. This is something that we haven't talked about yet. Like layouts and allowing that layout to kind of permeate your work. So this one little I guess globe manifest kind of thing, right?
Target.
Yeah, I guess it's a target. But I think that target also is like supposed to be like outwards of it. It's almost like a compass, right?
Yeah.
So the compass and the kind of like the legend.
It's like a longitude and
latitude. It's the globe, the meridian lines. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. I really like that. It's kind of self-contained, and it speaks to a sense of adventure, right? Yep. And not just any kind of adventure, but an adventure in which paper and old maps were used. So it kind of gives you an idea of what's already going on without saying too much, and it's also a really nice graphic, and it doesn't distract. So it's smart use.
Good balance.
Language, yeah. Visual language. Is there anything that you guys want to say about these? I'll start right here.
I kind of wish Soja was here to answer a curious question, but I was wondering if her rune factory is is this her original universe, or is it like a universe built off of the pre-existing rune factory? Because Do you know, Jimbo?
I have no idea. I don't know Rune
Okay,
Factory
because
IP.
I got a little confused at first because like I'm a huge fan of this game called Rune Factory. It's like a farming dating sim Harvest Moon game that actually exists. It's like a whole IP itself. Because the font looked really similar, so I was like, wait, is she doing a fan art of the universe? But then as I was kind of looking through her blog, I'm like, wait, these are like original characters and stuff like that, you know? So for me, that's just me being curious, you know? I was like, just wondering the origins of what Rune Factory means to her. Like, is it like a like building off of that universe, or is it like completely original? You know?
Right. I see.
Yeah.
I'm looking through her answers from her questions at the moment, and I don't think that there's anything here that says anything about whether or not these are like this is like a
Yeah, because I think these are all original characters.
Yeah,
but,
I think it is original because, well, okay, down here it says campaign art and handbook, Rune Factory Master of Puppets, a D&D homebrew. So I think this is using the Rune Factory universe for a D&D campaign. Yeah, so I think that's what this is. I'm not sure whether or not these territories actually exist in Rune Factory. That's only something for the fans to know. If anybody out there in chat actually knows, then we would love to know whether or not, we would like some clarity on that. But yeah, I think regardless, I think this is some pretty cool work.
Yeah, I really love the world building that she has going on. I know she has a blog, so it might not be in chronological order, but when I scrolled down, there was a info on one of the characters. I would love to have that at the top with the character she already has, because I was like, oh wait, there's another character introduction at the bottom, so
right.
Again, like I know this is like a blog and it's posted like on different intervals, but if she's gonna make it where she wants to have us explore her world building, like if she wants us to explore with her, like she should put all the info at the top along. If not it being a blog, then she should just make it like a gallery where she showcase all of it.
Like organized, right?
Yes.
Yeah, like
yeah.
So like one section for world, like showing the map, world building. One section for like factions or like character types, and then like actual in-depth character descriptions.
Yeah.
Ease of access to look. Yeah.
Second thing is I think UI. So I had a friend who used to work at Blizzard, and he was one of the lead UI people. So one thing he mentioned a lot about designing UI is trying to create as short of a distance of your eyes moving around as possible. So one thing he described, like for example, the UI for Hearthstone is that you literally look at the bottom of the screen to the middle of the screen. So it makes it very easy on the eye to kind of like navigate through. Right now, Lady Soldier, if you're watching this right now, because you have tabs on the top, right, where it says Home, Archive, and Blog. But you also have UIs on the left side when you scroll down a bit more. You have the About section, the current project, and status. And then you have a search bar at the top left. And then when I click on Archive, you have UI from the right side to the left side. So what I would recommend for you is that you either the part where it says Home, Archive, Blog, and Lights on it, if you want to keep the stuff on the left, you move the top to the left side. So that way everything's on the left side for the UI. Or you move the left side of the UI to the right side so that your mouse doesn't have to travel that much, Yeah, create as little distance between your mouse moving around as possible and where your eyes move, because right now we got the left UI to worry about, we got the top left search bar UI, we got the top right UI, and then we have your whole art, which requires us to scroll down on the right side. So something to pay attention to, because you got a lot of great art going on. I think if it could help the navigate the site a little better, could definitely help it a lot, I would say.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think consolidating all of the tabs to maybe one area is going to help navigation much better. Yeah, I think that an entire left side over here not being used up just because there's an about is not the wisest of decisions.
Yeah.
Because that could be space that the art could be taking up.
Mm-hmm.
I also feel like, as much as I like a blog feel because it feels journalistic and chronological, it's not the best place for a portfolio. It's also why I suggest Twitter is. I don't suggest Twitter for a portfolio. It is good for like outreach, and it's good for keeping up to date, right, with your favorite artists. But it's not somewhere that I would suggest, oh, if you want to look at a whole body of work. I usually, when I show people Twitter, it's because I want them to see one piece of art and not because I want them to follow the entire person. That it's usually something like Instagram or some other portfolio site or something where it's like 3 up in a row and you just scroll down it. Something like that is much better for seeing an entire body of work. So yeah, I think that I do like. Yeah, it's a shame because like I think that these pieces are really charming. I think that they're super charming. I love this dude. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I was looking at this guy for the longest time.
Yeah.
I like this guy.
Very nice.
I'd love to
The time
see a button explicitly, well, not explicitly, specifically actually. I would love to see a button specifically for her world building. Because right now as I'm kind of navigating, I don't really know, like it's there, but like I would love like a specific button just for her world, because I would love to like see everything there at once instead of trying to scroll. Yeah, because what you have is very solid. Now it's just about like making it easier for us to kind of like look through it. Point. Like the text. I think great job on choosing like the type of text, the type of font going. Aesthetically, I love the turquoise and a black. Very nice color palette. Now it's just trying to make the navigation a bit easier to go through.
Yeah, the turquoise and black, I didn't even notice that, which is like good.
Beautiful.
It's a good thing, because like good graphic design is it allows itself to be play support to whatever is supposed to be main character, right? So the art is main character. I think because like you've chosen such a strong color scheme of like just black and this turquoise, like it really helps to allow everything else to take center stage, but still have an appealing look to it.
Yeah, actually, if you scroll to the very top, the art piece is also those color palettes. So I think it's a really good theme reiteration, which I really appreciate. Yeah. Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
I know Leiso just not here to say anything, but I'm gonna go and read what she said about the questions, which is just general questions about what she would like to say about her portfolio, and also some questions she had herself. So just said, on the very likely chance I need a dip before this can be viewed, which her prediction came true. Hey, hope you're all doing well. Please take care of yourselves. 1 and 2, I always worked by word of mouth, but as that circle grows, I want to have something that says this is what I can do for you in a more concrete way. I feel like because I'm largely adapting styles to fit what's asked, I don't really have a theme of my own. I'm inspired by Uzlalzu / Ranja Mejin, Minamiko Mali, Gustav Dore, and those art and adventure books video games make. So I'm guessing these are like the inserts in the the cover. No clue what strengths would be, and the weaknesses is definitely polishing / finishing, if that makes sense. On a less technical side, how do you go about choosing what jobs or pieces represent you? Is it a conscious decision or something more stumbled upon with time and interests? How do you go about trying new avenues or styles if you have a particular thing that you're known for? And I'll go and link this to you so you guys can see what I'm seeing in the DM.
Jimbo, I need to confess, I didn't pee earlier and I was fucking your chat, so I need to go pee.
You
Bye.
are fucked up. Dude, did you just sit there in silence?
I was jiggling. Yeah, bye.
Holy shit.
Okay. So I think regarding choosing which piece represents you, I know it's not an answer you want to hear, but honestly it's on you as an artist. But if we want to go from there, it's more like, what do you want to do as what's your career choice as an artist? I mean, we can't just say I want to do art as a career choice because there's so much more to that. As you know, I'm sure if you spend time on Jimbo's stream, there's so many different kind of art jobs out there. You know, there's 3D modelers, there's concept artists, background artists, 2D artists. You know, aside from asset artists, aside from that kind of field, there's also like people who make VTuber as art. There's people who make merch as art. You know, I think what's important is to figure out where you want to take your art. How do you want to make your living as an artist? I think once you figure that out, it's easier to like lean towards. Because like for example, if you want to be like, I want to be an artist who makes splash art for League, then I better like if I'm a recruiter, I better see some like splash art on your end. If you're applying to be a 2D like like a concept character artist, I better see some like character turnarounds, some character design, So you're gonna have to choose pieces that represents what career path you want to take, because it's the same as like your resume. I'm sure you've guys heard this before. You guys gotta change up your resume depending what job you want, what position you want. It's the same as their portfolio. If you're trying to like especially climb in the corporate field, you're gonna find that you're gonna have both a portfolio for different things, Like for example, like if where Jimbo and I used to work, where I used to work, like my portfolio required a lot of life drawings, a lot of like things that showcase that I could understand the human anatomy. So that's a portfolio I chose. And then for my convention portfolio, which I have right now, obviously has a lot more anime art, game art, completely different. So you need to like figure out what career choice you want to go. So and that could be your starting point as to choosing which piece best represent you. Another thing is choose some portfolio piece that you feel like are your best work. That you feel like really represents you as an artist. If not that, the second best thing you could choose for yourself is to have someone else choose that for you. So I think doing portfolio reviews is great because you have artists like Jimbo who could, pick out which piece that he feels is strong enough to like represent you as an artist. So either choose one that you think that goes into your career path, or choose one that choose some that you're very proud of, or have a professional artist choose for you. Have you guys heard of Lightbox Expo? Like, there is one right there. There's a lot of professionals out there that can help you easily choose some of your stronger pieces to put in your portfolio. So hopefully that answers your question, because if you try to choose for yourself, most likely, I think other people choosing for you are probably the best choice, so at least in my experience.
Yeah. What's Lifebox? It's actually Lightbox. So.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. I know it's someone that chat was asking. The Lightbox Expo is a convention in Pasadena that happens once a year, and it is a place where professional artists in mostly the entertainment industry, so animators, people who work in games, movies and stuff like that, they usually gather to showcase their work, and also they host a lot of panels, and on top of all that, very invaluable portfolio reviews, which I was actually I actually got some really good portfolio reviews from some very prestigious artists last year. And I actually also happened to have the pleasure of tabling at Lightbox last year, and I met a lot of really cool people. So Lightbox Expo is a really good place to meet your favorite artists, or artists that you aspire to imitate, or pick their brains, kind of thing.
Yeah. They have like people from all over the entertainment industry. You have artists from Riot Games, you have art directors from there, you have artists from like Blizzard, artists from Cartoon Network, artists from Nickelodeon, you name it. It's all from the industry that gathers together there. And even though it's a once a year thing, you could definitely go there to get your portfolio review. You have like Magic the Gathering artists, all there. So
yeah.
If you want to land a job with them, I think it's best to seek actually from people who also works there to get their input on what works.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think we can move on from Lady Sojas. Is there anything else you guys want to add before we do that?
really. I think aside from maybe adjusting the UI a bit, I think her stuff is strong enough to be explored more on her own. Just UI, you know, just that I'd say.
I think Lady Soja specifically wanted to have you guys review her portfolio because of things like branding. Because I think Lady Soja was saying something like, hang on, let me find this real quick.
I actually really like Lady Soldier's icon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's already a good like brand thing, and then the colors are strong on there. The name is for Diasomal. I also think the color palette matching along with the top piece and with all the UI is perfect. I think it's really good.
Oh, one thing I really wish she has a way for me to redirect her social media like a bit better. I know it's in her about me, but it's not instinctual for me because I found myself looking on the top. Like I had to, for me to get to Lady Soja's like social, I had to like scroll down and then go through the tabs before realizing, oh, it's in the first one about me. Like I think something maybe because most people have their social media like kind of
Near the
I don't know
top.
what the right. Yeah, if not at the top, like it's on the page, like on every page. You know what I mean? Like if you use card.co, like you'll find that your social media, no matter where you scroll, it's like on the bottom left. But for me, it kind of took a little digging, even though I know it's on the first page. But for me, as I was clicking through the page, I was kind of like, wait, where is it? Before I realized, like, oh, it's on the left side.
Yeah, I think that'll change simply once Lady Soja takes this space here and redirects the art into that space. I think that those links are going to have to go elsewhere, maybe up at the top as well. Another thing is it's very easy to get lost in a bunch of links, right? So anything that you can do to change the graphic of that link into the actual logo would also help. Here is where going outside of just this color scheme of turquoise, right, would work. If there's like a palette that you can sidestep from that works with this turquoise, right, that you can incorporate somehow into this symbol, that would also work, instead of just having it be green as well. It's just an idea, but like, even just the logo change on these would be really good. Just like the Instagram logo or like the Kara logo, and then putting up a little bit further up higher, maybe even next to the search bar, would be good. Yeah, anything else you guys wanted to say?
No.
Okay, cool. And that's Lady Soja's. I'm gonna play the applause again. Good shit.
Thank
Lady
you for
Soja.
sharing, Lady Soja.
Thank you.
How are you guys feeling right now? You two.
The same?
Exhausted? Yeah.
No?
No?
I feel
You're
like...
good?
Oh shit. I feel like Lens and I kind of talk about this on a regular basis anyways. It's just that we had to introduce like the basics / context for the rest of your chat.
Right.
But we always like when we're talking, like doing merch or anything, this is all the same. Like, well, we think this, we think that. Like sometimes we give each other like opinions on like merch or ideas and like things to do. This feels very like natural.
Familiar, yeah. Yeah, that's why I thought you guys were the perfect like the perfect first like pair, because it's I know that I could depend on you for like this kind of talk, because we like we talk about this all the time too. Like we'll just like look at something and be like, oh shit, like I really like the graphic design in this, or like I really like how this person presents themselves. Yeah, like we do this all the time, and I think that it's valuable to people who don't have the luxury of having, people in our space to talk to this stuff about.
I think we're actually like very fortunate. We actually like the three of us. Well, you guys knew each other a lot more intimately. We've known each other a lot longer, but we didn't actually get to talking until like more recently. I would say like last 2 years. We've known each other like more than 3-4 years now. Yeah, I think we're very fortunate to be able to like, well, one, connect on this level, and then also be able to talk about this stuff and be on a regular basis, because we're all in like ease of access / daily life kind of things, similar fields kind of stuff.
Right. and also
Yeah.
not like get up in arms about stuff like this, you know, and
Yeah.
kind of being more objective about it and open. Like it's very difficult to find a group of people that are how do I say this, like not swayed by fleeting things, I think, right? Like your own personal emotions. Like it's good to have people that can kind of sidestep from their own preferences and see something from a more objective point of view. So yeah, it's good. Pee pee poo poo.
Pee-pee.
We have Belladonna next, and this is their page. Let me go and look up their questions or their answers to their questions, and I'll post this in the DM as well. There you go. And yeah, I wanted Belladonna, or rather, did Belladonna want to be on this one? I think Belladonna specifically asked for this day because they wanted to know more about branding and stuff like that. And yes, they do have their commissions page, merch, and all that stuff already. So I think out of everybody, Belladonna is the most slated for what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
But they already have all the assets.
They have all the assets. They're kind of already taking the first step, and I think this is more of like how can she better her craft. So this is the homepage. I like it a lot personally. I think that it's, even though we don't get the merch right away, we do get a good idea of what their style is, their branding, their colors, very clear name. I like the little wing on the S, very whimsical. Like it's also really, it's a name that kind of, even though it's like more than 3 syllables, right? It rolls off the tongue. I think that like that is something that is not to be ignored either. Like when something is catchy, it's just catchy.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I'm gonna clarify
Yeah,
for the syllable thing. It's not something you have to live by. It's just something that oftentimes, generally, those syllables are easier. Like shorter names are easier to remember. Long names are, sometimes I always like misspell things when it's too long and I forget things. So it's just a nice frame of reference, but don't restrict yourself to those syllables.
Right.
Yep. It's just merely an observation, but just because it's worked for majority of people doesn't mean you necessarily have to do that for yourself also, I think at the end of the day, if you have something that rolls off the tongue well, then I think you got it good, honestly.
Yeah. Belladonna is really good. I like it.
Another thing that I also realized, this is why Japanese is really good for branding, because syllables for Japanese are really easy to remember. And the spelling for them is just literally chaining those syllables together, and it's so easy to just remember over other languages. Like for example, sometimes English, right? Like, is it 1 L or 2 L's? It's harder.
Is CH or ch?
Yeah, exactly.
I hate English. I fucking hate English.
Like TCH or CH? And then
I don't know, man.
Hey yo Jumbo, is that an AYO? It's like fuck. It's a whole struggle. But yes, I think Belladonna is a strong name. We can go to portfolio now. And this is where all this stuff is. So I'm gonna scroll down a little bit. We have illustrations at the top. Pretty sure this is all TOS. Like good on TOS.
Yeah. I like that's good.
Okay. So that, and then stream assets at the bottom. So, and then we have back to top. So this is where you need a back to top.
Yeah.
That's
That's
good.
where you need.
That's perfect.
That's very nice.
If you had to like move your finger scroll like more than one time, you need it back to top.
Okay, what are you guys' thoughts?
I personally like the separation, but I feel like it's too much scrolling. So if I scroll 2 times, I already just see illustrations and I call it, that's it. It's all illustrations. I don't see the stream assets. I think you can add like buttons on top.
There
Where
are
it
buttons
goes.
on
Oh, I
top.
guess there is. Yeah, there
Yeah,
is.
they're right
It's a little
here.
hard to see.
They are a little
yeah.
bit difficult, yeah. So I would say somehow highlight these because when I first saw this, I thought this was just like I completely ignored it. So
I thought it was just like a subtitle.
right, yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
same. So if there is any way that you can make these look like buttons, like maybe even the outline, or have like a like a purple box and white text, or have a white box or something instead of just the word, it would make it clear to me that these are buttons that I could click. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I agree.
Cool.
I think you can also give like a little bit more breathing room between your illustrations and maybe cut down on a little bit. It's a little too overwhelming, too much to look at. I feel like the more pieces you have, the less I get intimate with each piece. And so I don't really feel like it all becomes like, again, like consistency and having accents is really important. So like when you have too much strong things, they all become consistent to me. And so I don't see any of the strong things because it becomes like one big thing of a bunch of strong things.
Very true. That's a really good point. This is something that you see a lot at conventions, I feel like. Where like people have a lot of very strong saturated colors in a very small 6x6 space, and literally like everything is a blur. You can't see anything, and the colors are everywhere. That's why like at conventions, things like grouping of colors is actually very important when you're putting your stuff up. Which is not something that people think about a lot, I feel like. But I digress. This is kind of a symptom of that as well, where you have a lot of good things happening, but it's hard to, like you said, get intimate with a particular piece. In this case, there are certain ways that you can fix this. You can either cut down on certain pieces, or you can size certain things up. So certain pieces that you want to highlight or you feel like are your strongest, you can, or maybe might benefit from being bigger. For example, more detailed pieces, you can blow up a little bit so that people can have more time and more space to appreciate those pieces, whereas little portraits like this can be smaller. They're more graphic, they're still readable from afar, and you have the luxury of making those ones a little bit smaller, whereas maybe something that's a little more detailed, like these pieces, Freya, some of the more detailed pieces up here where you have a lot of leaves and greenery, and even this panty and stocking one, you can blow these ones up so that people can really take their time to see it, and you're presenting it and giving it enough space. So yeah,
I think
a
they
really
can
good point.
also like, if you look through the pieces, so there's like that little pear one, the frost fruit, and then the witch's candle, that's could be more like prop, and they could like categorize them into different things. If you go down a little bit more, there's like character designs, like the swatches.
These ones.
As for outfit stuff, yeah, you can. I think if you have such categories like that, and you want to present those categories separately, I think you can. You should, or you can separate them into different things. So it could be like actual illustrations, like the top one, and then like a separate one like props and assets, and then like another one would be the character designs and rough sheets, and then the bottom will be stream assets. Those can be categories within itself, especially since you have so much material for it already.
Yeah, if I could actually suggest, I think that making another category could be good. I personally think if I could act, because you have a lot of pieces, and I think a lot of pieces are actually that you made are actually pretty strong on their own. But I think that if you're gonna use this as a portfolio, I think cutting down on the pieces could actually help reinforce and make some of your stronger piece even stronger. Too many could actually take away from some of your stronger pieces. I would actually suggest cutting out the frost fruit and the witch's candle, just because I see you're doing the characters, and I could see so much that you're enjoying those a lot more. And I'm sure those like the frost fruit and the candle you enjoy too, but I see a lot of love putting into those characters, and I would love to see more. So maybe if you want to cut those two out, and then I know you have the concept, a little bit of the character art with the swatches. Feel like in your other pieces, I'm already seeing your personal design, your personal touch to it. So I would love to see those two characters in context a little bit more than compared to standing. So if you actually have an alternative piece for these characters, I would have loved to see that more than a standing one, because the other ones you have right now, they're actually like the witchy kind of day, the top 3 pieces, the panning stocking, the forest guardian, the top 3 pieces. I think those are gorgeous, and I really want to see more of those. So that's something maybe you could put more of, and then maybe cut down a few. I would say. Yeah. So I think if you could maybe keep your pieces no more than 12, see, choose 12 of your best work. Otherwise, quantity could get a little overbearing. Because they have some strong pieces, and I think some pieces are taking away from your stronger one, like I said earlier. So maybe keep it to 12 or less, I would say.
I think for me personally, I like when everything can kind of fit on your computer screen, and then like maybe one piece a little bit smaller than the size of your hand. Depending on how big your screen is, obviously, right? But you would want to keep it like that, and that would be a good way to gauge how many pieces you want to put up. You also want them to be like kind of balanced size-wise, even-wise. So like you wouldn't want like one straight piece. Like if you have like, so you have 3 across right now. So you wouldn't want 10 pieces. You would want like 9 pieces, right? So that would be 3 by 3, and stuff like that. I also think your portfolio, if you have done any like job work or actual like resume presentations, you're supposed to typically change your resume every time you go to a place, because you're catering towards what they want and your demographic, right? That's also applied in these portfolios too. If you're trying to find things to do where like you're trying to go to a con, right? You want to present like physical merch, so it's okay to make a portfolio separate specifically for cons like that. For this, I see a lot of strong like illustrations, so I see that you're presenting towards illustrations, and on the bottom is streaming assets. So I think like depending on what you are intending to do, you can cater which ones that you're showcasing in the portfolio as well. This one is just a lot of information overload, and I don't know exactly what you're pining for, particularly. But I do enjoy like all the different pieces that you have here. I can see like this is a very extensive portfolio outlook.
If you could also, since this is a gallery format, if you could honestly make it the same ratio, that I think that would, and this is at this point just me nitpicking because it got a lot of great stuff going on. But if you could keep the ratio a little bit more consistent, because you got some that's like square, you got some that are like vertical, like longer, and then you got some that are wider, and then you have some that are wide but like shorter. Like, I know that each piece calls for different dimensions sometimes, but sometimes you just have to kind of keep it the same ratio for consistency, even if it means going back to the previous art piece and painting in a little bit more, or even so much as cropping it. So it would give a more cleaner look, I would say, in regards to like the interface of the gallery.
I actually don't mind that one as much. That one I
Really?
don't mind as much. I think that I think could be that one could be solved with spacing. So like maybe not so cluttered up, right? Instead of you know, having all these like really close to each other, but having a bunch of space on the sides. I think that if you space your work out well enough, then the dimensions of them can be forgiven a little bit. But I think that
perhaps, but I think it's just that it would be an easier fix, I would say, because you can't really adjust all these margin individually. Because if she were to add like new pieces and stuff like that, she would have to kind of like adjust it. So I would say it's more for like it being easier on her end, I would say.
okay. I think it's like different like solutions to the same problem.
Mm. Yeah, I say so.
Yeah. It just depends on what your preference is. Yeah, I think like it's a really strong body of work. So we mentioned cutting down on the amount of pieces. We mentioned making sure to categorize, and I actually wanted to say something about that. I like that you have the portfolio and then everything's under the portfolio, right? But I think one thing is you don't have to put these stream assets right underneath the illustrations, because I think they do get lost amongst all these great pieces up here. Not that these aren't great, but they are a different category all their own. So what I would do is actually instead take all of these stream assets out of this page and just categorize it under a separate category up here. And same thing maybe with maybe some of your illustrations can instead be concept work. So like for example, your frost fruit, your character swatches and stuff like that. Those aren't exactly illustrations in the traditional sense. They're more like ideations, right? And the witch's candle maybe too. So all of that stuff can go under a separate category of concept work or visual development. Instead of that would also, first of all, get rid of some clutter, and second of all, it would help us to see the different disciplines that you are able to work in. So I think that's another note that I would make. Obviously, you don't want to make like a lot of categories. I think 3 categories is a really good number, maybe 4. 5 is kind of pushing it. But nothing over 5. Illustrations, viz dev / like concept or whatever. Keep it to like 1 word or 1 phrase, and then stream assets. I think then at that point you'd be pretty good. I think one thing I also want to say about your work itself is that this has to do with what we were talking about earlier with saturation. I think there's a lot of saturation in your work. And this is less of a website thing now and more of a technical art related like process kind of thing. I think extracting a little bit of saturation out of your work can do you a lot of good, because a lot of stuff in your work is very, very saturated right now. And I know that everybody has their own style and stuff, and you can definitely make it work. But I think extracting just a little bit of saturation out, or maybe being a little bit more careful with how you limit your color palette, can really do wonders for your work. Actually, some of the most eye-grabbing examples of your work are the ones that are more limited in palette. When I look at these, I actually saw this one and I thought this one was really nice because of the color palette is nice and limited. It's very clear from afar. Sorry, a second. It's very clear from afar what it is. I think your values, because your colors are a little bit more limited, you had to work more in values, and I think that's what makes this piece look a little bit more outstanding to me when I'm looking at your entire body of work. This panning stocking one is also another good one because again, you're limiting your color palette. Your saturation levels are varied, whereas when I see something, let me see if I can pull up another one. When I see your color swatches, it's not that colors are bad. Like, colors are a very subjective thing, but at the same time, I do see that because there's so much saturation, these cyan rings right here aren't able to do their job as well as they could, because these cyan rings are supposed to be very saturated, nice highlight colors in this character, but they can't fully realize that role because there's so much brightness in the rest of the character. And while in some contexts this could be like the perfect design, in a lot of other contexts it's much better to allow these highlight colors to really stand out by desaturating or otherwise allowing the support of these highlight colors to stand out. Again with this swatch as well, and using a little bit less saturation and just taking some of that out and allowing yourself to limit your color palette can also give the work a visual identity and a color identity. So in that sense, it will create a mood or atmosphere that fits that setting too. Does that make sense? Is everybody what do you guys think about that?
That's Ba.
Yep.
Okay.
Agree.
Okay, so that was super long-winded, but what do you think about the what do you think about the stream assets? I mean, not that any of us are streamers here, but like, what do you guys think?
You can go first.
You could go first.
So I work a lot in like maybe like emotes / like more stream asset stuff. I think like your presentation of your badges and stuff, they could be a little more stylized towards you, and also like separated so that you can tell like the separation between them, and it's like very obvious. I think like a lot of things that I overlooked is framing. Framing can do so much for you. This applies for convention tables. This goes for online posting, all the graphics and stuff, they can make such a big impact on your art. It's like the same as like when you do background illustrations, right? They can really help bring out your piece and actually define it and sharpen it. So I think like you could probably make a nice little UI background for your badges and whatnot. I think also something that you may want to consider, this is like completely separate, is that you can try to start doing some pay to use stuff and have passive income for it, because I think like your badges are good. It's definitely something that like general public would be very interested in. I don't know if you've ever considered pay to use assets, but you can try looking those up. So there's like people who make like overlays that are like thematic, and then you just upload your files online as a digital thing, and then you just leave it, and then people just buy it and they use it. So I think you can definitely look towards doing that. But yeah, personally, I am very deterred by backgrounds that are flat, as also gradients that are not that strong. It depends on the type of gradient and stuff. So I recommend like maybe the bottom ones do different backgrounds. You know, framing is so important.
Yeah, like the layout and presentation, right? Packaging.
Yeah, packaging can make such a big difference. I cannot stress out how much that is. It's like it literally can be a game changer. It gives like, not only does it give consistency towards like your art, despite the fact that the art piece itself may not be consistent, it just helps reinforce your branding, you know. So yeah, things to consider. This is all very like my personal opinion about like how I see things. As I'm a creator, I'm also like an extreme consumer. I can tell immediately when something belongs to something because of like, you know, Pavloving. Like people like use the same background, or they use like the same frame, and they use this and that, and I know exactly what it is. I know exactly what it's gonna be. And it makes it easier for my brain to process the actual art piece itself. Because, you know, every time you see a new art piece, you're studying something new. So your brain tends to like overwork. So as more, when you frame it and you ease it and you tell like, oh, this is categorizing it, you know, like this, like the same on the top when you were doing your assets or like your swatches and stuff. I could tell immediately your swatches were the same thing because you use the same swatch thing in the top right corner, and then you had the same background and stuff. I knew exactly that I was going in for a character ref. Same thing for these bottom ones, right? Yeah, it's like, even like these two bottom ones, the outfit variations and the Moogles, I can tell that they're the same type of thing. Framing can speak a lot for you. Yeah.
Yep. Lens?
Yep.
Anything? The
Nope.
stream element stuff?
Nope.
All good?
Mhm.
All right. And I think we have commissions. It's a commission sheet. This is on... I never know how to pronounce this. Is this coffee or Ko-Fi or Kofi? Whatever, however you say this.
I
But
think it'd be Ko-Fi. I mean, you call it lo-fi. You won't call it
you know what?
lo-fi.
It actually is
Isn't it
supposed to be low.
Wi-Fi?
It is actually supposed to be. It actually is supposed to be Lofi, but people
What
call it
about
lo-fi.
Haichu? Hichu.
Okay, it's a. It actually is Lofi because it's short for low fidelity. But yeah, people call it lo-fi now because Wi-Fi. So I have no idea.
Isn't
how
it
to pronounce
coffee?
this.
'Cause
It's coffee,
a
right?
coffee. It's a little coffee.
But
But
why
it's like
was
internet
like,
coffee, so it's like Wi-Fi, so it's like
but when I see
coffee
K,
fi.
when I see KO, it's ko, not caw. You know?
English, my man.
I fucking hate English.
English!
Hi-fi? Wi-Fi? Jimbo's right. It's a total GIF situation. The commission space was closed for now. I opened it for review for you guys. Refresh the page. I think it's good, right?
No. So, scroll down.
Oh.
Oh, there should be like a commissions options on the side. There's like an actual commission thing for Ko-Fi.
I have no idea how to. I don't know how to navigate that.
It's not up.
Okay.
Maybe try again.
Little bit.
Isabella.
It's English.
It's like-
It's English. Wi-Fi. I think we can skip this part for now, right? Because I think this is a place for people to you know, get commissions and stuff like that. And I think
Yeah.
you know,
I think the only input would be the like framing again.
yeah,
in the
exactly,
commission
because it's
thing,
not
and not
exactly
overwhelming.
yeah, exactly not part of the website, but also it's like completely something of its own.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I think we can skip that one. Let's go look at merch.
You cut it.
I actually haven't seen this yet, so.
It's very cookie cutter.
No.
I like those graphic designs. I think you actually have
Pretty strong, right?
potential.
Yeah. Lollipop killed.
I like those like vector images.
Mhm.
They did a good job with those.
Cool. What do you guys think?
I love the fact that you have your own merch going. But something I did notice is that I think you might, because I see that these are stock photos where you apply your merch onto it. It's like a stock template. I would much rather see the actual product itself. Like, because obviously I think like I think your art has a lot of personality and character into it. I think when you put it on like stock photos, like your art on like the stock t-shirt and whatnot, it kind of like takes that charmingness in your art away from that. Like I see like yeah, I think with like the t-shirt, I think like I would love to see something that's a little bit more curated with your physical merchandise, because you'd be surprised. I think curating a product photo is work in it, like it's an art form of itself. So I think that if I actually see it worn by maybe, if not the artist, maybe like it would be nice to see, how do I word this properly, like how I would like to see it in like
Personal.
more personal, like a little bit more curated, I would say. Like
It feels more authentic. as well.
yeah. I'm
Mhm.
trying to like find the right words for it.
I'm not gonna lie. When I saw your website, I actually thought it was a third party, but I only knew that it wasn't a
Yeah.
third party because of Big Cartel.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like how they have third party sources that help you. You just put your artwork on things, and then they ship
Mhm.
it one by one. That's what I thought, and it doesn't feel as personal. A big selling point that a lot of artists, especially indie artists like us, who are trying to make our own things, is that our story, our attempt for our passion, is so strong. Just the fact that you are doing it on your own and you're personal is already a selling point.
Yeah, like I think like for example with your stickers, instead of being like just it as a PNG file, being it placed on a stock photo, I actually would love to see it being used somewhere, if not like maybe a catalog of it. Like there's ways to like pose your product. Oh god, I really don't know how to word this properly, but I think at the end of the day, I think taking your own product photos versus just slapping on your image on like a stock photo, I think will help sell your product a lot better, and it will give me a better idea of what your branding is, because it's kind of taking away a lot of the personality from your art when you just put on like those.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's something about tangibility as well. When you see a product actually exist in real life, you can imagine
Mhm.
yourself having it. When it's something just a PNG, you kind of have to imagine it being a sticker. Like it also, it's like several more brain cells for you to use, for you to actually imagine yourself having it. Whereas like when you see a sticker being held by a hand, you know, not only do you like get to see a person actually interact with that object, but you also get to see the dimension of it. Like when you say like fucking 5 inches, like it's hard to imagine exactly how big that thing's gonna be in this design, you know? So, and obviously you're not gonna print a 5-inch sticker, but you get what I'm saying. Like it's easier to see exactly how something is gonna look like in your hand or in your room or on a book, you know, if it's already on there, if it's already being held, if it's already on that table. It's it's just much more tangible, and you don't have to make the hoops and logic to to do the extra work, to imagine having it.
I actually have a question. Does Sabella actually have these items, or is it just like for temporary, like actually third-party source?
Oh, like
you actually have
like
these
drop
items?
shipping, right?
Yeah, drop shipping, or like no? Do you like actually have these items like right now? Because like when I look at all this, it doesn't seem like you actually have any of the items, but I can't tell if you do, because all these seem like stock photos. Do you actually have these items like in your hands that you can take pictures of? If you don't have those,
it says she says it's print on demand for now.
Okay, yeah.
I think for a small business owner, I would highly recommend you actually have the product yourself and actually taking the product photo. Yeah, because I definitely what Panda is like saying, like it definitely looks like you said, it is a print on demand, and that's what it comes off as. But I think at that point it makes it less interpersonal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also wonder where Sabella stands right now. Whether like these are actually things that they can get their hands on and like also like do. That's why I'm wondering if that's why they use these photos, because they don't actually have them.
Right.
And like again, print on demand and like actually getting them and doing it, and then whether these are just like placeholders for things you want to do in the future.
Right.
But yeah,
oh yeah, go ahead.
If you have it, definitely take photos. Photos are, you can still look very professional and curated with professional photos. But yeah, sorry, what?
Yeah, because like I think like your merch, from what I'm seeing, like great ideas, but I think I'm not sold on making that purchase because I'm not really seeing it being actually used right now. Yeah. People love to see the item being used. That's why when people do Kickstarters or even sell the product, like Reels really sell it because it gives people a better idea. Like, oh, I could see this actually me wearing that because that person's actually wearing it. For stock photos, it's not quite the same because stock photo models could look kind of dead sometimes, so it's not exactly selling that to me. I want to see your product being used. I want to see it actually being used on like a certain book cover, because like I think not only the stock photos not really work most of the times because like you have a color palette going, but the stock photos is not really like helping to reinforce your branding, I would say.
I think we get the point. Sabella Dawn was saying, I live in South Korea and I don't have a proper visa to sell product right now legally, so I haven't been pushing this. That completely makes sense. And by the way, I think that something that is should be reiterated or iterated at all is that it's not a bad thing to use stock photos. I honestly think that whenever I look at whenever I see something that's stock, like it doesn't necessarily say that it's like it's not a not good thing. Does that make sense? It's just that to us creators, like when we see something like that, it's like, okay, well, this is like first step. This is like something to be built upon. But it's not a bad thing because on the consumer side, they see stuff like this all the time. They still buy it. Like it's not that it's a bad thing in particular, but I think for us as creators, if you want to appeal, that extra appeal, that that little frosting on top of the cake, like, is for you to take product photos yourself, because it feels a lot more personal and it feels like people want to support you when they see you doing things yourself because of your passion for it. And I think that that is the logic in producing your own product photos over using stock, which again is not a bad thing. It's just that like taking your own product photos will enhance your appeal to a certain extent. That's all that that's all that Lens and Panda are getting at.
I think your product looks really fun. I think like the patch, the stickers, they're fun, they're witty. I love the ongoing like purple color palette. So I think aside from that, like you got a really good thing for like merch ideas right now. So I'd love to see more merch from you, honestly, because you, like I said, got a good thing going. I think you have the right wit for these like fun sticker patches kind of design, I would say.
Yeah, I definitely think you're in the right headspace to be pursuing something similar to what Lens, Jimbo, and I do at cons and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this is like the perfect day for Sabelladonna to be crit on. Also,
Yes.
wait, one thing I want to say, and I'm actually really glad that you said that you're not super into this yet, like as in like you haven't really dove into this, is that official spelled incorrectly. I just wanted to say that. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that before you made a bunch of these patches. But yeah, officials. I'm glad that you took that well. But
They're
yes.
gonna cry.
I know. They're slamming their desk right now, and I shouldn't have said anything. I'm a terrible person. But I had to say it. A fickle.
Offie
No one has caught that. I'm glad. See, this is why it's good that I'm such a stickler in chat for spelling. Okay, because I can save your business.
Oh no. It's
So
okay,
it has one of those already. Oh no.
They're offical. Don't worry. It's okay.
Is it? It's definitely offical.
They're very offical.
Very offical. And we're a misprint edition. Exactly. Just like Magic the Gathering. You can resell it again.
I think if you want to add on, because I really like your art, like your illustration. Maybe you could make I don't know if this is something you want to explore, but maybe doing like a print section for your art. I could see like people wanting to be purchasing your art piece, so maybe that's something you want to consider for that, because that's like definitely your strong suit, you know. So yeah.
Yeah, I think prints would be a good idea too. And I don't know what the visa situation is like, but once you get that taken care of, like, I think prints are also a lot easier to ship because of weight.
Also, like, not restricted by minimum quantity cost.
Exactly. Yeah. And a lot cheaper to produce than a lot of this other stuff. So, prints are very, very profitable, and I think that because you have such a strong portfolio of illustrations, you should definitely capitalize on that too once you get the chance. Also, accessoires.
Mind your own business.
No, I'm just saying. All right, look, we're critting. We're here. I'm not gonna look at this website every day. We're here.
I'm so sorry that you are a regular viewer of Twitch.tv. Jim AO.
Maybe misspelling is my brand, Jimbo. Okay, well then you gotta go full hat. You gotta go ham.
You're quirky like that. Just like how you're quirky.
Maybe products without the T then. Maybe apparel. It's like
produce.
Apparel. All right. Anything else you guys want to say about this before we actually we have an about section, which, you know, look, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, guests. I told people that I'm not a person that reads about sections. Is that
I read about sections if they're like short or if I'm really interested. It depends on. I think a lot of things in life is dependent on where you are at that moment.
True.
Like whether I'm willing to spend time to do it.
Yeah, like how we felt about Archer, right? Like timing. Like it's just about like it's just like, okay, well, you tried it like maybe a long time ago and you didn't like it, and now you tried it again, and now you fucking love it, and now everybody's like, why did you watch it before? Like Sekiro. You know?
Good night.
Yeah, I'm bringing the pain. Products. But yes, we have an about me here as well. Which we can read through this, but also I think that for me personally, I like to judge artist portfolios on the art. Oop, went back to the commercials there. But yeah, what do you guys? Anything else you guys wanted to say about Sabelladonna's work before we move on, and also anything else, Sabelladonna, that you have to ask about of our two guests before we pretty much end the stream, because it's actually been 4 hours, guys.
We didn't
But to answer questions, we're so famous.
Oh, that's right. We didn't answer the question. And the rest of your presentation too. I forgot. But
I actually really appreciate Sabadella's entire site already. This is definitely something that I am very familiar with.
Yeah, I agree. I think like she has a really strong branding already going on for herself, so I'm pretty excited to see her keep expanding on that.
Yeah, it feels very much like it's already like Artist Alley type beat kind of thing.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
All right.
Wait. One thing I want to say. Okay, if we go to this Belladonna's like homepage, like just click on her logo. Just click on her logo.
Oh,
Do you see like? I see photos of products, like actually like the enamel pin, like on the left,
Oh.
over here
and
on
like
the left.
stickers and charm on the right. Yeah, like those are pictures I want to see in your shop, like your merch shop. That's what I want to see. Like those are cute. Like I can see that it's being curated. There's like some like construction paper, some stars. You know, like I love that. I think it makes it like your arts like pop out even more. I would say.
I didn't even catch that. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Oh,
That's what I had
also,
before, switch back into English. Yeah.
oh, one more thing. So if you go to portfolio, this is a personal thing for me. I'm not a big fan of that font. The top portfolio font and illustrations. Not a big fan of that. Personally, that's my personal taste. But I think you should match the other fonts that you have. Maybe the font that you have for your logo,
I
or
think
match
so
your
too,
website with
yeah.
more.
I think
Hmm?
the Sabella Donna font is much more fitting here.
But I do like the fact that it is different from your like the little buttons under, so it does make it lets my eye relax, and I know exactly that it's a title. I do like I think you should make it similar to the other ones, but different enough that I can tell exactly what it is.
Yep. Agreed. Anything else?
Reached.
No, we're good.
Good. Yeah, I think I'm
All
good.
right. Cool. That wraps it up for the rest of these. Do you guys want to do the rest of your presentation and then we go to questions, or I think that's the way to go, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're gonna just dabble into this. I mean, it's nothing long, but I think this is something maybe a lot of people might be curious about. So.
Sure, yeah. Let me stop
You
streaming on my
benefit.
side here.
Thank you guys for the portfolios. It was very
Yeah.
good to look through them. I was also extremely nervous. Feels like a presentation, like a skull standing up thing.
Yeah,
You
thank
were
you guys
nervous?
for sharing.
Yeah. Well, I woke up
Damn.
wrong too, but
Oh, that's right. You just woke up. You literally woke up.
yeah,
I
I need to
know.
work on stickers after this.
Bella?
Yeah, I know it could be very daunting to like have your portfolio review in front of everyone because it's like
Yeah.
literally to have a public portfolio review is like to be publicly torn apart potentially.
Yeah.
So props to you guys for like being so down to do this and striving for more improvement.
Thank you
Let's see.
guys.
Let's see. There's a bottom part. Okay. So I guess now that we reviewed the portfolio, we're gonna loop back to what we were discussing about shop. Jimbo,
Yeah, I'm sharing.
your stream.
They're in.
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay. So let's see. All right, so we're gonna talk about where to sell. So I know, so just a little recap is basically we're talking about, finding the right manufacturer, where to source, to the turnaround time, and then now you have a product. What do you do with it? Well, you're gonna sell. So these are some of the things we kind of want to talk about. We got like online shop. So like I said, there's a few ways to sell. It just really depends how you want to sell it with your online shop. So you got 3 different kinds. You got your personal shop. So actually no, I'm gonna talk about Etsy first. So I really recommend a lot of like beginners to actually use either Etsy or a print on demand, kind of like what Belladonna was talking about. So print on demand is basically when people go to, when they find an item they like, the customers will just buy it. But as a business owner, we don't have to take care of like inventory or whatnot. Basically somebody else takes care of it, like a different company whatsoever, so that's like kind of print on demand. So you don't have to worry about stock or whatever, but they usually do take a cut, I would say. So that's something to keep in mind. Etsy, I think Etsy is a great platform where beginners to start again, only because like they do the marketing for you. When you first start out, like they will advertise your stuff and help drive traffic to your Etsy shop. So very beneficial in that if you want to make money actually. But Etsy does take a cut. So one thing to keep in mind is that you have to upcharge your stuff. There's a whole Etsy calculator out there that you guys can actually, calculate. Because, like whatever price you want to profit, you want to upcharge by how much it costs, your original price, whatnot. But Etsy does have, remember how I talked about copyright, like IP and copyright infringement and all that? So the thing is, this is actually where the IPs actually go to find the rule breakers here. Like Crunchyroll, they scout on Etsy a lot. So if you have like Chainsaw Man stuff or whatever like that on Etsy, chances are you might be struck down, and Etsy will make you take it down. And if any repeated offense, they'll like shut down your shop. So if you're gonna do Etsy and you're gonna do fan art, again, do your research, because if you get struck down, it's best to just, listen to them. Because at the end of the day, you're running a shop out of a different platform, not your own. Not Charmy, Jimbo, you wanna do the raid? The thing?
Yeah, I was just gonna let them ruminate and assimilate themselves in the chat. But hello, Charmy. Welcome in. We are actually just finished with the portfolio reviews. We're going back to a presentation that we started off earlier in the stream, and we're talking about where to sell your own merch and your products. I'm joined here by Superlens and Panda, who, by the way, Ty, can we shout them out as well? And Charmy, I know that you're no stranger to this either, so welcome. And to Charmy's people, hi, my name is AO Jumbo, and yeah, we're kind of doing this thing today. No, please continue. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So so for online shop, aside from doing like Etsy or like Redbubble, which is an example of a print-on-demand shop, there's so much more of those print-on-demand website, but I'm not too familiar with them myself. You can also try running your own personal shop. Okay. The problem with personal shop is that it's really hard to drive traffic to your online shop unless you have a high following. Not very beginner friendly if you're just starting out like making merch and stuff, because probably paying for your website might end up costing you more than trying to sell your merch. So I would really recommend, while having a personal shop is a good way, I do recommend, if you're actually committing to having a shop, you might want to try gaining a little more traction before doing so. Because it's really hard to drive traffic unless, like I said, you have a high following, which is why I recommended like maybe Etsy or something print on demand, where you kind of garner a little more traffic, and then maybe you could redirect them to your personal shop. But it is definitely more of a transition thing. But those are some of the 3 ways you could run your online shop. Again, there's no right or wrong way. It's whatever works best for you. Do you have anything you want to add on to that, Panda?
Social media hard. Advertise hard.
Oh yes, definitely.
We not good. We suffer.
Yeah. So yeah, social media all around. I think that's pretty much for online shop. I don't think there's really much more to add. It's because everything is kind of within your control. How much you advertise, how much you drive traffic, it's really up to you. But if we're gonna get into conventions, that's a whole separate beast of its own, because there's a lot of things that's out of your control, actually. Where do we even start at conventions? Alright, so another place to sell would be conventions. But there are some things you guys must remember is that both online shop and conventions, make sure you do your taxes and all that. You do need a seller's permit for running an online shop, but that's like a little bit different. But most conventions, they do require you to have a seller's permit present. Depending which state you are, they have its different rules. So for example, if you're in California and you're tabling at Boston, you gotta sign up for Boston's seller's permit. If you're from Vegas and you're tabling at California, you gotta sign up for California's seller's permit. So at your own discretion, you know. I'm no tax expert, but that is like one of the few simple rules you need to follow. There's a lot of conventions out there. I think it's up to you to find the right ones for you. But how would you know unless you table, honestly? So, this is where you kind of make connections. You can listen to other artists' experience. You can ask them about which con is good and whatnot. But I think the best way to first start doing conventions. I first started doing it at like local events at like universities. I started doing it at university conventions because they were cheap. They're like $5 table, if not free, because they're student run. Like Panda here, she started doing it by doing it at those cup sleeve like K-pop events. So find a small local one, because if you're like whipping out $500 to pay for a table, you're gonna have to make that up, if not more, if you want to profit, you know. So just some things to keep in mind. There's like different ways to apply to a convention. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to keep tabs on it. There's no like, it's not like a job. I mean, you're applying to a convention like it's a job, but the thing is, a lot of these conventions, application period, depending on the con, it opens for a certain time period. Like some cons, application period is only within like 4 to 8 hours, and they close up. Some conventions are like, you have 2 weeks to apply, and that's it. And then some conventions are like, you got 1 month to apply, and that's it. There's different ways of how a convention picks their artists, actually. There's one that's juried, which means it's literally like applying for a job. It's like a portfolio review. They look at your portfolio, they see what you sell, what your social media following is, and then they pick you off of that and see if you're a good fit for the show. So it's curated if it's juried. The second way you get picked for a convention is lottery, where they just randomly pick their artists for their show. And then the third way, which I think is not as common compared to before, is first come first serve. So like, for example, Anime Expo used to be a first come first serve. Obviously that's not the case anymore this year, but I did notice a lot of like conventions are now more leaning towards juried and lottery style. Yeah, honestly, applying for a convention is it's literally like applying for a job of its own. Yeah, and then you want to add anything to that, Panda, about selling at conventions?
Not really, but I don't know, I feel like this is something I would apply to like mental health and whatnot towards art. When you sell and do these kind of things, it's not definitive of your capabilities as an artist. Making merch and everything is completely like a business thing. It's not necessarily something that defines you as an artist. So I don't know, I feel like going to conventions, don't be deterred. It's something that we have to learn. It's a mixture of business and art. So but yeah, that's like something just different. Something I think is important for people who are artists to remember. And also sometimes people are fucking pricks, I'm gonna be honest. At like conventions, people try to like haggle me. I'm like, dude, I ain't some flea market. Okay? Like some people, there's normies, okay? There's normies out there, guys. Beware of normies. Yeah.
I had this one experience where I had this girl. Luckily, I wasn't there. Thank God. I think I would have lost my shit with her. But apparently, my friend was watching my table because we were sharing a table, and then she said that there was this girl who saw my pins. Like her friends were like, "Oh, look at those pins," and then she literally stuck her nose up and was like, "Ugh, like those are ugly." She called my pins ugly, and like her friends like, "Oh, what? But I thought you liked this game." It's like, "Oh, like why did they have to do this and this?" Like apparently they were just like nitpicking my art really hard. You know, like you get people like that. What can you say? And but at the end of the day, it's kind of like, you know what? You're not, at the end of the day, you're not my demographic, you know? You get people who's gonna shit out your art out of nowhere, and then you have people who try to haggle your art and give you shit for how much you're charging. But the thing is, at the end of the day, these people don't understand, and they're not your people that you want to sell to begin with, you know? You know, so I guess also another thing is like, art is really subjective. In another way, you might find that conventions are kind of like art contests. You know, when you don't get picked for a con, you're like, well, what's wrong with my art? You know, like, why am I not picked? You know, but it's subjective. I remember there's this one art contest where I participated in it. I wasn't expecting to get first place, but I got like, I don't know. I wasn't even placed, you know? So I was kind of like shocked, you know? I was like, what? Not even like top 50, you know? But at the end of the day, I remember I was talking to my sister about it, and she was like, beauty is the eye of the beholder. Just because it's not to their liking doesn't make your art anything like worse or bad. It just people see it differently. So at conventions, like Panda said, like don't feel deterred. Like I think at one point as merch maker, we're gonna go through these waves of like not doing so well. I've had conventions where I literally came out at the end of the day with only $5 in my pocket. That kind of stank. But you grow, you learn, you strive for improvement. So
Yeah, I agree with all this. I think that it also can be really difficult to and really stressful to see and how to grow and how to do better, because like you kind of constantly are trying to like everybody wants to move forward, right? Like nobody wants to regress. So sometimes it's hard to just swallow the pill of, maybe it was just a really bad con. you know it just wasn't the right, like we were talking about timing earlier, it just wasn't the right timing. Or like maybe sometimes you kind of fall flat with a certain print that you made, or you didn't think that it would do as well, or maybe it's oversaturated because so many people thought that this was going to pop off that everybody's trying to pop off with it, and now you've got an oversaturation of that product out in the market. So there's a lot of reasons why you might run into some issues down the road with running your own business as art and creating products, and sitting on a mountain of products that aren't selling doesn't feel good. But these are mistakes that once you make them, you kind of become a lot more cautious and wary of what works for you as an artist, and your demographic, like you guys were saying. So yeah, it really just depends from person to person, and finding what's right for you is going to be really it's going to be your own road to walk down. Like for example, for me, I feel like I've been lucky enough to be in a niche that works really well for me because I'm super passionate about it. I think my art style works pretty well for the niche that I'm in, which is like Souls likes and dark fantasy. And I think that it's just it works just well enough for me to do like a pretty okay at conventions, to the point where I would want to keep doing them, But there are things that there's certain pieces that just do not sell for me either. Like the Lady Eboshi piece. It actually doesn't sell very well unless it's a person that knows me. Like so people from Twitch, or like maybe a few people throughout the con will like buy the Lady Eboshi one, but in comparison to all my other prints, that one moves super slowly. So you might find like, oh, a piece that you've been working on for a very long time might not work that well, but pieces that like maybe you didn't put all that much time into and you thought, hey, whatever, and also I'm just doing this one for me, those one might actually pop off because people relate to it a little bit more because maybe it's niche. They don't see a lot of product on the market that's like that, or maybe there's just a je ne sais quoi, like some certain lightning in a bottle that you caught with that piece, and you never know. Like it's really weird. Like, or like seeing what pieces actually, or what pieces of art actually pop off on your socials. Like many an occasion you'll see an artist say like, this literally took me 5 minutes, and like it's got like tens of thousands of likes, and then like yeah, RKGK, right? RKGK, and then like you'll work on a piece for years, like, and it will not pop off. Like it was just like get like 53 likes, and you're like, fuck me, I'm going to bed, so that shit happens all the time, and it's okay. It happens to the best of us. It happens to everybody. And I think that the more that I scroll through Twitter and like look at like really artists with really high followings, like I see how much they fail versus how much they succeed. You see what I'm saying? Because you only get to see them succeed because that's how they end up on your feed. But you don't get to see all the 20 times that they failed before that to get to that one post. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, I agree. Hello.
Yeah. So it's definitely a matter of perception, and I think that you always have to remember that before that success, before that pop off, there is always a struggle bus where people are just fucking falling over in the mud over and over again until they get that one gold nugget, you know?
Yep.
So yeah, don't be deterred by all that. Just remember that like you got to keep moving, and you'll find your thing. But yeah, that's something I wanted to say.
I think we could address one more thing before we wrap it up. I think Panda wanted to tap into table display at conventions and how to curate a space.
Oh, I think Pixie was asking about it.
Yeah.
Bro, I am like extreme min-maxer of table display because I have like way too much stuff, but also like, I have too many fandoms, and so again, framing is so important. They can really help your pieces, and especially if you have like different fandoms, you have framing. It'll help you direct the eyes easier and tell you. It helps you categorize things. Makes it easier to digest. Also, there's this golden space, in my opinion, where when you look at a table display, when you look at it straight on, at eye level, and then like maybe 45 degrees down, and then a bit 45 degrees up, those are the optimal spaces to put your bestsellers when people are up close. From far away, the top is always the best. Anything on the table, try not to put it flat. Always put it slanted. A little elevated is the best because nobody's trying to fucking break their necks and look down on a table if they're up close to your table, right? Do you have anything you guys want to add on?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I think as long as you're able to nail your branding correctly, I think you could easily apply what you do with your branding to your table display, which we go back to like vibe, color palette, all that.
Having a table banner is really nice.
Yeah.
Table colors. Oh my god! Fucking don't have a wrinkly table runner or a wrinkly table cover.
Use cloth if possible.
Use cloth.
Yeah, something that's wrinkle free if possible.
Yeah.
Have a price. I remember when I first started tabling, I didn't want to have price because I wanted people to be interested enough to inquire about it. No, yeah, just make sure you have a price. Have a price so that people could make better financial decision for themselves. If you could arrange, just remember, surprisingly, people are taller than you expect. I'm definitely not tall at all by any means. So if you, try to arrange things to be eye level and not so much on the table itself. That's gonna help you significantly, I would say, with getting visibility. Also, something to understand is that, like, as you progress with your convention journey, you'll find that crowds will slowly kind of like come to your table. When you first start off doing local, you might not see, I guess, crowds as often. But when you go to like bigger conventions like Anime Expo and stuff like that, people are gonna crowd around your table. And people are not gonna see what's on the table. They're gonna want to see what's like above the table, like anything that's eye level. So have your focus be there more so. So always think eye level for merchandise displaying. What else? I think that's it.
Yeah, Salt on These Nuts had a question. I don't know if this was legit, but how would you stop yourself from shitting on your own art? I'm pretty sure it's a legit question.
Well, as artists, we're always gonna have imposter syndrome. But I think we could only push to keep improving ourselves so that we could become the artists we wish to see in ourselves one day. And I think that's also, if anything, to feel like your art isn't good enough and to want to be better. I think that could be a driving factor of its own. I think, to be honest, no matter where you are, like in regards to the level as an artist, even the most professional artists out there, they're always gonna strive for improvement. They're always gonna find ways to be a better artist. You'd be surprised. A lot of even the best of the best artists still shit on themselves for like not being good enough, So I think no matter where you are, you're always gonna like feel that way about yourself. But again, but don't let that deter you. You know, I think if anything, it just means that you're striving for improvement. That you could feel like you could be better than where you are right now.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think like if anything, it's like more unnatural to be satisfied. That just means
Yeah,
Yeah,
it just
I
means being
agree.
flatlined. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're, I mean, it's okay to be satisfied. I think that it's a balance of the two things, right? Like, it's okay to be satisfied and happy with your work, but also see where it could be. I think that, like, shitting on your own art is just another way of seeing your own critique. And I think that as long as you don't see shitting on your own art as a bad thing, and as long as you see it as a means to improve instead of, man, I feel really bad about it in the moment, you can use that, like, oh, I feel like this is lacking. You can use that feeling. You can use that feeling to make it better instead of sitting with that feeling and just letting it eat you up, you know? It's just a matter of perspective and how you use that. And I always liken like doubt like that to like fire, you know? Like, fire is something that could burn you, but also it is what provides you warmth. It provides you food. In many ways, it is also, you know, not only an element of destruction, but also creation, because, like, you know, you create so much with fire. So for me, it's just literally how you use that doubt, right? Do you use that doubt to, like, eat away at you and destroy you, or do you use it to create? I think that for me has been the most helpful metaphor when it comes to doubt and shitting on your own art. Because you can shit on your own art and see it as, man, my art sucks, or you could shit on your art and be like, oh, well, that's just more room to improve, so let's go.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's really
I
it.
also like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, I'm done.
I also feel like, well, in my own personal case, I find my art very personal, and I usually have like a lot of feelings / memories in the art pieces. I don't think this is the case for everyone, but it's also like I get sentimental feelings towards art, as well as like when I look at my old pieces, it's a little cringe, you know. Like sometimes you look at your old art, you're like, man, what the fuck was I doing? But it's also like, man, the difference and improvement, something that you should be proud of. You know, it's not something. It's not about you comparing to other artists or like comparing whatever. It's comparing against yourself. This race is against yourself. It's not against like other people. You don't compare to other people. Compare to what you have achieved, what you have done, because all the time and effort you took into the new pieces is what you learned, what you changed, what you have improved and become better on. So just you know, remind yourself you improved on your own. It's not compared to others.
Yeah, it's good that you're cringing at your own art, you know? That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's good that you cringe at your own art, because that's the only way that you know that you can do better. Really.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't cringe at anything, like, if you're not like imagine looking back at your 5th grade, 6th grade self, your freaking Chunibyo self, and like, damn, dude, I peaked. Imagine if you thought that. Like, you would be the most cringe fucking person. Get out of my chat, you know? Don't be
Dude,
here.
Yo.
I was cringe as fuck before.
Yeah,
Bro,
And I look back, I'm like, I thought I peaked at that time.
oh, Jimbo, I peeked at that guy. There's like no way.
What guy?
That guy.
Oh,
That guy. My guy.
Ishin?
No, my
Oh.
guy. That guy. My sticker guy. That
Oh,
guy.
oh, yeah, that guy.
That
Yeah,
guy!
that guy. Yeah.
That guy!
You peaked yesterday. Yes, you did. Nobody knows what you're talking about except for a few choice people.
That guy!
I forgot to add this, and when I was going over con application, you guys need to. So you'll find that the more you do conventions, like maybe with your local ones, they won't ask this of you, but when you're going to like bigger conventions, you're applying to like mid to like larger size convention, they're gonna ask for a portfolio. Some things I've learned the hard way, because I've got my share of rejection from cons. It wasn't until more so recently that I've been getting accepted more often after changing a few things. No lewds. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate, since I do lewd illustration. But conventions don't like that, because apparently they're more family friendly than you think. So if you have lewds in your portfolio, even if you're gonna sell it, don't put it in your portfolio. You could bring it with you and you could sell it. but don't put in your portfolio, online portfolio. What's another thing? If you can, try to do. If you have a picture of your booth in any way, make sure to put that in your portfolio. Because they want to see how your booth is going to look in their curated space. They want to see if your booth is fit for their show. So even if you've never tabled before, if you could even do a mock-up, either a digital one or even a, maybe one in your garage and you take a picture of it, because they just want to see how your booth is going to look. So if you have no experience, do it at home, take a picture of it. Or if you have done some local ones, make sure to include those, take a picture and include that in your portfolio. Some conventions also have fan art requirements, like no more than 50% or whatever. Yeah, I know like Otakon is like that. I heard they actually straight up come up to your booth and they count which one's the original fan art. So when you guys apply, make sure to read the rules. Every convention has their own rule. Like there'll be like Ink says, there's a certain requirement. So check on that. And make sure, and also like most conventions, they're gonna have a height requirement. Like Fanime, they're like no more than 6 feet above your table. I think AX is like no more than 10 feet. So yeah, be mindful of that. I think that's it. I really don't have anything more to say on my end.
All right, Panda, got anything else?
There's like so much that goes behind
I
a
know,
lot of
there's
the things
so
that we
much.
do. We could
Yeah.
like literally go for days talking about it.
Oh yeah.
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 It's
But
just
as
a very,
far as
simplified
basics, yeah,
view.
as far as fundamentals,
far
I
as
think you guys
basics,
got
yeah.
pretty much everything covered. Actually, more
Mhm.
than I expected, to be honest, with the entire presentation and everything. I thought I was gonna be, I thought this was gonna be like a 2-hour stream.
Dude, we could go
Nah.
on and on.
You
Yeah,
wanted
man.
to play games.
I wanted to play games. I thought I was gonna do some ARAM tonight. I bought a few skins the other night that I haven't been able to use yet. Like I thought I was gonna be able to show them off on stream or something. But bring water. Oh, bring water definitely. Yeah, whenever I go to a
yes,
con out of
bring
state,
water.
like or anything like that, I always buy a case of water for the people that I'm staying with or conning with. What was that?
Can I post this? Can I post a banger tweet of that person who's taken their entire team to a vacation, and it has like all the name? Can
I
say
will speak for Jimbo. Post it.
Can I post it in your chat?
Posted in my chat. Posted. You
There you
have
go.
permission.
Just ready.
What the fuck
She
is
had that
this?
link ready.
I went to look for it. I knew exactly. I think about this photo a lot.
This is actually really good. This is, yes. You know what? This is very appropriate.
We can all co-op like this. I'll see you all at the airport, guys. All right, all of the Goombas in Jimbo's chat, you guys all bringing your own little luggages, and we'll all meet there.
Oh wait, con courtesy from the customer, from the seller's point of view. If I know as much as you adore your favorite artists, try not to lurk at their table more than 5 minutes. And I mean lurk as in like having a personal conversation with the artist, because at the end of the day, as artists, as much as we appreciate you stopping by, we're still trying to run a business. So if you see that they're busy, be considerate of the other people who want to make their purchase, because they could be short on time also. So, yeah.
That's a really good
That's a
point
public
to make.
service announcement. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're,
It'd be kind of tough.
nothing.
Yeah.
We're fucking people.
Yeah, I made it a statement in the Discord that if anybody wants to visit me, remember that this is a place of business, and
Mm-hmm.
as much as I don't like to say this, it's like, it makes you sound like an asshole when you say this, but whenever you're in front of the table space and you're taking up the majority of the sight line to the people that are behind the table or their merchandise, you're actually actively obstructing the business because the visibility is no longer there, and as people are passing by, literally every person that passes by is a potential customer that's been lost. So if you're not perusing, try to be minimal with your interaction with the people behind the table, because that's literally their livelihood that you're taking
There's a
away.
time and place.
Yeah, there's a time and place for it, and I think that for me, like whenever I see anybody, good thing that I have an assistant most of the time to deal with the business behind the table as I walk out and maybe take a few pictures. But even then, I should be returning back to the table and helping my assistant with the business, you know? So.
Yeah, rule of thumb, I'd say between 3 to 5 minutes, you should be getting ready to, end the convo. Any more than 5 minutes, like, I'm sorry, you gotta leave.
Damn, 5 minutes? That's a long time. Holy fuck. Dude.
I know, that's what I said. More than 5 minutes, you gotta leave, man. I had someone who came up to me and they stayed around for like 20 minutes, and I'm so glad I had a helper during that time. Like I said, I'm very excited when people come and stop by my table. I really appreciate that they even take the time to do so, but this is where we're getting my paycheck.
I pushed them to the side. Like when you need to talk to them, I'm like, you guys go stand over there, move.
Yeah. But likewise, we all appreciate you guys. It's just time and place for everything. If you want to hang out, if we're streamers, that's where we hang out more so than at cons. Cons is where we actually work. I mean, we work at stream too, but differently.
Cool. All right, anything else you guys wanted to add before we sign off here?
Did your chat?
Oh yeah, do you guys have any questions for our guests here? Anything about running art as a business, making products, merchandise, and branding, which is, I think, our guests' today's area of expertise. If anybody wants to ask more questions, now is the time, because do not bother them after the stream. Okay, do not go up to them and ask them, yo, I'm starting up business and I watched your VOD, so please, I would like some more help. You do not have that privilege. You can only ask them questions while they're here. Or if they say you can ask them questions elsewhere.
If you do that, I'm gonna take a screenshot of you guys asking. I'm gonna go up to Jimbo, I'm gonna bother him in his off time, and then I'm gonna make fun of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you to the pits.
Yeah.
Armpits.
For free? Sorry.
Bello?
I need stickers.
We're gonna end stream.
I have deadlines.
That's deadline. She actually has a deadline tonight.
Oh,
She's put it on your screen, Jimbo.
Wait, when are your deadlines?
Give it up on those stickers. Give it up.
No, I'm on this multicoin one.
When are your stickers due?
Today.
What the fuck, man? Why are you here?
Because I'm famous.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys later, okay? I don't think chat has any more questions for you. And you guys are off the hook. Thank you for being here. People, thank Panda and Lens properly. Follow them on all their socials. Okay, we get the exclamation mark guest command out. What is it? How many? Holy shit. Who is this person?
You can't leave.
Who are you even?
Whoa.
They've sent 7 messages in my chat total.
Why are you doxing them? They just.
Okay, never mind. Okay, now I feel bad. How many of hang on, wait. How many of type of product should you have to sell? That's what they asked. That's actually a legitimate question. So that was a good question, Shomari.
How many types of... as much as it makes your table not empty when you first start out. I think that's the best answer I could give you. Because I think when people start out... Huh?
Actually, I think sharing a table when you start out is a really good way to start. Because because then you don't have to fill out as much space. And you also get to split costs on a lot of things. So having like a table partner is actually not a bad idea when you're starting off. But as you grow bigger and bigger, you're going to find that you're going to have more merchandise and you're going to need that table space to yourself. So eventually you're going to grow out of needing even a table partner. And you're going to eventually, this is, by the way, from what I hear from you guys. Because I actually never really had a table partner, but from what I've heard and experienced through you guys, having a table partner is pretty essential for when you start out, just so that it eases a lot of the burdens.
Yeah, because you could go to the restroom comfortably. Imagine tabling by yourself and you can't go to the restroom because somebody's gonna steal your shit.
That's very true. Yeah.
Yo, by the way, guys, there's a lot of swipers at cons. Just be
I'll
mindful
very
of that.
careful. Fanny
Yeah.
bag, very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that help,
Yeah.
Shomari?
We had I remember at SakuraCon, I think artist, one of her friend, I guess, the person she was sharing with, was busy with other thing, and then she herself was busy with other thing, and then somebody literally reached over the table and then stole their cash and then dipped. So,
Not even like a little bit. They took everything.
yep, that was like their weekend paycheck, and that's a pretty big con too. So that was a hefty loss, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you think about it, it's not just the cash they stole. All the merch that they supposedly sold is basically lost within that too. So careful,
Yeah. Just be careful because like you are dealing with a large sum of money. You know, when you're traveling. So keeping it on your person and being extra careful about where you put things, sight lines, all that stuff has to be carefully thought about. So don't disregard that when you're thinking about your table setup and also when you're cleaning up and setting up.
I have something.
Mm.
If you have post-its for your signage, I'm gonna come and rip you apart and I'll haunt you when you're sleeping.
Yeah, don't use Post-it, guys. It's not. I mean, I started putting when I first started. I used Post-it, and looking back, it's bad, guys. Don't do it. Makes your
Do it.
table
I will
look
eat
bad.
you alive. I will personally come and eat you alive.
Yeah. Actually make proper like signs for it. Whether even if you just print on 11 by 7 like 8 by 11, you mount it on like a foam board. That looks so much better, looks so much more clean and more professional than Post-it. Yeah, don't do Post-it, guys.
We should. Do you guys have pictures of your con table and like whether you're keen on showing them off? I think it'd be something nice to show them.
Yeah, it'd be good. It'd be good. If anybody here, I mean, that's why I wanted you guys to show your websites first. 'Cause I thought
You
that
wanted
guys-
to see
Okay.
That's why I wanted you to show off all your stuff, but you guys were so weird about it. I didn't want to push it, and then I was like, all right, let's just start the portfolio reviews, and now we're 4 hours and 50 minutes in, and now you bring it up.
Okay.
Well, you know, there's this thing that's crazy that's called like you could bring it up specifically.
I
But,
did.
You know, whatever. But no, you did not say table display.
I did.
I did.
I did.
It did.
Oh my god, I love theme stands. You should do theme stands. Fantastic. I love when they have aesthetic. It's the same thing as branding.
I hate the way you say aesthetic.
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 Your mom. I've been on here too long. I've been
Milk.
pro for too long.
Milk.
I've been professional too long, bro.
Nick.
Milk.
Nick.
Hey guys, do you guys know Panda says milk?
Yita.
Got him! Eric came out of nowhere!
We got him!
We baited Ari out of the waters. Pull! Reel her!
Look at him go. Dude, you guys want to see my really old... Actually, I was talking to Lens the other day. You guys want to see my really old table display?
Dude,
Humble
pull it up. Hang on,
beginnings.
wait, where... Do I have you... Hang on, are you guys sharing it or what? What's going on here?
Oh, you actually
I can
want to see
share
it.
it.
Yeah. What...
Okay. I don't have.
You guys have until the 5-hour mark, and then I'm ending.
I have
immediately.
a picture of my very first booth, but I am gonna keep it to myself
Okay.
for now.
Yeah.
But I
okay.
could show you my second table booth ever.
Okay.
Hang on.
I'm gonna stop streaming this just in case you dox anything.
Good. There's nothing to be doxxed.
Okay.
God, I was so young. I'm old now. This was my second time tabling ever. Honestly, it's not bad. My first table was pretty bad. Like, I had my prints on the table, lying face up to the ceiling. Like, So this is actually a big improvement.
Oh
But
my god, when you used to put your business cards like all in the front and flip them around too and front and back.
this is an improvement compared to my first tape. I'm gonna tell you guys right now. Okay, this is my second time ever tabling, and it's so much better. I did Overwatch fan art lewd. I try to fill up my table space with my prints in different mediums. Like I try framing it here and there. I didn't do post-its, but I had index card with my sister's handwriting on it. And then this was my I think that this is my fourth time. I tried expanding to different IPs like Kakegurui and all that, but as you can see, I tried filling up my table. Like I tried to make it so that like it's a lot more busier than it is. Even though it's really the same repetitive things.
I mean, honestly, it's also like totally fine to fill up your table and repeat designs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I had this table where I started branching into K-pop. This was a different con.
Oh my god.
I started putting a little bit more decor on it. My fairy lights too, that I still use to this day. And then this is my first time sharing tables. Officially sharing tables. Half my stuff here on the right is my stuff, and then the other half is actually Fifth Element pins, or Miss Majesty, if some of you guys know her by. She actually was the one who taught me how to get pins made, so she's somebody I deeply respect for on so many levels. So she had the table runner, I did it. I had the black tablecloth. Those grids are hers, they're not even mine. And then she sold like charms and stuff, but then I just only sold prints at the time. This was our first time tabling, and a lot of these tabling you guys see, these are all at universities, like university cons, like because they host it and it's like cheap. It's like $5, $10, $15. If not, it's a free table. So that's where our humble origin was. And then this was the last time we tabled together right before COVID. And then she kind of expanded a little bit more. She made it a little bit more pins. I tried selling seasonal things, guys. Seasonal things are a mistake. Don't do seasonal things. It's not that great. Because people are not interested in buying seasonal things. Because people want like longevity in the item that they buy. And as much as they're being shoved in our face and marketed that way, they actually don't really sell that well. And then now... Hang on, I think I have... Wait a second.
Let me know when you found it.
Hang on.
I found humble beginnings.
You found your humble beginnings?
Really humble. Like, I used to just carry everything in one little baggie.
Holy.
I have the pictures. I'm just trying to pull up all the pictures so I have them ready.
You want to pull them up? You can pull them up.
I am. I'm putting them all in like one browser so I can just flip them quickly. Let's see. Here, I'll
Somebody
share it to you.
asks, did you have to buy the fence rack above the table? You had to.
The grids?
That's your own. Yeah, the grids.
Yep. All they give you is 2 chairs and a table.
They don't give chairs sometimes, bro. Like,
Oh, yeah,
Dude,
sometimes,
WonderCon doesn't give you chairs.
don't give you
Oh my
chairs.
god. WonderCons do not give you chair. Holy crap. They just expect you to stand forever. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, sometimes cons don't even give you chairs. So, but usually they do provide a table, but that's it. Tablecloth, you gotta bring on your own. Grids, anything display, all you.
Alright, Jumbo, I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my old logo.
Holy shit.
Yeah. We've come so far.
I'm here in line.
This is what I used to post on Instagram stories. I had to crop it. I didn't make posts or anything. Waiting in line.
You still have that
it's just,
jacket.
like- Yeah, it's upside down pockets, you fuckers.
Yeah, I noticed that stupid shit anywhere. I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's for people to put their hands in to keep them warm, not for you to put shit in. Yeah, this is when I used to go to like K-pop events. Actually, the time that I went, there wasn't that many like popular cup sleeve events where people can actually like set up table and stuff. I just brought my merch inside this little bag, and I only had like one enamel pin back then, and that's it, or like two. And then I would wait in line, go for the event, and be like, "Yeah, I have some stuff. You want it?" Or I'll post online, and then people will come and get it. And then the next one is like,
How did you fit everything in there? That's my question.
no, I only had one or two enamel pins. That's literally like what it was. I didn't have like art pieces. I only had
Yeah, but
all I
even
had-
then.
all I had was this. This is all I had. These two.
Yeah, but even then, like you have to like have a certain stock of them, right? How much did you bring?
Not that many. It was this is before like cup sleeves actually became popular. It was only like a few people waiting in line. There was a time where when you wait in line for cup sleeves, when it got really popular, it could be like 3-5 hours. When I was first going around, it would be like an hour. It wasn't that many people. This is like way back then.
Wow.
Yeah, this is all my shit displayed up. Same jacket, by the
What
way.
year is this?
This is 2019.
Oh, this is barely pre-pandemic.
Yeah. This is like near the first time when I started. Yeah, this is so long ago. It's all K-pop stuff here, and then one Pikachu thing.
Look at you now. You
Look
got
at
a
me
current?
now.
You have a current setup? Photo?
Wait here. This
Okay,
I have a
wait,
bunch. so-
okay,
you did they're
chronological, right?
Yeah. I used to stuff everything into this bag too. This little one here.
So small. Can you zoom in?
I just
dude?
repeated design.
Can you at least zoom in? Thank you. Oh
This
my
is like
God.
from the official site. This is the first like technical convention that I tabled at, and it was in a little like gym.
Wow.
It was in a gym for 5 hours in LA.
Oh, shit.
And then this is after pandemic. I kind of like took a hiatus in a way because like the COVID / like I just didn't make it. I died on social media.
Yeah.
Started streaming, and then this is like one of the first few things that I went back to. In 2021, I think.
Yeah, this is post Drellis. This is
Yeah, this is post
yeah,
Drellis.
because I remember seeing you did. Yeah, I remember you making all that stuff in DC.
Yeah. I didn't make any merch in the time that I was in that hiatus. It was more just like just drawing shit, which is good. I think I improved a lot more. But yeah, and then let's see. This is when I split a table with Lens. This is last year's off Kai. This is last year's off Kai. Man.
How'd
I
you
always
guys feel
did
about
that.
Off-Kai?
I thought it was nice. I'm kind of sad I didn't get accepted this year. Yeah. It was a nice con to go to for the first time out of state where it wasn't too overwhelming. I think it was good to go there before we went to like any other out of state or like out of local. It was a good warm up.
I like.
It was
the way
also
that-
really fun.
I like the way that your bags are displayed right there.
These ones,
Little
magnets, my
diagonal-
bros,
little- Dude, magnets are fucking.
goated.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're welcome. And then this is TwitchCon. Oh my god, with the 10x10.
Dude, TwitchCon was such a nice space.
I love
love
TwitchCon.
One of the best artist alleys I've ever been in.
So
Yeah.
pretty.
Yeah. TwitchCon,
Yeah, look how much
I
stuff you
see.
have now. Dude, you can literally
Dude.
see so much growth like through these pictures. It's kind of crazy.
yeah, humble from a fucking bag.
From
A
one
fucking
bag.
piece of shit bag.
To making your
Yeah.
own bags.
Yeah, multiple. It's crazy. I think this is my latest one. This is SakuraCon. This is when we went to fucking NorCal.
Holy shit.
This is the 8-foot table.
I see what you're talking about with the diagonals now. Like
Yeah.
the tilt. uploads
Yeah.
for people to see.
Yeah, I want to say that these prints here, they were just filler to be honest, but they did not do that well
Yeah,
because they're flat. They're parallel to the person. You can't really see them.
yeah, they're aimed at like
These did well.
hobbits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then these usually like bangers are like right here.
What, Sage? Damn, people are always like putting Sage in precarious situations. Huh.
Okay,
Huh,
sorry.
guys. Huh. Huh, the both
I'm
of
trying
you.
to make this agenda happen. Stop trying to make fetch happen. Alright, that's all I have.
I'm trying to find a picture of my first tabling ever. I can't find it for the life of me. But I want to really show it that it's okay no matter how janky the table is. Because your table's only gonna get better from there. But I can't find it.
Wait for real.
Hang on, let me see if I have my
Like old
setup.
tables.
I know I have a folder of them, but I just don't know where it is. I think it's my Google Drive.
Yo, I had to go through my old like Google Drive stuff
Yeah.
last time to find things. It's crazy.
Oh, dude, I have all.
Humble beginnings, guys.
Agnaldo OW, thank you for the follow. Also, Fish Flops, 29 minutes ago. Thank you for the resub. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And yeah, you fuck off. Hang on, I want to get all these. I gotta make sure. Gotta make sure these are fine. My table setup is pretty much the same for everything though. It's just very slight variations.
Adjustments.
I think my latest one at Fanime is my strongest one.
I did like that one. It was also like a lot more compact and easier, right?
Right, it was compact, easier, and I didn't have to deal with the curtain situation. So much easier. Let me see if I can pull this.
Humble beginnings.
Oh my god, I remember my sister was selling squishies at my table, and she made more money than I did with my prints when I first started. Oh my god.
Do you all see this?
It's a very
This is
good
a-
first.
This is my latest one.
Oh yeah, you're right. Never
This is
mind, I
my
lied
latest
to you.
one. Yeah, see that's why like it's so small in terms of changes.
Mhm.
But this one was actually one of the best ones because I no longer opted for the curtains setup.
Are you showing your chat? Or
Yeah,
oh
yeah, they see it.
Okay.
Hang on, let me see if I can pull up another one. One that
Yeah, I do-
is my first one.
I do like that. I also, if you're gonna table, I recommend trying not to put things on the side too much. If you do put it on the sides, you might want to repeat the design
Mhm.
because some people don't see the sides.
Yes, I agree.
It's a little, yeah, it's a little hard to see it, but it is good if people are coming on from the other side; they can see it.
Mhm.
But very situational.
It also depends because you kind of want your stuff to guide the eye toward the other side. Like, for me, I think it's actually it actually works like this. So people usually get gravitated towards the bigger prints. So the Berserk one in the middle, the Viper one on the right side, and the Sekiro one over here. These big ones usually grab people's attention, and then they correlate these three. So the way that I see people's eyes
Good
move
flow,
is
right?
they see this, and then they see this, and then they see this. And then their eyes move all throughout the entire thing, and then they get to see all this other stuff. So as long as I get them on one of them, then they see all the other ones, and then they stand there. And then because I've arrested them already, now they have to see all of it. So that's the way I notice people looking at my art. And so it's not everything is like randomly put there. And also like color wise, right? There's like variations in color. So Sekiro is a little more warmer, and then I put a cooler one and then a warmer one, you know? and then
Yeah.
dark light, you know, cooler, warmer, and then thematically too. So you have Elden Ring, Dark Souls stuff. Like you'll find like, you know, and this is talking to chat because you guys already know this, but you'll find like a way to like figure out all this stuff and compromise whatever you have to make it look more visible when you set your table up. And that just comes with experience and a
Yeah.
little bit of like premeditation. But let me see if I can pull up my first one, which is
Meditation.
change windows. This is the very first. Yeah, so this is the very, very first one. And again, not very much has changed except for the fact that I have more pieces. And the same idea, like I put my bigger pieces on the sides so that, you know, it grabs people's attention. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I haven't really changed my display very much, except it's also much harder to set up on if you can see, like there's like curtains in the back. Like this is all put up onto cloth, and it looks a lot sleeker and cleaner to me, and it kind of fits the gallery feel a little bit better, but the structural integrity is not there. Like I don't think I'll do this ever again. It did serve me for a good like few cons though, so it's not a bad idea, but I think the standee that I have now is much better in terms of setup.
Yeah, it's really hard because it's like efficiency versus like aesthetics. There's a lot of
Aesthetics,
yeah.
There's a lot to think about, and it's all like that also has to go with branding too, because like definitely when I see my booth, like when I walk past it and there's not that standee and I see that it's set up a certain different way, it does stand out to me. But is that worth the structural integrity of it, and is it also worth not having more space? No, I think that the functionality should trump that. You know, it definitely overtakes the look, and I think that it's not sacrificing very much in terms of look either, because it's still dark in the back and has the same overall aesthetic. Let's go back to that one. So I don't think it's a bad thing entirely, but it's just a little different.
Yeah.
Just kind of have to grow with it. Just don't bonk your own things, Jimbo. What do you mean, don't bonk my own things? Also, spaces may vary, so kind of have to switch it up sometimes. Exactly. Sometimes you'll have an 8-foot table, sometimes you'll have a 6-foot table, sometimes you can only build up, you know, so far before they come by and take your stuff down. So from convention to convention, you have to be very careful about the specifics. I try to make sure all my stuff fits in my one utility wagon personally. Nice. It's kind of difficult. I can't fit all my stuff into one wagon. There's no way. I don't think you guys can either. Like into one wagon. Like all my stuff fits in 3 suitcases.
Bro. One wagon can barely like just do the grid setup.
Yeah.
It's so doomed.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy. Not sure
Actually,
if this
yeah.
What were you about to say?
I was gonna say, like, actually, you guys don't even know, like, that picture, the tweet, it's literally, like, we do everything. There's, like, so much behind the scenes. It's wild. You guys don't even know.
There are
like,
entire
so much work
days
with it.
where we sit in VC quietly and just do admin work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's actually insane. And then the planning too. Planning, like,
Yeah.
the travel.
Amount of time to think
Travel
about
agent.
it, too, as well. Yeah.
And then coordinating with other artists, reaching out,
Mhm.
doing social
Mhm.
media posts so that you can line up with when you get there and build a pipe for your shit. Telling your Discord you're gonna be on hiatus. There's so much.
Actually,
It's a
If-
full-time job, dude.
you give shit to artists, I will eat you alive. On display. I will lose my mind. Oh my god, it's gonna be like that chick. I'm gonna lose my mind and fucking flip out on you. Oh god.
Yeah, I remember. Sabelladon
So I'm
says,
so mad about
not
it.
sure if this has been asked yet. What size prints do you all usually keep with you at a table, and maybe a ratio of smaller versus larger print stock? You guys have any insight as to that?
Personally, it's really up to you, but
Yeah,
nobody
it's very
likes that answer.
particular.
But nobody really likes that answer. So I think a more accurate number would be whatever you're able to print, because some print, depending where you're sourcing your prints from, they may not have the size you're looking for. I personally print mine by 11 by 14. Apparently, I've come to realize that's not a really common size. But I think the more standard sizing you'll find is 11 by 17. That's usually the size that most artists sell in. But the problem is, because I tried considering about doing 11 by 17, but I decided not to, is because I couldn't find a way to store that sizing of paper. So again, that depends on you, but I would say those are the more common sizes. I would say definitely 11 by 17. That's more of a standard sizing. If not, then postcard.
Panda, you have any thoughts?
Depends on like what you intend to do with it, and like I'm always thinking about when I make merch practicality. I personally, as a consumer, don't really like 11 by 17, unless specifically they're like environmental pieces or like cater towards a certain thing. So if it's like a pinup or something, I just prefer 8.5 by 11s. That's my own like personal views on those kind of things. So it really depends on what you think and how you would use it. And then you also got to think about like, don't repeat your designs over multiple sizes, because I think most people just opt into the cheapest price. Not always the case, but that is a common case. Yeah, it's also like you have to think about the return of per size, like what cost it is to make it and what the return is, and which is the best option for you. So let's say like you have a postcard of one design and you have an 8.5 by 11 of it. You could sell one 8.5 by 11 and earn the same amount as like if you sold like 3 postcards. Like selling 3 postcards takes more work than just selling one 8.5 by 11. Then at that point you want to sell the 8.5 by 11 or the 11 by 14 or 11 by 17 instead, right?
Yeah, it's just like economics, and it really depends on the return, but at the same time there's other external factors too. So for me, it's always the larger the print, the more returns you're gonna get. That's just kind of like the factor, right? Like what you were basically saying, you have to sell 3 postcards to make up for 1 print. So for me, like bigger prints are always going to be a better price margin. Like you're going to make more profit from it, and like but the thing is, you always have to remember table space. So I can't just put up 18 by 24s. Like I would be able to put 5 of them up. That's why I think for me 11 by 17 is a good settle, because it is a good size for me to work at that works well with my style. And that's another thing that we haven't even talked about, is the way that you like to compose your art, right? Like you said, like pinups, you can do a little bit more, to standard size, which is 11 by 14s or 11 by 8.5s, right? Because you don't really need all that length for it. But if you want to include a little more environment, then that's when you want an 11 by 17, for example. Or maybe if you want to make it a horizontal piece, like 11 by 17, I feel like feels a little bit better. Like my Valorant ones, which are all pinups, I agree with you. Like they are 11 by 14s, which is the same ratio as 8.5 by 11s. So I work in that same ratio with those, but for things that require a little bit more narrative, I like having a little bit more vertical. Those 3 inches actually makes a lot of difference for me. So that's why I go with 11 by 17s. And as you can see, with all 3 of us, we already have very different ideas about prints. So in the end, I think the answer for me, in a very meta sense, is it is very dependent on how you want to compose your own art and what you want to represent in your art. Like, so I guess going back to what Len said, nobody wants to hear this, but it's really up to you. And I think it's a very roundabout way to say that, but at the same time, I always like to explain why, we came all the way back to that conclusion instead of just saying it's up to you, right? So I think providing all that reasoning, giving you guys all of the insight that each of us has into our own art and how it applies to product, like, I think it should give you a little bit more insight, even though we're saying essentially the same thing in the end. So yeah.
I want to throw the side note out there. Please do not underprice yourself.
Yes.
I cannot stress this enough. It's also like, not only do you cheat yourself, you're cheating everyone around you, because the people around you, when you're doing cons and stuff, the economics, it actually matters. You pricing lower fucks other artists, but also fucks yourself, and also fucks the mental of the consumer. It's underselling is like the worst thing. I hate it so much.
This goes for everything creative too. Even like outside of con art spaces, like if you undersell yourself as a commissioner, or sorry, not a commissioned artist, right? You also mess up the entire market, because then you're putting out in the public space and the public consciousness that your art is cheap. So you're making it so that your art is cheap, but not only that, you're also making a statement that all art is cheap. And then you're giving people the expectation that that art, that work is not deserving of higher pay. So make sure that you're pricing yourself like, if you would rather price yourself lower or higher, always price yourself a little higher. Yeah, and not to say like you should rampantly overcharge, but always like gauge, to your make a good judgment call, and don't try to lowball the people around you, because in the end you're not going to make any more than the people around you, since you're lowballing. So all you're doing is giving away your products. You're losing money yourself, and then you're making other people lose money, because the other people are also now expected to price their stuff at your price point, so now they have to lose money, or suffer not selling. So try not to do that. Try to instead uphold a certain etiquette when you are pricing your stuff. Make sure that you are evaluating rightly, like, the people around you and how they're pricing their stuff, and there's like a general understanding. My pricing standard is usually 100% of the cost to product, plus 20 to 50% revenue depending on the item. Dude, I don't even think about I don't think about the numbers.
I don't know the
like
ratio.
that.
I don't know the ratio. Like, guesstimate.
I just guess. I'm just like, it seems about like it's what do you think? Like, this guy, like, this $30? Yeah, okay, this is $30. It's kind of how I do it.
I think the best way to gauge how you want to price it is that you should go to some of the more, and I say more well-known artists, because I feel like they're usually able to. I feel like the reason why they're well-known is because of years built on their branding and their shopping experience, and that's why they're able to get to a price that they set that they're satisfied with. So I say go to some of the more well-known artists you guys respect, check out their shop, and see how much they price, and then gauge from there. And don't just like rely on one artist. Do your research on multiple artists. If you're ever unsure, you can always go to conventions yourself and take notes, observe, learn how other artists price their things, and then that way you can have a better gauge of how to price your things without lowballing yourself too hard also. Also, I think with with production also now, production cost has greatly increased. I think that, back then, the idea of even a $10 pin is insane when they used to go like $5 or $6. But you guys have to remember, like, production cost is really expensive. Shipping is really expensive. The labor you put into packing your merch, that's, you have to pay yourself for that too, Don't just charge according to how much, it costs to make. Charge the labor cost that goes into it of you designing that artwork yourself too. Treat yourself right, guys. Like, it's not, don't treat underselling as a marketing strategy. It's not, it really isn't. You're gonna kick yourself, like, you're gonna kick yourself for that in the future, so.
Art is a luxury, guys.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Stop trying to say otherwise. Art is a
Yeah.
fucking luxury.
If
It's
people
not
give
water,
me shit
dude.
for charging more, then fuck them. That's
Just
again,
don't
that's
don't
not your
serve
target
them.
demographic. Yeah.
Just don't serve
That's
them.
not-
If you
yeah.
don't have anything to say, you don't have anything good to say to me, then I don't have to serve you. If you don't
Yeah.
even want it, then just go fuck off. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
The people
Okay,
you want
and?
to surround yourself are the people who could respect the craft and the time you put into your craft and art. You don't care about. Yeah. It's just. I say that at the end of the day, if your table, you're gonna get a lot of these kind of comments. Not a lot, but you will get these comments where they're like, "Oh, you're charging for that much? Oh, this is expensive," or this and that. Don't be phased. Don't be phased, because there's a bunch of people out there who's willing to pay for your artwork, no problem. Even when you're just starting out, like, trust me, like, the more you do it, the more you realize, you know what? I don't care what people say, Like, this is... Because at the end of the day, you need to pay yourself so that you could eat and put a roof over your head. Okay? As Panda says, art is a luxury.
Mm-hmm. Death by Chocolate actually had a really good question. Do you think you could base it off of skill comparison? Like, I know you shouldn't compare yourself to other artists, excuse me, but if you aren't as skilled, could you go for less? I actually think there is... Okay. If you are thinking about art as product, okay, it's no longer just about skill. It's about experience. It's about experience in buying the product and owning that product. So if, like, a skill can be a part of it, but skill only matters in the context of, is the consumer looking for that skill? So if you're saying that, okay, that person's skill is unique to their style, then yes, I guess that would mean that you can charge a little bit more for it. For example, you don't see my style very often in the convention spaces that I participate in. So because of that, I feel like you can hold that style to a premium, right? But that's only a part of the experience of the consumer. You can make up for those things. You can, like, it could be a completely different style. It's not just me that has a unique style. Everybody else has a unique style, and they can also charge according to that. And also, part of that experience is packaging. Part of the experience is also your booth, your brand. So a lot of all of this can be attributed to the experience of having that product and buying that product. So it's a completely different thing when we're talking about quote-unquote skill in this context, because all that matters in that skill is how it pertains to that product in the end, and how that's being presented. Like, you can have so much skill, but if it's not what the consumer is looking for and not what they relate to, then that skill is not going to translate to financial success, right? So it really just depends on... It's very contextual. It's very hard to say. It's very case by case, but I think fundamentally, when we talk about skill in this space, it's more about the skill it takes to create a good product. And technical skill in art contributes to that, sure, but it's only one skill that has to be considered in this space. And other skills like marketing, and other skills like branding yourself, other skills like even like customer service, even things like outreach and stuff like that. All that stuff, all those skills are just as important, because you don't necessarily have to be the best artist to be successful in this field. So
Yeah, if you think about it, like, even fantastic artists, they don't really have merch. It's not something that they can just do. Like, there's a lot of things that goes into making merch that is a different skill set, and that is also a valuable thing. That's why there's business school. It may seem like something that's, like, pretty obvious or whatever you would say it is, but it's not. Yeah.
Everyone's creation time is also different, so the pricing will be different too. All the business marketing aspects as well as art skills. People forget that companies do these things all the time with 100 employees. You're the only person doing all these jobs. Yeah, it's hectic. All right.
So funny.
I think I'll have to end soon. I know it's been... We could talk about this for so long, dude. Like,
We always do on our own without
literally we
chat.
could probably stay up until, I don't know, the sun comes up, and it's only 2:30 right now.
Wait, I think Lens had her photo, right? Did you?
Oh, that's
show
right.
us
Yeah,
that?
do you want to show your thing still, Lens?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, pull it up.
Yeah, the humble beginnings.
Pull it up.
Yes. Wait.
It's 5:33 a.m. for me. Damn.
That's crazy.
Here you go. My humble beginnings.
That's crazy.
I had to paint over because there's just some people there I didn't want to like dox. But yes, I literally just paste on foam board. As you can see, I had some plastic table paper on top. I tried to extend out the table. I put my fucking framed print on the floor. Yeah. It's, oh god. Oh! And then I have post-its on it.
Oh, I'm gonna eat you alive.
And
Come
then,
here.
I don't even know what it says. And then I had a post-it that says, we do commission. Oh god. I used to charge $5
Holy
commission.
shit.
Oh! I leaned my print against a chair. Anyway, yeah, that's my first table. Yeah, not a good look. Had a fucking blanket as a tablecloth. I didn't realize that you needed to bring your own tablecloth. Nobody said anything. Everything was bad. Yeah, that's all I had. That's what I started
it looked
off
like
with.
the people to the right of you had the same idea of laying everything flat on
Yeah,
the table,
I mean, it was
so-
it was a university con, so I think there was quite a few of people's like first time there. Like there was some people when I walked in, they had like photo stands. I'm like, oh shit, maybe I should have had that. Obviously that's not the case. This was my first tabling event, and then now this is my upgrade. Yay! I have apparels now, a whole board of pins and prints.
Branding.
Yep. Branding. See? Colored. Pink, blue, purple. I'm a changed woman. Anyway,
So-
yeah, guys, so don't be deterred by your first shitty table. It's okay, because you're only gonna get better. You're gonna meet more people, and you're gonna find yourself, you know, people who are willing to help each other out. Yeah. Hot.
Yeah.
I'm
And
so
you know
proud of
what?
myself.
Something, yeah, you should be. I think something that also it feels like it should go without saying, but also I think I should say it anyways. Like, be nice to the people that are in this space because it's a very small circle. It's a small world out there, and everybody knows
We
everybody.
talk.
So
Talk, guys.
don't step over people. Don't be an asshole, because if you're an asshole one time, you've already besmirched your name. Like, you know, and obviously, you know, you don't. I'm not trying to get you to walk on eggshells, but you know, just be decent. You know, be a decent person. Don't try to like, you know.
They're the same as us, you know. They're
Yeah,
also trying
everybody's
to-
just trying out here to make a living, and like, never attribute something to malice that you can attribute to incompetence or, you know, just straight up ignorance. You know, many times people aren't really there to intend you harm. They really just intend the best for themselves. And remember that as you go forward in this space, if you do want to venture here. But yeah, and also you're gonna find that you can't do everything by yourself. You know, which is on the flip side of that, which is don't make enemies, make friends. You're not gonna be able to do everything by yourself. If you do, it's gonna be a very hard road for you. Not that it's impossible, but you know, I can only have gotten where I am because of the people that are sitting with me here today, honestly. There's no way that I can keep track of all the conventions that are happening with my busy work schedule, me streaming and everything. Like, it's only because I have friends like this that I'm able to be reminded of all the things I might miss out on. So, you know, it's you know, you do have to, you know, depend on people at certain times, and you know, give yourself to not just being helped by other people, but also trying to help other people at the same time, you know? I don't know. It's all just it's all just things that will happen naturally, I feel like, as you get into this space.
Yeah, you think you could do everything by yourself, but you'll go so far learning to rely on other people too. But don't take advantage of people, you know? Let this be like treat
Neutral.
everybody, yeah, you know. Whatever people do well for you, treat others the way you want to be treated. Don't take advantage of people. People are going to share their menus if they want to share their resource with you. Like, don't ever take that for granted, you know? Because they went through a lot just to do it, just to get to that, to obtain that information themselves also.
But yeah. All right.
Scatter.
Scatter. It's been a great time, people. I'm gonna play the little applause. We finally got through it. Dude, we got through portfolios at like the 4-hour mark.
What?
Yeah, it's
No,
been an extra
no.
hour and 30 minutes, dude. I
No,
swear.
we got to. We
No?
started.
Is it 4
portfolio?
hours? Huh?
Were you saying when we started or when we?
No. We finished our portfolio reviews like an hour ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. I'll talk to you guys later. I should have you guys on more often. Actually, this has been very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for your wisdoms, of course, Yoma. All right, people. I'll see you in a little bit. I'll probably. Oh, Aram. Like one Aram before I call it a night.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to you guys.
Wait.
Okay. I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
Wait, I want to say bye to chat.
Okay, you want to say bye to chat? You want to be here as we say bye to chat?
Bye, chat. Thanks.
Bye, chat. Thanks for listening to old people talk.
Thanks, guys. Chipple's gonna kill us now. We've served our purpose.
They didn't do what I asked. They did a whole presentation and wasted 2 hours of my life that I could have been using to play games.
Yes, with us. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I would have wasted my time anyway. It doesn't matter.
Alright, thank you for having us. Thank you guys for listening.
Alright, okay, we're gonna do a wave. We're gonna wave outro while I raid somebody. Who do I raid today? Or do I just end? Should I just end? Should I just end here? Here we go. You guys have any suggestions?
Watch cats.
No, I don't want to watch cats.
But the cats. Cats do cat things.
Let me go see my following. Oh, Nevi's back.
Are we waiting until Valorant?
What?
Valorant is my
You wanna
favorite
play-
game.
You want to play Valor instead?
No, there's an Energy versus Navi rebroadcast in the Valorant Masters game right now.
Oh.
It's my favorite game of all time. Can we wait into them?
Oh.
Mr. Riot will
we're
be very
gonna
happy.
go to Thea. We're
Mr.
Thea.
Mr. Riot. Mr. Riot will be so proud of me. Jimpa. Jimpa. Mr. Wyatt is waiting for me.
Yeah. Lens?
Huh? Oh.
No, you stay out of here, young lady. Get out. Off with you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'll see you later.
It was tired.
I'm gonna flip you.
Free? Okay,
Yeah.
bye.
Anyway. It's been good. Tune in on, what was it, Tuesday? Tuesday? Holy shit, it's Monday now. Yeah, tune in on Tuesday, and we're gonna be, we're gonna have Kasem on that day. Kasem, famous Twitch streamer who's been taking a hiatus and has been on their training arc, and I'm the only person who knows where they are. He'll be here on Tuesday to look over character designs in the same fashion as Superlens and Panda here. I don't know if he's gonna stay as long. It might be a much shorter affair. Because Superlens and Panda have no lives. So they were able to sit in here for the greater part of 5 hours. Actually, I think it's 5 hours on the dot.